DPA Open Mic. We are live. Join the debate, join the discussion. Share your voice, share your opinion. Swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech zone. DPA Open Mic. We are live. DPA Open Mic. We are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go. Let's go. We are live. Let's go. We are live. DPA Open Mic. We are live.
Testing. Hello everyone, welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 93. And the Telegram founder, Pavel Durov, has been arrested in France. And it's basically, it's a trap. Basically, the arrest warrant was issued just before he landed. So there's no way he can run away. No, very schemy. And he's a French citizen. He gave up Russian citizenship to become a French because French fries. And RFK has gave up his campaign finally, very belatedly, to endorse Trump. And Modi shook Zelensky's hands. And of course, Ukraine war. So yeah, and of course, a lot of other things happening, and Iran still have not the guts to attack Israel. So, and Iranian Putin said, will Zelensky get cheek slapped soon? I don't know what is a cheek slap. Which cheek are you talking about? And thank you, Iranian Putin, for the gift of the memberships to all the various members. Every week he does this. Very, very appreciative. And of course, that helps to fund DPA Open Mic. So anyway, yeah, okay. So I just want to state, he said, okay, just want to highlight this. He's suspended in 10 swing states and whatnot. It's a waste of time. He's not running to become a president, and he told people to vote for Trump. I think maybe it's too late to remove the name. I don't know. So yeah, so just want to say that. So anyway, we're gonna drop the link to join, and so not hear me monologue. I'm quite sure that many of you guys may have watched the Daniel Davis interview with me. So I said a lot already, so I can say whatever I want. So it's your time, DPA. DPA Open Mic is your platform. So I'm going to drop the link to join over on the live chat. I have dropped the link, and I've pinned it on the YouTube channel of the DPA Open Mic channel, and also on Rumble. Pin it, and also on Twitch. So basically, as usual, the DPA Open Mic is live stream on multiple platform on Twitch, DPA Telegram, DPA YouTube, Open Mic channel, Rumble, Open Mic channel, and Twitter. So hi Shadowy.
Hello.
Hi Vaughn.
What's up, guys?
I'm here to speak about soccer today. Because there's something that you don't know about the Telegram situation. It's about the soccer, the TV right in France. There is a link, a very large issue with that in France. So I could begin with
TV rights. TV rights about what?
TV rights about the ability of the people to watch on TV the soccer league in France. Basically, this year it's extremely expensive. You need each month to spend between 40 and 50 euros to watch the soccer league in France. It's very expensive, so a lot of people have decided to illegally watch it on internet.
Champions League.
Sorry.
What's the show you're talking about? Champions League or Europe?
No,
or
just the French soccer league. If you want
French
Champions League, you need to spend even more money.
So you're talking about Liga 1?
Yes, exactly. Between 40 and 50 euros.
Who the hell want to watch the French league?
Yes, exactly. That's the issue. So you have to spend a lot of money for a poor quality show, basically. So most of the people decided to not pay. and to
Do
watch it
Saturday
illegally
OM Wyatt, please.
on internet. Okay?
So,
And the way
So-
to watch it on internet this year is Telegram. And what is very strange with Telegram is basically that everybody could understand and know immediately how many illegal people are watching, because you just have to go to the channel who are streaming illegally the soccer match, and you can just count how many people there is. So basically, immediately, the mainstream media in France have shows that illegally 500,000 French people were watching on Telegram illegally soccer league. 500,000. Okay.
Oh, so
means
they
that
so
the owner
so
of
Telegram
the,
founder is
of the
arrested
right
for
is
because
losing
they want to
basically every year 250 million.
So the Telegram founder is arrested because nobody want to pay for the French league telecast.
I think it's a lot of issue, okay? But this is one of them that nobody knows about outside of France, okay? So that's why I speak about it today. And you have to add one thing to the mix, is that most of the right is owned by a company called DAZN, who owns the right of several things in Europe, but they paid basically 500 million euro. And there is another company who is well known to own part of the match, of the TV right. It's Being Sport with the Qatar company. And the Qatar company has a lot of way to influence the French government. So I think the French government has a lot of pressure from DAZN, of course, from the French Soccer League, who has a lot of weight in the French government, from the Qatar company, and of course from Washington.
So it could be more than just Ukraine war or Zelensky or no one. This is interesting.
Exactly. Yeah, there is a French internal issue too.
Vaughn.
Hey, this guy that got arrested at the Telegram founder, these charges that they're bringing up, was he aware of these charges prior to him flying into France, or
No.
did they spring? Okay, I was just curious because, I mean, it's fucked up, but at the same time, it's like, dude, you're a billionaire. Why are you flying into, like, I hate to say it, but like NATO countries, really? Because, no, I mean, think about it. You know, he's got all this money. Now he's going to sit in jail and probably get fucked around for who knows how long. And he you know, it's ridiculous. It's like, oh, you own Telegram, you created Telegram, you know, like, oh, you know, Wyatt calls me up and, you know, we make an arms deal. Somehow, you know, the guy that invented it, it's his fault. You know, he's not getting a cut of it, you know, or whatever activity people are doing on these things. I mean, it's kind of stupid. I mean, it seems like a stretch, but, you know, now you're in a Western court system where they just make up the rules in court as they go along. So it sounds ridiculous, but who knows if you won't be convicted of shit just because you'll just find juries and judges that'll go along.
Don't forget that in France, we don't have the First Amendment. In France, there is a lot of free speech available, but not all free speech. If you say very specific things,
I know.
you can go to jail in France.
I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about, like, trying to hold him liable for some terrorist personal conversation on Telegram or some drug dealer's personal conversation on Telegram. I mean, that doesn't have anything to do with free speech or nothing. It's just, it's such a stretch to try and convict somebody, you know. I mean, I'm sure if you wanted to, you could say the same thing about Facebook or Instagram or something, you know. I'm sure there's been nefarious acts committed on those platforms too, but I guess it's only certain people that get, you know, they get notice of. But yeah, that's my point, is just the idea that you're going to hold somebody accountable for what somebody else says on a platform that's public and they have no control over. I mean,
you know that it was the same guy who created Vika, the Russian social network. Vika is very important in Russia. It's basically 80% of the Russian population.
Yeah. So Vaughn maybe missed the beginning I mentioned. So from my understanding, this Telegram founder guy, he got ambushed. So the arrest warrant appeared only when he was about to land. So there's no way he can run away. And he's a French citizen. He gave up Russian citizenship for French.
I think he's still Russian.
Yeah,
got
so
that
in
nationality.
the Russian media space, the social media, the telegrams, everybody is just laughing at him. Yeah, laughing at him on Telegram. So it's not like, it's a bit like a contradiction.
Yeah, he probably got, backstabbed, betrayed, in the sense at that level of wealth. Usually, you're bigger than the government. Meaning, like your personal security, your lawyers, your accountants include people who used to work for the government at the high level positions and presumably have inside contacts. Like in America, they call it the revolving door between big business and government. I think it's pretty same all over the world, probably even in Singapore. Just the revolving door where you work in government, you work in the private sector, and there's way more money and power in the private sector than government. But it doesn't always work that way. So, I mean, presumably he has contacts on his payroll all over, the inside. But whatever happened here, they were able to keep it secret and, spring it at the last minute. And there might be enough political pressure to keep him detained. But, it's also possible to be out in a few days and they'll drop the charges. But, I mean, if the government does have to make some sort of appearance to the citizens that they're being fair, that they're administering the law, that you can't just buy the government and be above the law, and greater political considerations, because censorship is very popular in Europe, and there, even in America, like there's a lot of calls for censorship, and like Mitt Romney said, corporations are people, so you have the corporations, you're legally protected from the action of the corporation. But that's disputable. Saying a corporation are people, and you should be liable for what the corporation does. And so, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying, though. I mean, he kind of deserves to get trolled to some extent. Sorry, Chad, just real quick. But think about it, with what's been said about Elon Musk. He would be stupid to fly to England right now, wouldn't he? I mean, that's the kind of stunt they would pull.
Well,
Yeah, but that guy is French.
Inside to consult with. But I'm saying, like, it's unless this guy was reckless. Like, if you're Elon Musk, or like, if you're an Israeli leading politician, if you're Russian, you might be arrested for war crimes, you might be detained, and presumably you have serious contacts on the inside. And just like Netanyahu coming to the U.S. or Europe, he could be arrested for war crimes. But he's going to contact people beforehand in the State Department or whatever authorities and say, like, no, we have it under control. It's not going to happen. And any of these people, they have to rely on. I mean, it's a game like that, in a sense. Like, they could be arrested. They have their contacts. They have their wealth and power, and they have to trust. So either the guy was reckless, or one of his contacts didn't have good enough information, or the government kind of like sprung it on him and tricked him into making they think that they purposely gave false information. Like one of the senior people in their State Department police said they weren't going to do anything, and then tricked him once he got there.
I think he has a lot of weight in Russia, but very little in France. Very sadly for him, because what happened is like what you said earlier. It was really an ambush, or maybe in France there is very few people aware of this ambush. So the contact he could have in the French government couldn't warn him before the decision.
It's true, because I don't even know who is he. I do not know who is the founder of Telegram until the Tucker Carlson interview. So he's not that well known individually as a person, but in Russia, because he founded VK, so it's a different story altogether. But like, nobody used VK outside of Russia, so
Yes.
They said when he landed, it was him, a female companion, and then a bodyguard. So, I mean, like you're saying, I mean, snatching him like that was probably a pretty compartmented thing. So even if he has money and he can buy his way into sources, chances are the source never even knew what was going on, if it was that. Because picking a guy up like him, I mean, for all we know, the CIA was there at the tarmac with some French guys.
That's what I want to say. That.
Which is the question.
I think it's more FBI than CIA, but same thing.
Is his own personal behavior?
I just wanted
he was reckless, or was it that he had all the inside the lawyers, the contacts inside the French that said they weren't going to do it, and he got betrayed? So I don't know enough about him. I haven't enough to say maybe he was reckless and that's why it happened, or maybe he was betrayed.
Maybe it was two situations at the same time. Maybe
He's just-
the contact lied to him, or maybe he was reckless. He should have stayed in Russia, that's for sure. Or try to go to another country, but not in France. What I wanted to add is that his nationality situation is going to be hidden by the mainstream media. For everybody, is going to be a Russian. And especially, I'm pretty sure, Putin fans. I'm sure they're going to paint him like that.
Yeah, my only thing is it's almost like if you're in the BRICS alliance, your best bet is whether you're just let's say you live there, you're a member of the government, whatever, a business person inside that group of countries. I mean, your best advice is probably to stay out of the West until after the Ukraine war is over and there's an election in the United States.
Do you remember the Huawei daughters?
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, that way maybe there's a chance that some attitudes will change and you won't have to worry about going to do a business deal and getting arrested because somebody's mad that you donated money to something sometime, or you owned a company or whatever bullshit they come up with.
Do you remember the daughters of the CEO of Huawei, daughters, who has been jailed in Canada for 3 years?
These things are factional because the society is largely split. Like President Trump, there were district attorneys that ran on having him arrested, and they won a majority of the vote, specifically because the majority of people wanted him arrested in certain districts. And in today's factionalized society, it's tough to know. Like in France, overall, it could be that it was popular to have him arrested, even though there's going to be a lot of pushback. And it could also be the local jurisdiction that maybe there'll be some pushback, but the police leader or the prosecution could be a local hero, as seen, the main example of President Trump, where a lot of the district attorneys that had him arrested and tried to prosecute him are local heroes, at least in their district.
Mehdi, your turn.
I was just going to say, at first I was shaking my head, but you're right. You got some of these local guys trying to make a name for themselves going after Trump, but in no way does it represent the majority of the United States. These generally generate from cities and have nothing to do with the counties across the United States. You've probably seen an electoral map. Basically, you could walk across the United States. The bastions are these cities where these DNC accolades, they are all in these cities. They become, the district attorneys and stuff like that. And because of that, they control which way the law flows. Problem is that if Trump gets in, he can go in and just, at least from Washington, D.C. standpoint, start cleaning house to where there's some more fair justice coming for Americans. Like, people forget that we still have prisoners from January 6th still in prison right now, waiting trial. I don't understand where people get off, saying Putin's the ogre when we have the ogre right here already.
Yeah, but the U.S., you have conflict between local, state, and federal agencies. So you could have a local arrest warrant out for you, the federal government, and it could be the case where the federal government has, exonerated you. But if you go into a district, you still have an open warrant that could only be executed within that district, and that's the politicalization of the district attorney and judges, because a judge could issue an arrest warrant. I'm not sure how France and that works or who arrested him, if it was local jurisdiction or statewide.
There is only one jurisdiction in France.
But there can be conflict between the various organizations, and in the U.S. you could have open arrest warrants for you in certain states and be all right as long as you just never go to that state or jurisdiction.
Like warrants for ICE. They're out there for illegal immigrants. They're chasing around the United States, but yet, the Obama administration and also the Biden administration do not execute them. There's a good legitimate point right there.
That's the thing. They have the laws.
To me, I'll finish with this. Our government is at the point now where it ignores the laws it finds inconvenient that are meant to protect the United States citizens. We're at that point now.
Yeah, but you're
No, I was
missing
just going to say,
conflicting
they have plenty of
jurisdictions.
laws and mechanisms in place. Like you said, the whole point is lack of enforcement. I mean, if you have a warrant for your arrest, ideally they would contact the local authorities where you live if you don't live in the area, and they would make arrangements. But obviously they're not going to do that kind of arrangement for stupid ass shit like a traffic ticket and you moved out of state. You know, you might have a failure to appear warrant, but they're not going to travel across the country for that kind of shit. It's the same thing with immigration and these warrants and stuff. They have all kinds of rules in place. They just choose not to enforce certain aspects or modify the interpretation. You know, I mean, all you got to do is go to the border, go to the check station, plead your case. They have a process you can go through where either you'll stay in the States while they process you or you'll stay in Mexico at some facility. But, you know, apparently that's, you know, up to you if you want to do that. Well, you know, why not just sneak across the border and save yourself all the paperwork?
Yeah, I don't think that's
mean,
accurate.
It's the same with the gun laws here, every other thing. You know, we have everything we need in place to make it a nice place. The problem is the politicians don't want to enforce it or selectively enforce things and turn it into a shitstorm.
It's not an accurate assessment because there is no they. There's conflicting jurisdictions and organizations that only have power over certain things. For example, if your local county has an arrest warrant, they might not have the power to go into the next county without the cooperation. Or if you have a state warrant, they can't go into the next state and arrest you. They have to cooperate with the next.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Security, immigration. One city might be a refugee city.
Yeah, but see, that's the whole point. Those sanctuary cities are illegal and breaking in violation of the law. So they shouldn't.
Like there's the law. There's conflicting laws. There's different organizations and jurisdictions that have different laws. So it's not like there's a they that doesn't obey the law. There's different organizations.
U.S. immigration policy extends across the United States.
Government laws trump all the other laws, and the thing is, states make their own laws. Then they choose to not enforce federal law or ignore federal law. And then you have it is because you have federal institutions that will not enforce laws against sanctuary states, and other states they enforce things. That's the problem. I mean, the federal laws that we have on the books are more than adequate. The problem is they're not enforced diligently at the federal level. I mean, it doesn't matter if California thinks it's a sanctuary state when the federal law prohibits it. If the federal law was enforced, they wouldn't be a sanctuary state. They don't have they ignore the law and they're allowed to ignore it. That's the problem. It's just like a disobedient child.
I'm saying because the federal government does not have the authority to act out of their own volition. They need to cooperate with the state and local police. If the FBI has a warrant for someone who's in the local jurisdiction, and the local judge, the local protectorate does not want to cooperate with the FBI, it's not so simple, and that could end up in court.
They can generally operate inside those jurisdictions without their help. Then it would just be more difficult. And then it would probably result in them getting funding cuts and less cooperation. I mean,
I'm pretty sure what you're saying is not accurate. The federal government cannot operate locally without an agreement with the local judge, police, and departments. That makes it to court all the time. There's cases constantly of that happening.
Oh, there's plenty of task force, but I would imagine in my city alone, there's groups of federal agents doing things that no one knows about.
Yeah, but
because it's not the business of the local police.
If they do that regularly, the local place could forbid, like the FBI or Homeland Security, from.
I don't think they are allowed to do that.
No,
I think the federal jurisdiction
is matters of national security. They're not a matter of national security. Is the federal purview?
They try.
Well, they can make anything into national security.
Wait. Just before you go up,
there is no universal they. There's conflicting organizations.
There is a universal they.
No, there
those that ignore the law. It's they.
Universally, there's conflicting organizations, and they could fight, and they could
prevent an
organization from operating.
Who funds them?
There you go. There's local, state, and federal funding. You pay taxes, you pay taxes at all levels, and they have different levels of government. They
Right,
conflict
but
all the
still-
time. There is no universal day.
There is they.
There
Those
is the
that
federal
choose to-
government. The federal government
right.
trumps everybody.
They.
No, they
It
don't.
just depends if they
No,
want to
God
stomp your
forbid.
ass or not.
God forbid.
I mean,
That's really all it is. It's up to them if they want to stomp you out or not.
How can you say this when you got January 6th prisoners still in prison awaiting trial? How can you say there is no they?
Because if they happen to be in a district that forbid the federal government from operating, they could prevent the FBI from coming
In a matter of national
They
security.
can't prevent them. That's the point. Unless they want to put sheriffs and armed troops on the border, like National Guard, to keep them out, then the president would federalize the National Guard and take them off the board. And then maybe he could declare martial law and take away all the sheriffs and all the law enforcement
too. They
too.
want without the agreement of the local authorities.
The agreement is probably more a courtesy when it comes to the feds than the norm. It's probably not, hey, we want to operate in there, let's be friends. It's more like, we're going to be operating here, throw us some guys, we'll make sure you get a cut of the proceeds.
I mean, it's not even tactically.
That's what happens.
Operates. If
And
the
I think
FBI
it's more
does
to
come in
avoid
locally, they come in
the
together
misunderstanding
with
and
the
to
local
have the
operators.
local police try to
I mean, I
arrest
live here,
FBI
so I don't
agents
know.
because they have guns.
Okay, I mean, you just gotta look it up because I'm saying like this is constantly litigated across America. It's constantly fought over, and it's saying like, no, it's not that simple. The federal government
And they
cannot
still do
operate.
it. And they generally win their cases because they have a blank checkbook and they can fucking drag this shit out for 20 fucking years. And maybe they'll get a judgment down the road, but the guy that originally filed the lawsuit's been dead for 10 years. The point is they do what they want. They don't give a fuck if you sue them. They got a fucking, they got, when it comes to their billable hours, it's infinite. They have infinite billable hours. They will, that's their way they work.
It's district to district. So there's certain areas where they're not cooperating.
It sounds like you guys are arguing over minutia here because Vaughn, in a way, is correct that no matter how hard you try to litigate on a corrupt government, they're still going to do corrupt things and violate your rights. Sure, David, there is going to be a law in place that says that they have to follow the law, but that doesn't mean that they're somehow magically bound to it like a spell.
Yeah, so
Yes,
if you
David,
in an area
I mean,
where
they have
there's-
qualified
where there's
immunity.
not
That allows them to
cooperation
ignore a lot of shit.
And the federal government has done it a few times. You could have a bad relationship between the federal and local government, and it could become a haven for people who are convicted of federal crimes to live in that area because they're known to not cooperate.
Do you have
with the
evidence for
federal
this, or are
government.
you just making an assertion?
I mean, if you want me to do list some cases or list some districts where there's not
No.
cooperation.
You just made an assertion that people. I want to make sure I understood what you said. You just made an assertion that people with wanted for federal crimes are. You didn't say often. You said are likely to be in areas that have poor relationships with the federal government, so that the federal government has a harder time getting to them.
Yeah, but the biggest example would be marijuana laws because marijuana is still federally illegal in many states. It's legal, and there were periods of time where the federal government tried to do drug enforcement for marijuana where it was locally, and now at this point, the federal government almost never will make an arrest for marijuana laws, even though it's technically still illegal.
Yeah, but they get you other ways. When you go to buy a gun, they deny you because you're a pot user, you're a drug user. But they don't advertise that. But when you lie on your form to buy a gun and you say you don't use drugs because you smoke pot once a month or a couple times a week, you're a drug user.
There is
And
another
let's say you went to the
question, right?
dispensary to buy
Talking about
drugs, you weed. They scan
for-
your driver's license so they have a record of your sales at the drugstore.
Well,
Yeah, but
So
you're
they
a
know
lawyer,
you lied. Now you
you
just
have to
committed a
know
federal
you have to-
crime.
Guys, I want to pull. I want
You
to
have
pull
to
this
know
back. I wanna pull
jurisdiction.
this
What is
back.
locally
This was originally a
jurisdiction, what is
conversation
state,
about a
what is
matter of
federal?
national security and national unity. People using pot is not a matter of national security.
I agree with that.
Oh, I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying that the feds will get you that way.
I
don't
think
even-
for the very serious crime, FBI could do what they want.
For me, it's,
That's
as
what
an
the feds do.
observer,
They do what they want.
For the
correct.
serious
So
crime,
the-
yes.
from my observer,
Maybe for the immigration and the cannabis things and very low level crime, maybe the local authority could try to disturb the process. But for the serious thing, I think they cannot do that.
I mean, think about it. If the feds, just real quick, I mean, if the feds want to bomb your country, they bomb your country. If they want to cut your kid's dick off, they cut your kid's dick off. If they want to fucking they do whatever the fuck they want. They don't care. And if you sue them,
the
great.
key,
They'll go to court
key-
and maybe you'll win. And
the problem is the justice system, the legal thing comes later. They don't care. They just do whatever they need to do first. Then after that, by the time you want to go through the justice system, it's too late. Like just look at an assassination attempt.
No,
Where is the
Yeah,
investigation?
that's actually a perfect example you just made there, right? Oh no, it's illegal. Anyway, we still did it. That's a lot of how the federal government operates.
they cooperate.
Well, I think the one problem that we really do have, and I think we all can agree, is that basically the federal government is in charge of regulating the federal government. So it's not like it all depends on who's in office about what political leaning did they make, like the DOJ or whatever. And then they can use those things to go after their political rivals. I mean, that's the thing. That was never supposed to happen, but who holds them accountable? There is nobody there to hold them accountable. It used to be you would elect politicians to hold them accountable, but we find out.
If I understand correctly, the job to guard the guardian, basically to survey the federal government, is the job of the Second Amendment. But honestly, nobody expects the Second Amendment to be used by anyone, so who cares?
Have you guys already talked about the Telegram founder guy? I know I'm a couple minutes late.
a little bit. Not. We've just been going over.
I
it.
actually had a question about it.
Shadowy, I don't want to take you off your chat. Shadow, you were making a point about the Second Amendment. I just wanted to ask if you had.
Yes.
That's how we got sidetracked about this clash of authorities. So if you want the technocracy of how the American system works and how different organizations cooperate, we could go into that. But like in my area, like major area, there's only like 8 FBI agents for 1 million people, and they cooperate. And if there's a breakdown, and you have bad relations, and it makes it more difficult. The federal government operates better when the authorities cooperate. And if there is a big bust in a place where there's cooperation, it's not just going to be the FBI, it's going to be the joint operations of the sheriff.
Right. How does this tie to the arrest of Pavel in France, though?
Because we were curious if he was reckless, if there was some sort of breakdown, if he had inside information in the French government that said it's not going to happen.
Hey, don't come here. There's a warrant for you on the desk. Or did he get betrayed by someone, like he said earlier, like somebody tell him it was safe and he came?
Like maybe he knew he had a warrant out for your arrest. Like I was saying, like in the U.S., that's how we got sidetracked to this. Like he could have been known that there was warrants out for his arrest, but he had contacts that they said they weren't going to implement it because there's levels of bureaucracy and organizational. Maybe he was reckless, or maybe he was betrayed, or it could be his contacts. Like I said, there's a conflict of organizations, and someone from one organization said you were safe, but another organization came in and arrested him, and he could also still be released. Depending on.
Did you guys hear about the potential fact that he was honeypotted by the woman he was with, his girlfriend or whatever she is, his partner?
I just heard he was with a female and a bodyguard. That's all I heard.
Yeah. So it was found out that she posted on her Instagram like every hour or 3 hours where she was with a geotag and multiple pictures with him as they were traveling across the world together. So when they landed in the airport, she made a post, and
was that reckless, or like honeypot means that she was on the inside?
No. First, there's two things. I got
reckless.
It's potentially either reckless.
So you think the lady was a NATO agent, basically?
In on it.
A NATO spy?
I mean, Alan was still talking, so can you finish?
No, that was just the point. It's either she was reckless and she screwed him over, or she was in on it. That's it. I don't know.
I have a couple of questions.
Make an assertion, but you guys.
You understand that to land at the Bourget airport in Paris, you need to be to have a very high level clearance. Basically, it's a private airport for a private jet. Okay, so nobody could land here without previous warning. So basically, you had to ask the French authorization to go to this airport even before takeoff from I don't know where I come from. So everybody in France know when he was coming and where.
There's a couple comments asking for clarification on honeypot. I think by when I said honeypot, I meant she would have been the honeypot. She led him there and she got him caught. That's what I meant. Mehdi,
All right,
go.
I'm trying to be polite, but now I'm just gonna fucking break in. I have a couple questions about this. So, was this gentleman? Did he have extremist warrants out for multiple countries? Do we know that? And was he picked up in France because France has an extradition agreement with some of these countries that may want him, and that's the reason why they bagged him in France and not other places during his travel?
No,
I think that's
playing a
no,
part
no,
in
no, no.
you.
He was arrested in France because of crime in France. He's not going to be extradited, okay? It's a French things, for the moment at least.
And it's unique to his network.
Okay.
It's laws
Thank
that
you.
probably are not illegal in other nations. It's specific in France for owning the company and then posting. Like, it's possible Elon Musk could conceivably be arrested for similar things in France.
Yes, I'm pretty sure of it.
And that's the reason why I ask, is because you got these countries in the West just arbitrarily throwing rules and regulations out that is impossible for people like Musk and all them to be able to even encounter now. I mean, their formats are up and running, and all of a sudden they throw a regulatory thing in there that you wind up breaking, and now they got you for breaking some stupid violation that
No,
they
it's
created.
possible to follow them. Basically, Facebook, Microsoft,
I don't know the
Apple, they
situation.
follow them. Okay? And every time there is a new law, there is some kind of negotiation, and after maybe 10 to 12 months, they find a way to respect the law, basically, okay? But the Telegram CEO, I think he just say, fuck you.
Yeah, and there's push in the U.S. for the same thing. I mean, saying
What-
that there is a
what are the
reasonable lobby in the
implications of
U.S.
him
for
being
people
arrested?
who would have Elon Musk arrested in the U.S. for the same thing that the Telegram CEO was arrested for in France.
I think the
We don't have the
biggest
same law, so
concern.
it's not possible.
I think the biggest concern now, I think a lot of commentators, is that we are seeing a speed up, in the West, particularly in Europe, of the fall into authoritarianism, the curtailing of freedom of speech and expression. Like in the UK, they started to arrest people for social media posts. And then in Germany, like it's also a crime to say certain things that the government don't want you to talk about, especially about immigrants.
There was 4 or
They're not
5
Telegram.
gentlemen. There was 4 or 5 gentlemen in England who got arrested for waving the Union Jack in the air, the country's flag.
It's the quickening.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
Bunton, I think.
we just had a bunch of American flags burnt in the last few weeks here, and Trump just made statements that he'd arrest people who burnt the American flag. And that's a little bit different, but there's always push in American politics to change the law in different venues. And obviously Europe's way ahead of the curve. Maybe China, some places in Asia are even further ahead of the curve on censorship.
Well, that's the thing. It wasn't burning British flags. It was a group of like 4 or 5 guys who were flying, like waving the British flag.
Yeah, I know that. I'm just saying it's a form of censorship. So there's
Sure.
US now,
But
there's
That's-
popular
that's-
support for
that's
further
not-
legalizing
no-
burning the flag.
No one UK was arrested because of that. That's not
I
true.
can link the article. Maybe it could
Trust-
straight up be a
Trust
lie.
me, it's
but
just some
if not
lunatic.
arrested, then detained or fined. I
Yeah,
can find it.
That could be
Von is
considered
your turn, I
like a
think.
terrorist group or a hate symbol, and so it's not. It's under a
nobody
different
cares, Von, sorry.
classification. We might call it censorship, but the arrest is technically a different crime because it's considered a hate group or terrorist related.
Vaughn.
Oh, I was just going to say, I mean, people are talking about, the elections coming up, the war's speeding up, things are going bad for Ukraine and things are wrapping up. I mean, Europe's got to make a decision where they're going to position themselves after the war. So maybe this is their plan. They really got to get the authoritarian shit in now because they got to be in place for all the dissatisfied people when the war ends and all the money's gone and things are even shittier than they were 3 years ago. And there's no hope, as far as anything getting better in the foreseeable future. So maybe that's part of it. Maybe they're trying to get a lot of things in place so they can really crack down on the public in the EU. So when things really start getting shitty, it'll be easier to try and control people now. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean, it seems like they're racing towards it, like you said.
reminds me of North Korea, to create a facade of, everything is beautiful.
I'm gonna share the link to the article in the chat.
I wanted
Okay,
to add something. What
publish.
worried me the most about the situation is not that he
This-
was
this-
arrested by an unlawful order or something like that, but it was another sign that the border is closing more and more. Basically, what it means is that if you are a Russian important guy, even if you have not a Putin funds, don't go to NATO country.
There's
Because
one
it
more
could be it could be a very bad idea, and I'm sure it's now the same thing for Western CEO. They should not go to Russia because immediately Russia is going to find a way to arrest them, to trade them for this guy.
Hey, can we honeypot Bill Gates?
There's going to be
Can
some
we
kind of
honeypot
trade,
Bill
and they're
Gates
going
to
to
Russia?
exchange him.
Can we honeypot Bill Gates to Russia?
Bill Gates was honeypotted. That's the Epstein thing that came out. I mean, we got Wyatt here saying like the Chinese social credit system, like the people in the U.S. they're more warning of the technical Chinese social credit system that could, I don't know if it's true in China that people get taken away or prevented from doing basic things just because they have a low social credit score. But it's almost certainly that's going to happen at some point globally.
It's already the same thing in France. I wanted to say something about the Chinese social credit system. There is something that you don't understand. In most of the country, it's already in place. Basically, if you are made jail time, you cannot work for the government. If you had made specific crime with company, you cannot manage a company anymore. If you have some issue with children, you cannot go near a school. And that's a form of social credit.
Yeah,
Okay? Basically, because you have done something, you are not allowed to do something else, even after your jail time and so on.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same in the U.S. Like
It's already working in France.
In Singapore, if you are undischarged bankrupt, you cannot open a bank account without the permission of the government. The government will have to open the bank account for you because you cannot run away with the money. You see, because you're bankrupt, you need to pay back all your debts. So, yeah, okay.
I just wanted to throw out as well, since we're talking about this, we can't forget the truckers in Canada. We're now heading into, I think it's day 48 of their public mischief trial. Yes, you heard that right. Day 48 of a public mischief trial. What is that all about? Right? Like
mischief. It's obviously about mischief.
We referred to the Western words like censorship or freedom, but I mean, it's basically an exact parallel to the Chinese social credit system.
You know what? All it really comes down to is what your government defines as mischief and terrorism. And that's where we're slowly finding ourselves narrowed into. You're going to be on one side or the other.
Another good example about the social system in USA.
Wait. I want to define the meaning of mischief. Chief is a leader. Mischief means you have the wrong leader. So yeah. So just in case, Shadowy.
Sure.
I wanted to add something about the previous discussion, the previous talk about the social credit, and what one side about the US system about firearms. Basically, if you are registered as a drug user, you are not allowed to buy a weapon in USA. Okay, it's a form of social credit already. Basically, you have database where what you are or what you have done is already registered. The main difference is that you don't have a number, a score, but you have already a lot of different flags who allow you to do things or not. It's the same thing, basically.
Yeah, and in the U.S., obviously, because you have private corporations, so there's more information in the private sector and the public sector. And the private sector may use that for banking, mortgages, credit, as where the public sector basically only has the authority for there's a hard level, can you do something or not, which is usually in licensing. And maybe like in China, there's no division between what the private and public are doing.
So I want to play the super chat.
Liberal authoritarianism equals no contradiction in terms.
So I want to also add on to okay. So the Chinese social credit score. The problem is, no, I mean, just like what Shadow V said, there's always some kind of a social restriction if you have done something wrong. That is a normal thing. So the what is special about the Chinese is that it's a score system, and the thing is that you don't know why your score become worse. It's a bit different. Like if you got bankrupt, you got bankrupt, so you cannot open a bank account. If you're a pedophile or you're charged pedophile, then you cannot go near children. There's always something very clear because you go through the justice systems. There's clear, clear judgment, what you can or cannot do. But no, in the Chinese system is that if you offended someone, your credit score will drop, and you don't know who you offended, and there's no repercussion. There's no way to recover from it. So that is a different thing. Then the way how the credit system works is that it affects your normal life. You cannot buy train tickets, bus tickets, or you cannot get air tickets. Your whole life is destroyed. It's a bit like what happened to Nigel Farage in UK, where they deny him the bank account. They cannot open a bank account. That destroys you, you see. And as we move on to the future, all the financial things is all digital. You don't have a bank account.
Hold on.
It don't exist.
Can you do like acts of valor to get your score up?
Hello.
Yo.
Yeah.
We hear you, VD.
Yes. Xi Jinping is good. Boss.
Yeah, Nigel Farage account is back on.
Yeah, I know. He got back to his bank account.
Yeah, the CEO of the bank got fired because of that. So everything is back to normal.
That's just a scapegoat.
Well, never should have happened in the first place. That's the point.
There's just a scapegoat thing because Nigel Farage is too famous. But if you're nobody, you're dead.
In France, if you have a Russian passport, you cannot open a bank account.
Just one quick important difference: the Chinese system, where you have one conglomerate that manages everything. In the U.S., it's fractured, where different organizations measure different things, and they don't necessarily share information. So you have like the drug enforcement, Homeland Security, FBI, CIA, local police.
David, China
go through in order to get that
in the world.
So you can't just have central access to all information. If you want some sort of information, you have to request and get the information from the other organizations. Not always that easy to do.
Theoretically, Maddie was supposed to talk.
A couple things, Leo. As an American, at least in where I live in Maine, we do have some social restrictions because if you're on state welfare, you can't use your EBT card to go out and just buy booze and cigarettes. They don't apply to that. You got to get that out of your own fund.
Ooh.
At least in Maine. And in what you see here, and you'll see people, what they do is they spend it all on water. And then they go out to the back of the parking lot, they empty out all the water, and they bring the returns to some place to get the nickel deposit on each bottle or dime. But I'm not saying it's the same, but but there is a sense of, it is there in some aspect, not in the way of China, but we do have it in some regard.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like here in Louisville, you can like for $600, somebody has like, let's say $600 worth of food stamps, you give them $200 in cash. They give you the card. You go buy $600 worth of groceries and give them back their card, and then see them next month. Because a lot of these people got like $1,000+ on their card, so they don't care. They just want 500, a couple $100 that day. The other thing I was going to say too, with never mind, I forgot. It's been a long time. So,
well, one of the things that I've observed starting to happen here is they're starting to, not necessarily put limits on, but they're certainly making it more difficult for people to withdraw their money from the bank. Now, here in Canada, like the banks will have certain daily withdrawal limits, and I think that they've been in place for a long time. But what I've tried to take out any amount of cash they'll start questioning you. Limit. Like if you go into a bank and ask for like $2,000 in cash, like they start giving you a hassle over it. And, you know, I have no idea why, but you're starting to see a lot more of that here. And I can't imagine it being for a good reason.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a technocrat in the sense like reporting. So if you own a business, you're a doctor or something, you have a bank, they make new requirements and then you have to report it. And then, like I said, there's different agencies. You report it to one agency or multiple agencies. In the US, everything has a form. Like there's no, you know, just like it happens. And like I said, there, like, you know, I've been technocrat, I've worked for the government, and things like they don't just share information. You have to make a request. And if there's legal procedures, you can't just ask for the information and get it. You have to have some sort of higher jurisdiction that requires the other organization to give it to you. So if it's like the $2,000, who do they report that information to? Do they report to the local police, federal, or multiple different agencies? And then the information is protected, where if another organization is investigating you, they have to go through a procedure to get all that information released. And I'm guessing in China, it's all conglomerated where they just put all the information into one central body and it's available.
I remember my question.
You bring up you being a technocrat.
I remember my question about China.
That can mean a lot of things to a lot of different people.
I did building permit. I've done permits. I've worked in where, you know, basically navigating the bureaucracy, and that basically means forms. Like there's 30 different agencies and all the different forms. And like, you know, if you're in the army, you know, like the 1003cc and the and you got to give this to this and this and this to get it done. And if you know that stuff, you know, it's a whole profession of just people who push paperwork. And now, especially in every business now, like now medicine, you know, 50 years ago,
I don't think that's the
doctor filled
out.
out.
That's the meaning of democracy.
That's bureaucracy.
Yeah.
I remember my question.
Well,
Yes,
Vaughn,
yes, Vaughn.
I wanted to. Vaughn, go ask your question, but I have a couple more questions on technocracy.
Just real quick, I mean, you know, your credit score goes down. Can you do like acts of valor to get it up? Like if you're on CCT camera saving an orphan from a bus or a kitten,
Maybe.
you get like, can you get points back?
Yes.
I think so. But the problem is the entire process is opaque. You have no idea how the score is taken out or put in. That's the problem.
You know, I'm thinking we can make some money as a company that stages heroic acts on camera for social credit points.
Yeah.
I think it's a bad idea to try something like that in China.
You do that in the US. I'm saying, like, for any given thing, like your credit.
Yeah, you practice in the US. You don't practice in China.
It exists in Europe.
What I'm saying, like,
With
if you,
the carbon
hold on. Thank you.
You manipulate
I wanted to
your
get
credit
back to your point of technocracy. How would that be implemented? Because with all due respect, it sounds like you're simply describing for bureaucracy a high amount of complexity in task completion. I don't see how that connects at all to technocracy. Because when you say technocracy, I want you to.
that's
a
the
lot of
ancient
people
Greek
here.
definition. It doesn't mean technology. It means bureaucracy. So the Greek a technocrat is the one who understands the government bureaucracy, understands all the different organizations and paperwork. So if you have to hire a lawyer because you don't know how to do something, and the lawyer says, like, yeah, it's just this form that goes to this organization. But if you live like in New York City, there's 100 different city organizations. In law enforcement, there's, you know, at least 10 different law enforcement bodies. And you're like, well, who has jurisdiction?
Well, think about it. I mean,
No,
the
okay.
technocrat.
Think about this real quick. A guy like Dick Cheney is a technocrat. A guy like Rumsfeld, they know how to work the system. They've been in the system.
So
then let me clarify something. Let me clarify something.
So, let me define
technocrat. You don't mean the common understood definition where a technocrat is someone who, you know, is a government structure. A technocracy is a government structure where decision makers are selected by their scientific or technical knowledge. That's not what you mean.
No. And I mean, why I'd say, but this is the classical Greek definition of technocracy that has nothing to do with technology.
Yes.
Maybe why it has a different.
In Europe, I think maybe coming from European language, but I think a technocrat, at least in France, it's basically European Union. Okay, they have a lot of power and they are not elected. You could summarize it like that.
Well, think about it. Technocrats can be the people that are in all these departments that don't get put out between administrations.
We're
Exactly.
not talking about the word.
They
and I
know
want
how
to hear what White
everything
has to
works.
say, but like if you're in the Army and you want to get transferred or you want to get something done, it's basically a form in an office, and you might have no clue what form do I have to fill out.
Okay, so why are
and
you not
who
using
do
the
I
word
submit the
bureaucrat
form
then?
with?
No, that is
And
just
the person
efficiency
who
in terms
has
of
that knowledge has
bureaucracy, right?
power. The technocrat
No,
has
no, no, no,
power
no.
because they have knowledge that other people don't. They know how to get things done.
That's just the efficiency of the bureaucracy. It's nothing to do with
Yeah,
technocracy or not.
you're just not using the word bureaucrat. I don't know why you're avoiding the word
Yeah.
bureaucrat.
No, technocracy
Technocracy
is
is
a
by the
different
same
thing.
words.
It's when
So
the bureaucrat has too much power, way too much power. That's
technocracy
when you have
is
a
basically
technocracy.
so technocracy in is, I believe, the perfect form will be the deep state running the country. But the thing is that the people who runs the finance are from the financial world. The people who runs the health and science, they'll be like from the research medical science. Like they are experts in their field running the part of the government. That is a technocracy. So you will not have a Kamala Harris ever in the government. You will have like, okay, you have Donald Trump running the business and maybe the economics of things. There is a technocratic world. But I think almost no country really fully goes into that because you can't be elected in that sense. Vaughn.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to look at, like, I don't know, maybe this would be a workable example. Like Rachel Levin, the Secretary of Health for the United States, the transgender, she's a bureaucrat. But the project managers and the department heads and the people that aren't replaced or appointed by her are probably the technocrats because they're there all the time. They know how to work the director or whoever the new person is that comes in. They know how to go through all the departments to get what they need to get done, and they know who to talk to because they've been there for 50 years. That's what I look at as a technocrat. Then you got some bureaucrat who's just a political slug that sits on top of that. And maybe they run the technocracy, or maybe the technocracy runs them. Probably more like the technocracy runs them, and they, but in conjunction with the deep state. Because, I mean, think about it. Most of the bureaucrats are just placeholders. It's the people behind the scenes doing the work, actually writing down the regulations and coming up with the bullshit, Maddie.
You're muted, Maddie.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to get to. Is it? I think it leans more towards bureaucracy because it's by regulation that they replace laws with regulations that you must comply through. So now you got to go through this department to reach that department to get that form to do that, and it's almost designed to give people a job to have. It seems like more than anything. And the other way is to control what you have access and what you really can do. Because if, like say the city inspector has a hair against you for some reason or whatever, and you want to build a shed someplace that maybe needs an extra foot, he can come in and say, nope, tear it all down. You got to move it that foot. And right, but you know what I mean. I mean, I'm not saying you do that, but what I'm saying is there are that do. I mean, I've seen it in local communities. We probably all have. And that's where I think the problem is.
I did building permits in New York City for many years, and on the private sector. So if you're in the private sector, you need to know what the government official's job is to do and inform them. So like the bureaucrat, just the person who works in the government office that's supposed to get the paperwork, submit it, and make sure everything's going well, versus the person in the private sector who needs to, you want to put up a building, you're going to have to work with 20 different organizations. And that's why I was talking about the revolving door between government and the private sector, where very likely if you have a big corporation, like a big development firm, you probably have 10, 20 people that used to work for the government and now get paid much more working for the private sector. And the information they tell you is how to navigate the government. So I just use the word technocrat, meaning the person who has expertise in how to navigate the government. That exists in every single level, even in the military. Because most things are bureaucratic. It's just a matter of knowing the right form, the right person. There's some corruption, and your average person has no clue. How do you get transferred? How do you do this? How do you do that? And had you known it was just a simple form that you could have submitted to this person, and that knowledge is power, and a lot of times you don't want to share it. You know, saying so that's the revolving
So
door. It relate to
in
Telegram.
Singapore, we just simply call these people doing their job. So there's nothing, no special term for it. So they are supposed to know their job. Anyway, I'm going to play the super chat.
It was nice to see you on Colonel Davis the other
It's
day.
addressed to me, so no, it's yeah. So
who's doing their
I
job?
believe
What were you
we
guys
should
talking
change
about
topic.
on the
But why? Who's just doing their job? I mean, like the government, if you work for the government, you're generally a lower tier than the private sector. So if you're in the private sector, you know what the person on the inside, like if you're, you know, someone who's trying to get around the government and the criminal system, you know the criminal system and you know how to bypass it because you know how the government's operating it. So I mean, related to like the Telegram person, if he knew there was an arrest warrant out for him, but he was still going to France, or he knew he was breaking the law and thought he could skirt the system, it's probably because he's got people on their payroll and the revolving door of former government workers working for him now.
Can I
not in Singapore?
Go ahead. And try to
okay,
so conversation.
So
I don't know if you guys.
I mean, just like in America, the top security.
So let me
answer the former police officer. Like if you have, you're a really rich person in America, like you have working for you the former police officers, you know, as opposed to just security. Like they're all on your payroll.
David,
with all due respect, we're kind of prattling on about a topic we've already covered for like 30 minutes now.
Yeah. So let me just answer in Singapore is different from United States because United States is a bloated bureaucracy. That's the problem. So you guys have you guys have legislations, rules, and restrictions deliberately to increase work for your government workers, so no one gets sacked. In Singapore, it's different. Efficiency is number one. There's a lot of efficiency. The new prime minister also talked about cutting more regulations because it's like as years goes by, more and more regulations piles up, and then you get more and more stupid. And then it's just bureaucracy. So and in Singapore we don't have that kind of like a revolving door to that level because once you're out of the government, you cannot keep up with whatever is happening in the government because the government change very fast. Our rules and the legislations, everything, we keep evolving. And in Singapore we have very, very tough anti-corruption laws. There is a full like a FBI thing purely to catch corruption. There is no corruption. So if you have a private sector talk to a government sector trying to get information in between each other, that's corruption. So it is in Singapore it doesn't work. It's not the same as United States. So I'm not sure how we go from Telegram keep going into United States.
We call this prattle. We shouldn't be prattling. There was I know this is an open mic, so I can kind of bring up a topic, see if you guys are interested in it.
Sure.
There's two things, obviously big things that have been going on regarding obviously Pokrovsk and Kursk. I know some people come here, they want to talk about what's going on in Ukraine. There's also the flare-up from last night regarding the Middle East. That's I don't know if you just tell me if you've already talked about it because I came late, so I don't know if you've already covered it.
Well, the Telegram and
all we did is Telegram.
We covered.
Okay, Toby.
We just Telegram that go into United States. Telegram, you go to the United States.
I wanted to come on and ask you guys, specifically Vaughn and Wyatt. I mean, of course, I want to hear from everybody, but specifically regarding what do you guys think a potential Russian, I don't want to say victory, maybe a small scale rout of the Ukrainian forces in Donbass would look like? What would that cause? So, because there's two kind of prevailing theories of what the Russians are trying to do right now. There's the idea that they're trying to take Pokrovsk. And if they take Pokrovsk, of course, they're cutting off the highways. They cut off Kramatorsk. They cut off surrounding cities like that. And, excuse me, the other idea of they might stop before they get to Pokrovsk, move southbound to kind of, because there's I don't have a map in front of me. You can pull it up and share.
The banana-shaped gap.
But they've kind of got this squared off position where they've got everything from Vuhledar or Ugledar all the way up to Pokrovsk engaged, and if they can move south, they can kind of push the Ukrainians out of that. So I want to hear, what do you guys think they might do? What do you think would be the next step after that? Do you think that would take 6 months? Do you think that could be done in a couple months? What do you think we might be looking at by the end of the year in the Donbass region specifically?
Can I start that one?
Sure.
Hi guys. I think, like you said, they're going to first straighten that's part of the front lineup, because you are going to shorten your front line again, because now you create a gap. So in distance, the length of your front line is longer. So the best tactic is fill that gap up. So you have again a shorter line. So I agree with you. And I know that Wyatt covered that one. Petrovsk, I think they're going to take it. But first, like you said, they're going to fill up that line. What I'm concerned is that a lot of Ukrainian fighters that are now in the Kursk region come from these type of lines.
Yeah,
That's why that the advancement of the Russians is also big.
What you're saying is related. Let's answer the super chat real fast.
Yeah.
So is it true that initially on Kursk front, the best Ukrainian troops were stopped by conscript army cooks and army mechanics?
I can go.
Yeah. I just use my mouth is faster.
I don't think necessarily stopped. I think we know by this point we've already seen enough captured Russians. There was a recent prisoner exchange, if you guys remember that, a couple days ago, 2 days ago, 3 days ago, something like that.
115 each.
115, yeah. And the trade was for conscripts of National Guard troops, Rosgvardia personnel, which is, that just directly translates to Russian Guard, equivalent to American National Guard troops. They're not necessarily even national troops; they are regional personnel. So I wouldn't say they were stopped. You guys might disagree. I wouldn't say they were stopped, but they were most definitely provided, interestingly, more resistance than what we've been seeing happening from Ukrainian National Guard personnel. Oh, well, then again, National Guard personnel in Ukraine are being used for different reasons. That's not a proper comparison. But I wanted Lembo to finish up his point as well.
Yeah,
maybe can we try to keep our points to maybe like a minute or two, because we don't go off for like 20 minutes or something.
In a half hour, I need to film some a live stream for fireworks here just outside my door, so I'm going to leave in a few minutes. But no, your way of thinking, like film the gap, is the most logical way that they need to do. But once they capture Petrovsk, Ukraine is going to be in a very big problem, and the problem is, like you say, these highways, because Petrovsk is already used as like a central space where they can distributing everything to the other front lines in the region. So if they're losing that one, they need to find another city and they're going to lose a lot of time. They're going to be exposed much more when they try to drive somewhere to the front lines. Petrovsk, I think, if I am a Ukrainian, I'm going to defend that city very hard. The problem is that the line is now at 11 kilometers, something like that, 11, 14 kilometers of Petrovsk city. So they're already in range of the FABs. So what I am thinking, we're not going to see Nadievka, Bakhmut situation. They're going to fab the shit out of that city, and it's not going to take a long time. And I think that the Ukrainians are going to be forced to retreat and go to find another big city to put their new defense lines. And I think there's something we're going to see every month, more and more and more, that the big cities where a lot of people are going to think that they are going to be very hard defended positions, that they are not going to be defended for a long time, just because Ukraine doesn't have the resources, manpower anymore and I think we can blame it to Kursk. That's it.
Do you have a quick little, before we move on to the next person, do you have a quick little prediction how long it'll be until Pokrovsk falls? By the end of the year, not by the end of the year, something like that.
How long did they do for New York? And the city is bigger. I think if they're going to fab it with 3,000 or 1,500, it's not going to take very long. I think before the end of the summer, they're going to reach the city. They can take the city beginning of the fall. Fall is fall a good term. Yeah. So end of September is maybe end of September. I think
we'll see. I'll talk with you.
I think they're going to run away very fast.
Okay.
If they fab, the fabs are going to be the game changer in that city. Definitely.
You guys want to go clockwise or counterclockwise? Like Toby, you can go next or something.
Yeah. Okay. Is my mic on? Cool. Yeah, listen, I think that the question about where we're at the end of the year, we have to kind of look at the Russian strategy. Throughout the past year and a half, they're keeping their lines short. So I don't foresee any major advance, because that would be a major change in strategy. The other thing is we don't know how many Ukrainian troops are being trained out of country to do the kind of Kursk operations that will cost Russia economically, which seems to be the point of that. So to try and change public opinion in Russia. But I think the Russian strategy is to keep that conflict contained on its borders, so they've got very short supply lines, and also to surgically strike at elements of the AUF. That seems to be their go, rather than, you know, bombing whole cities. I don't think they're going to change that strategy, so I hesitate to think there's going to be any massive advances on the front lines. I don't see how that works. The other thing is, I think that Russia is playing a longer game and a broader geostrategic game. I think Russia would rather start another front somewhere else, either in the Middle East or in Southeast Asia or in Central America, and use its economic and military power to fight another proxy engagement somewhere else. I think that would be a very effective way of countering Western power and economic power.
Do you think that's within 1 year or more than a year?
I don't know how fast those things work. It depends how effective the Russians are, and it depends how much help they've got with China, because China may or may not want to see the kind of economic disruption to global supply chains that Russia does, because Russia has clear enemies there, but a lot of those are Chinese suppliers and Chinese business partners. So how much China wants to see global trade suffer so that Russia wins is a kind of interesting question, and there's probably as many different opinions as there are Chinese dealing with it. But because, you know, that's the problem for China, right? China don't want to see Russia get crushed, but at the same time they don't want to harm global trade. So I think that, like, the evolution of a proxy war somewhere, most likely the Middle East, but possibly South America, I think that's on the cards before we see a complete collapse of Ukraine, just because I think that suits the Russian strategy better. But anyway, that's enough from me.
I'm on the same boat as you. Vaughn?
I think they'll take Provosk in the next 2 or 3 weeks, probably, or at least get up on it and around it. And then they'll continue just to fill in the south. I mean, I think they're just going to kind of go past Volodar and just squish it, you know, from the north, just work east, you know, west and north, and eventually they'll be so far past it north that it won't matter, and they'll probably leave, or they'll be cut off, and the Russians just grind them down until they can move in there. But and then you know, I don't know when Chavashar is going to go, because that seems like it's worth holding for the terrain. But I mean, by the end of the year, I kind of feel like, I mean, I don't know what all is going to happen, but I kind of feel like, you know, Pavlovsk will be gone. Probably Dnepr will be gone, or at least the Russians will be there. I mean, I kind of feel like Zaporizhia will be gone. Like that whole southern section will probably be gone, because there's really nothing left there to stop them. And then, you know, the Russians are going to chew up another, I don't know, however many Ukrainians they send up in Kursk. You know, send another 40,000. That'll be great for the guys down south. And then really the Russians are in a position now where they should probably go ahead and open up another front to draw more Ukrainians in. And then that just works the south. I mean, the south's where you know, it's hard fighting, but it's the easy ground right now. So you might as well just keep going there. But I would think in the next couple of weeks they should be there. I think it's about 9 kilometers now from Pavlovsk, from the actual farthest point. So, and I mean, if they get lucky and something happens around Chavashar and it goes down, then that's, you know, game on. But I mean, really just depends on how much troops get pulled up the Kursk, and if they can suck them into another counteroffensive somewhere, which they should probably do now, and just make it easier. Because, you know, they already stripped out a bunch of units down south to go up to Kursk. So start something else somewhere, you know, maybe around Seversk, go heavier there or somewhere, Kremenaya, and maybe they'll send more troops from down south, and it'll just get easier. But I just feel like that whole southern Pavlovsk, Donetsk, Avdiivka sectors all red by the end of the year.
All right. Ready?
What?
Oh, was Mehdi?
I'm sorry, I just came up. What was the question? I'm sorry.
We're kind of going around. I kind of pivoted the conversation to Ukraine and Pokrovsk.
Oh,
I don't know how closely you've been following with the developments of the Russian advance towards the city of Pokrovsk in the Donbass.
Yeah.
I brought up a couple questions. One, how long do you think until the city falls? Two, what do you think the Russian move after the city is taken is going to be? Do you think they're going to move south to fill in that gap in their line? Or do you think they're going to try to continue pushing forward somewhere else? And last one, what do you think the conflict will look like by year's end, by this year's end? So, those three questions.
Whether it falls or not, I mean, it's going to fall eventually. I think that we're at the point where in certain places, the Russians are basically can push faster than the Ukrainians can retreat from them. And I think we might be getting close to that point. And if that's the case, they're in a really big problem because there's nothing behind them. And if you look at where the pincer's going, if it would just swing left or right, or if another pincer develops, I don't know. The one thing that I from reading about things, it's kind of funny because Russians have a very, even more of a logistical advantage than Ukrainians, because the Ukrainians have, limited logistical resources. They're focused towards Kursk. Should the Russians open up someplace else, logistically, the AFU is not really going to be able to respond to it. I mean, they're just getting spread too thin, and it has me wondering: is this going to be the time that Russia maybe does punch through in a couple places and wrap around? Because now you have the army at the front instead of some of it's in the rear, some of it's the front. Because right now, pretty much all the combat capability that the Ukraine has is at the front right now. So instead of chasing it all around Western Ukraine, the idea may be to get behind them and provide a backstop so they cannot get past them. And I think they're going to do that in some key areas. I can't predict it. I don't know what they're seeing on the ground. That's a hard thing. I just know what, from what Wyatt's reporting, really. And as for the conflict, I've been saying it's going to be end of the year for the last 3 years. So I would have to say, I mean, how long can they,
man?
But hey, I've been wrong. Fuck, I'm not an expert. You know what I mean? I don't know what Russian MOD knows. That's the whole problem. But I would think that if the Ukraine is not going to get as much help as it was in equipment and men, there's just no way it can continue to keep the Russians back. It's just the weight of the Russian force is just going to collapse upon it until it becomes this sucking vortex of retreating men that they can't stop, because who wants to be the last to die? Nobody does. And I think in some places we're either at that point or getting close, but I've said that before too. So you just don't know. It's just war is an unpredictable thing, and trying to put it on a timeline is kind of not fair to the Russians or us, really, because we don't know. Have the Russians already prepared? This is the one point I was trying to make, was that the Russians have advantage because they can go and logistically shift to one place, build it up, make the attack there, and then turn it, and then use that logistics to go to another place to start another operation going, where the AFU has to respond to multiple places, where the Russians just have to focus their logistics primarily in one spot. That gets activated, they shift it to the next spot. They did this in World War II. This is the reason why I'm bringing it up. Because it stressed the Germans to no end, because they couldn't keep up with the constant shift of the Russians opening up here. And then, 3 weeks later, all of a sudden there's another place that has opened up. And for the Russians, it wasn't logistically any problem, because all they did was shift themselves. They knew it was coming. They were the ones doing it. So I just think there's too much weight right now for the conflict to go beyond the end of the year. I can't see. Do you think the AFU and all those troops, basically they're getting captured off the street. They're going to spend another winter in those trenches getting shelled to shit? I don't think they will. I just don't think. I think the propaganda is wearing off and people are starting to see what a shit show it is.
All right. Thanks. Wyatt, the man, the myth, the legend himself. You got to give us the breakdown.
I should let Nunya or Shadow V go first because
Fine.
they raised their fingers.
Fine. You guys got to fight for it though.
Come
Oh
on,
no,
let's
yeah, you could go first.
What, the Canadian and the Frenchman going at it? Come on. Go ahead, Shadowy.
Thank you. I have a different idea about this situation. I think if the Ukrainians think this city is critical for them, they are going to fight for it. Basically, they are going to need to send reinforcement, a lot of them. And where this reinforcement is going to come from? It's going to come from other places in the front line. So the advance of Russia, if the Ukrainians think it's critical, is not going to be in this direction. It's going to be in the direction where there is a gap in the front line because Ukrainian army has sent reinforcement from this place to the city. Basically, this city is going to be something like Kharkov. Ukrainian has to defend the city, and they have to send a lot of men there, a lot of weapon, artillery, and so on. Of course, they are going to be destroyed on the way there because Russians are smart like that. But the main point is that they are going to leave gap in other places on the front line. So the advance is not going to be in this direction, but everywhere where the reinforcement came from. And that's only going to happen if Ukrainians think this city is critical. If they don't care about this city, or don't care a lot about this city, they are not going to move the reinforcement. So the city is going to fall in a few weeks, yes. But if it's critical, it's not going to fall. It's going to be a trap. So, Nunya, your turn.
Okay.
Can I make one point about the cities, though? Sure. I just want to point out in history, it didn't work out for Hitler. The fortress city idea, all it does is it gets your forces surrounded and dead eventually. You know, but,
yes, but they're not going to surround it. They're not going to try that because it would cost the Russian army too much troops and too much supply to take the city. If the Ukrainians decide to really defend it and to send a lot of reinforcement, the cost is going too expensive for the Russian army to take it. They are going to bomb it, like Mr. Lobo said, but they are not going to send infantry to fight urban warfare against a lot of Ukrainian army. No, they are going to attack where the reinforcement to Pokrovsk come from, because it's going to be empty at this place.
Just very fast,
I just wanted to make a couple of...
Alan and Shadowy, just watch the main launch. I just linked bombings of thermobarics and Toresk. You know they're already there, the Russians. Just to show. Just check the main launch on Telegram if you want to.
Yeah, I just want to make a couple of points.
That's not Pokrovsk. That's Toresk.
Yeah, it's Toresk, but it's...
Come on,
man.
Yeah, I just want to make a couple of points. First of all, where does Russia go next? I think really depends on where Russia wants to go next. I think that...
that's a cop-out.
No, let me finish. I think that we all agree that they pretty much have control of the battlefield at this point. So about a month and a half ago, 6 weeks ago, whenever it was, Putin made a peace offer, and I think it was a genuine peace offer, that
I think it was the last one.
Yeah, give us these 4 oblasts and declare neutrality, and we can have peace. And I believe he was, genuine in that. Now the question is he still genuine about that, or has the calculus changed now that they've invaded Russia? Only Putin and his top generals probably know that. So that's the first point.
Well,
second point I'd like to make is around. Well, let me finish, and then you interject how you like. Yeah.
Well, the MOD.
Second point I wanted to make was around. We need to consider also around the U.S. economy and the U.S. election. Like for us, we think this is a big deal, but for the American government, I mean, what goes on in Ukraine is way down the priority list at this point. Like just last week, the Department of Labor came out with a revision of 818 jobs downwards. That was like a miss of 25% on their labor statistics and their job growth. So we're in a period of stagflation right now, and the Fed doesn't have a whole lot of tools left in their toolbox. You're going to start to see a lot more discussion around recession happening in the US, and it's going to come quick. They're just going to try to hold out until November in the election. But once that election's over, they're going to have to pivot to the economy and domestic issues. All this foreign misadventures, I think we're out of that game now. I think that you're not going to see any military conflicts. And I said this a long time, but you're not going to see any military conflict in Asia. You're going to see a wrap up to the Ukraine war for sure. And the Middle East, who knows? It's a crapshoot over there. But I think that we need to, factor in those two things. Number one, the new intentions, assuming they are new, of Russia. And also, this just isn't a priority for anyone in the West anymore. So, sorry, go ahead, guys.
So,
yeah, I mean, that name may not matter what the people feel, or the government or the deep state, that in the U.S., one of our main areas of power is the weapons industry. So even if the U.S. economy starts to suffer or the population turns against the deep state, it may not change what the government continues to do. I mean, that'll be yet to be seen.
Well, it depends.
Oh, I was just going to say, I mean, you got to figure too, in those areas, there's like Pavrovsk, there's already been just rumors that they're discussing stuff with the city people there to surrender the city at some point and avoid a big conflict. And that'll probably depend on if how close the Russians get in the next couple weeks and how many Ukrainians are left. I mean, I don't really think the Ukrainians are going to try to hold up there because, I mean, you'll just get fabbed. They can't evacuate everybody. And, I mean, the quality of the troops down there is probably not all that great. So, I mean, I don't really think they might have to bomb some of these cities. I think some of these cities will just give up because there's no reason to fight. And, I mean, honestly, in that particular sector of the front, I really don't think there's a whole lot of troops left out there. I think a lot of the reasons the Russians aren't advancing is because they don't know nobody's there until they figure out they're not there. But that's why I think some days are small gains and other days it's big because, they realize there's nobody there, or the three guys there protecting that settlement are dead or ran away. But I think it's pretty scattered, and I think that's why you're going to see a lot of pickup. And, I just don't think there's any quality troops left down there to really stop anything. And the Russians will probably be able to get a lot of those settlements and cities pretty quick. And I don't think they'll have to destroy a lot of them. Wyatt made the point a couple weeks ago about some of the settlements they were capturing with not really any damage at all. And that was when there was more troops available than there are now. That was before the Kursk offensive. So you can imagine that problem's gotten even worse. A tank here, a couple guys there ain't going to do shit, especially once they figure out where they're at and they can suppress them and move past them.
I don't know what you guys think about Wyatt's reporting, but in the last couple of months, there's just been steady Russian advances across the line. I mean, I'm interested to know what Wyatt thinks, but it really does look like the Ukrainians are a spent force, way more than at any other time during the reporting of the war. Wyatt, would you agree with that? Do you think that we're seeing more widespread retreats and surrendering of ground than we have before?
They're definitely losing more grounds faster and faster compared to, let's say half a year ago. And the capability to fight back seems to also reduce. I think it has a lot to do with the Russians' improvement in terms of the warfare capabilities, the weapons that they can bring in. Like they now can conduct airstrikes so close to the front line to where the Russian troops are, and then can cooperate. And then once you see the thermobaric missiles come, you know that they're going to come to start assaulting, because previously they just fire for the sake of firing, just to kill people. But now it seems like they do TOS, then the next thing you expect is maybe the Russian troops will push in. I'm not sure. But because I didn't answer Alan's question, generally it still depends on what is the Russians' main plan, what they really want to do. Because like if my assumption is that they just want to stretch the Ukrainian logistic as much as possible, which means that any strategic move that helps the Ukrainians reduce their logistic lines, they will not do it. So that's why we see a lot of very weird move from the Russians. Like, it don't make sense. A lot of people keep thinking about the Russians attacking Chasiv. I keep saying that the Russians have zero reason to take Chasiv because it just helps the Ukrainians to fight better. Because Chasiv is a very complicated terrain to fight in, and there's no reason to take it. If you take it, you reduce the logistics. So no reason to take it. Like Sivas should have fallen long time ago. They never do it. They could have taken back Liman. They didn't go for it. The front line all along to Kupiansk never changed, hardly changed. So which is why, it corroborates my theory that the Russians just want to stretch the Ukrainians, which means that we have to look at the Avdiivka, which is no longer Avdiivka front, the Pokrov front, in the perspective where of how would the Russians shape the battle lines, the front line, in a way that it caused the maximum problems for the Ukrainian logistic. I think that's how I would look at it. Taking Pokrov would absolutely just cause chaos. And after Pokrov, the Russians don't even need to take any more land. They just take Pokrov, defend it like Bakhmut. Oh my God, Ukrainian logistics is all over the place. Mehdi.
I think that's a great point when we talk about the logistics, because the Russians can't, if they get access to these road hubs that some of these Ukrainian units are defending, they can spread out everywhere. And that's why when it comes to this type of warfare, eventually it does go mobile, and you need to have roads, crossroads, bridges, and bridgeheads to continue forward to keep the pressure on. And both sides need it, because you need logistics on one side to retreat as quickly as possible in an organized manner. And you need also the logistic lines to be able to continue to move forward and spread out from there. Wyatt, I do have to ask, when you talk to Colonel Davis and things like that, are we finding that, or do you find that the part of the problem is that the AFU is having a hard time communicating and coordinating actions together, where if you got people, we got to kind of think about this. If you have an entire unit that just decides to not hold this position and walk away, you have a huge gap between lines. And if that's not communicated immediately, God knows what could be taken, the Russians could take advantage of it at any time. And I'm wondering when you talk to Colonel Davis and stuff, do they see that the problem with command and communication is starting to really come into play? Because it seems like anytime they get them together, they bomb the shit out of them.
I personally don't think the Ukrainians have that sort of problem. But if you look at the Kursk offensive, it's very, very well coordinated. They have orders, to do diversions, and they manage to really do it. Of course, some of the POWs, the Russian MOD showed the video, the interview of the POWs, say that no, they're only being sent to go in the direction, and then they lost contact. It's hard to say, because they are POWs ultimately, but I feel like they have the ability to command and control. It's just that in the Pokrov, New York regions, the Avdiivka regions, they just can't hold the line. They're just overpowered by the Russians, and the men just don't want to die. No, they just retreat because they know that it cannot be held. I think it's simply like this. I don't think it's a communication problem. It's more like they asked for reinforcement, asked for fire support. It never came, and then they got pissed off. They leave because you don't want to die there. And then the Kursk, they'll get all the best goodies. They have the Challenger tanks and everything, But yeah, that's another shit show altogether. I think who is next? I have no idea. Lambo.
I think it's Mr. Lambo.
No, I think it was Gabriel than me. Gabriel had his finger up.
Fuck you.
No, Gabriel's been fucking waiting.
Volmos took that Yemen.
You're a hero. Hey guys, good to see you all.
Hi, Jesus.
Well, Wyatt, your point of like the communications. Communications is a very expensive system, especially when you have EW everywhere. And so, if they're giving such a high priority to the Kursk front, both in very well prepared units and equipment, it would stand to reason that there's also an issue with communication there. You know, like they gave the best communication systems to Kursk, and because I've heard like reports of units from the southern Donetsk area complaining of poor communication and poor coordination between the brigades. So there's probably also a priority issue there. Like if you're not giving priority to a certain area, the communications are also going to be not very good.
Or maybe just the HQ got fapped.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. They don't want to, you know, they might turn off the radio because they don't want to hear you crying, I need air support. God, please, they're overrun. Fuck, turn that shit off. He ain't getting nothing.
No, another thing is the command centers could be targets of airstrikes. That's the problem. The commanders are dead. So the local commanders are dead. So they think that the communication is bad. Then but actually the communicate the signaler has already died. So you know it could be another thing altogether.
Yeah, and also they've been hammering around the Kursk area pretty heavily with in the rear, like in the command centers. So, like in the Sumy area. And so, like if you want to keep up communications, you have to be reestablishing, redeploying communication systems throughout all that area constantly if you want to keep the communications open. I think that's also probably an issue. You probably have
What are
to.
they going to communicate anyway? Run around Russia till you get shot. The whole Kursk offensive is such nonsense. It's not like it's going to win a war, is it?
Hey, just real quick, I wanted to say on the Pavros thing. You know, I mean, if you look at the advance towards that, you can see it's a big fat pincer, and you can see how the Russians are adding girth to the, you know, to the sides. So that's going to be, you know, imagine once they get into Pavros, secure that, that's going to be a massive fist with a thick forearm going all the way up into that area, like Wyatt said, you know, like a big fist up into the anus of southern Ukraine.
Dry. Very
dry.
Elbow
lubricated
deep
with the blood of Azov going in to the anus of Ukraine. But I mean, think about it. Here's kind of what I picture. You know, this would be the fist going into, you know, Pavros, and then you've got the Zaporizhzhia front down here. I just kind of figure over time it's just going to go like that, and they really won't go down there. Because as they go past the north, it's just going to kind of fill in. Volodar is probably going to get taken out without a big fight, I would think. They'll just get surrounded and have to leave. But, yeah, I mean, you just look at that pincer in particular. I mean, once they get into that city and take that supply route, I mean, they can go in all directions, and there's really what's going to be there to save them.
Yeah, one more thing that I wanted to say is that, like, a point that Wyatt's been making pretty often is that you don't need to actually take the city, the strategic logistical center to ruin it. Just by getting close is enough. And that's something that's happening right now. Like two of the main roads that come out of Pokrovsk are practically cut. Like the one that goes through the south is practically cut, you know, and the one that goes to the north is also like a fire range.
Put the map on, Wyatt, please.
It's under fire control. So yeah, you can
Put the
take
map,
over
please.
those roads.
Please.
What?
I asked Wyatt to put the map on the
I'm
screen.
leaving for a while. I'm just going to say it will end up like Zelensky speaking like that, so deep in the ass. That's it. Yeah, like that, Vaughn. See you in a few and a half hours, something like that. I come back.
All right. No, because I pull out the map later, it's going to be like no, it's okay. No, because Maddie also want to talk. No.
No, yeah, but that's what I want to say. That the logistic lines off Pokrovsk are already compromised pretty badly, And sure, like if the Russians can take them, that's going to facilitate their situation in all of southern Donetsk and in all of Donetsk. But yeah, like White makes a really good point about not wanting to shorten the logistics of Ukraine. So that makes up a good question onto like how far do they really want to advance? Maybe they don't even want to take Pokrovsk. Maybe they just want to besiege it, take southern Donetsk, which is already on the process of falling, and let them like create another fortress city. They love those, you know, the fortress cities, which are a magnet for manpower and resources to get obliterated by TOS and FAB.
Yeah, when the war is going to end through diplomacy, not through military, and the current situation is unlikely, unless NATO gets defeated or attrition, will so Russia probably is looking that they're going to have prolonged conflict, probably over 10 years, and buffer zone strategy, and maybe long-term attrition. NATO gets weakened, the U.S. gets weakened, and so I would put it the diplomacy more than the military on the Russian end, and they're probably recognizing that it's going to be a border with conflict, occupation, probably for at least a decade, and anything they do taking more land may not be useful to that strategy, because your diplomacy will end the war, and there doesn't look to be in the near future any diplomatic solution.
I totally disagree with this, and for so many reasons. It's because Putin said it himself. They will not stop until their operational goals are met. That is the destruction of the Nazi forces and also the ability for Ukraine to be able to be a threat ever again. And I don't know what we think that Ukraine can negotiate with. Russia controls the entire situation. It's whether they push or not is what we're talking about. And how much they can get, who knows? But the thing is I just don't get it. Why do you think that the Russians would negotiate, or why would this last 10 years?
Because it's going to be a disputed border. I mean, it's not necessarily Ukraine. It's going to be with NATO in the larger world community, and it's going to be disputed territory. It's unlikely they're going to reach some sort of like final border that there's going to be peace. So there's going to be huge areas of the territory that's disputed, and there'll likely be some form of violence, militarism going on for a decade in this disputed territory.
Do you think that NATO is going to commit troops to this? The U.S. Air Force, the German, all the NATO's forces, they're going to commit it to being able to do this? Because you got to have force to be able to make demands. If you don't have the force, you're not making demands, period.
Yeah,
and I don't see the American public wanting us to have.
That there's going to be a final resolution that doesn't include some sort of disputed territory, and that there's not going to be some form of militarism over the disputed territory, like Russia and the U.S. were both in Afghanistan.
Yeah, but
for like 50 years.
If you're talking a little stagnant border, it could be a big thing. It's the thing you're making it out. It could be just this little stagnant thing that happens in little pockets. We don't know. That's conjecture. But what I do know throughout history is that if you don't have the force, you don't make demands. Period. It just doesn't work. And it comes down to simple math. And I don't understand, because now the Ukrainians have attacked into Russia, that they would even consider negotiating at this point ever again. They can't trust the United States. They can't trust anybody they negotiate with. They already proved that in Minsk 1 and Minsk 2.
Yeah, that was my point. Wars are ended through diplomacy, not through military action. And at this point, Russia is almost certain it's going to be disputed territory. They're probably going to go for some sort of buffer zone, some sort of negotiation that gives.
David, some wars are actually resolved through force. It's actually kind of one of the ideas of war. Is that you use force instead of diplomacy.
I kind of feel like whatever buffer zone they set up will be like, Iron Curtain 2.0. I mean, we've discussed this a lot about insurgencies and shit in, occupied Russian territories, or, you know, the Donbass and stuff. And I mean, yeah, it's possible, but like we were saying before, I mean, you get 5 guys together in a room to go be anti-Russian partisans. How do you know one of those guys isn't an FSB guy or a former Russian citizen who's loyal to Russia? Or, I mean, that's the whole point. I mean, there'll always be problems, but I don't think the Russians are going to be timid or allow that to go unattended for very long.
It's going to be permanent border skirmishes, because there's not going to be some sort of agreement.
Well, look at North Korea. I mean, we've been doing that shit for 50 years, and that's fine with everybody.
If NATO doesn't accept the agreement, they're going to constantly have incentive to arm anyone who's willing to fight, at least on the border. And it seems almost
well, how many of them are left?
Yeah, but the problem is NATO's not in a position to continue the war like that, whereas Russia's got massive reserves, massive buildup. So, you know, either you make a deal and stick to the deal, or Russia enforces the deal through military force that you can't respond to. I mean, the whole point of this war is to weaken NATO, take out NATO's ability to project force against Russia, and it's probably going to work out for them.
I mean, we've discussed.
Just look at Georgia, man. Just look at Georgia.
Willing to fight, and all they have to do is.
It doesn't matter whether they want to fight or not.
Weapons.
If you just look at Georgia's situation, Georgia got crushed in the Georgian-Russian war. Then two provinces got essentially become a gray zone or half annexed territory. There is no fighting over there.
Because they don't have
the Georgians hate the Russians, but there's nothing they can do about it.
They don't have a powerful neighbor to arm them.
Yeah, and
I mean, Ukraine will continuously have a powerful neighbor to arm them.
No, they won't.
Yeah, but
there's no money left.
We can't send them anymore.
Soldiers short at the moment just from holding the line. If you have a look at the amount of men that Russia have poured into the special military operation over the last 12 months, Ukraine needs 300,000 men. Now, I don't know how many they've got being trained. White might have a better idea, but, you know, I don't think that's sort of information that's freely available. But that's a lot of men. And so NATO certainly aren't putting together a force that size, 250,000 strong, and all of the logistics that go along with it. So unless somebody rocks up with 250,000 soldiers, Russia is going to keep advancing.
They're going to pivot from conventional warfare to guerrilla warfare to terrorism. And
how are they going to pivot?
There won't be enough funding to supply.
You can't just do that.
There'll be enough.
You can't just pivot to guerrilla warfare.
Let's take turns.
Yeah, David, I'd say that we've been there before, and we see examples like Chechnya or Georgia and how those conflicts got resolved. And there's not a massive terroristic problem coming from those places right now towards Russia. I mean, there might be cases, but it's not like a massive problem. And one more thing that I'd like to add to that is that I think it's probably useful to understand what Russians are doing and what they're going to do by looking at the diplomatic situation with their allies, which is like the global South or the global majority, how they call them. You know, and there's a huge saving face effort being done there on like not being extremely aggressive, not being extremely destructive, you know. And I think that the same like strategy, I think most of the constraints for the advance of the Russian army like towards Ukraine is to save face to the rest of the world, so that they end up looking as a legitimate action, you know. And I think that something very similar can also happen towards Ukraine. Like, just let the situation deteriorate to such a level that Ukrainians get to, you know, like be thankful for Russian occupation. You know, just wait till the situation collapses socially and economically there, till the point where Ukrainians are going to be like welcoming them because they're saving them from this despotic nightmare that they're in. And that might happen. It would be great to have Bigadi here to ask him about that, but I'm pretty sure I know what he'd respond. But there's gonna come a point, well, where and every time like the Ukrainians go on some adventure like the Kursk thing or attacking a nuclear power plant or whatever, they just legitimize Russia in the world stage. You know, like they take the pressure off Putin of like being the bully, and he can like then explain to his allies, oh, look, guys, look what they're doing. Look what NATO and USA and Britain are doing to us. So everything we're doing is legit because look what they want for us. Look what they're trying to do to us. And every time the Ukrainians go on some of those adventures, it's a favor they're doing to Russia. And every time the government doubles down and cracks down on its own population and mobilizes more men, it's also a favor it's doing to Russia because it's whitewashing the Russian future occupation as a good thing.
Yeah, I just wanted to throw in a point about Russia, and like we talk about, you know, setting negotiations and stuff. I think obviously Russia's going to negotiate their terms, and that they'll be happy with. I agree with Gabriel. The West will try to save face in some way, but ultimately we also can't forget, and this goes back to my prior comment about the economy. I think the Europeans will be all too happy to get this over with and start to try and normalize relations with Russia. And Germany will be at the front of that line because Germany's just getting devastated right now, their industry. And, you know, if Germany goes, so does all of Europe. So I think that there's a lot of realization in Europe that they chose wrong. They took their shot. They tried to sanction them to death and all this other stuff. None of it worked. And forget about what Schultz and those guys say. They're not long for this world. I think there's a lot of politicians and there's a lot of industry leaders in Europe, particularly Germany, who want to get this done and dusted.
So you're rejecting that it's going to, at the end, be a disputed border? You think there's going to eventually become an agreed upon border that it's not going to be?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
If you want to speak, raise your finger.
I think absolutely Russia's going to dictate the terms, and the West will have no choice but to agree to it. They'll try to save face with, and Russia will probably placate them in some ways to help them save face. But, you know, whatever terms are agreed to will be Russia's terms.
Shadowy.
Yes, I wanted to say three things. First, I agree that Russia is going to ask whatever they want, and what they are going to want is not three things. First, Odessa, to destroy definitively Ukraine, and second, Kharkiv, because they try to invade Russia from Kharkiv, and now they are going to add Sumy, because they try to invade Russia from Sumy. I think that's going to be on the list of the peace negotiation, and they're going to have it because, like we said earlier, this war is costing a lot of the NATO country. Because we have to understand that it's not only the jeers and the cash we give to Ukraine. It's obviously about everything that is ready to protect NATO against Russia. We have maybe 100, 200 airplanes with high level of alert at the border. 100,000, 200,000, maybe 300,000 if we count the Polish army at high level of alert too. And that costs a lot of money to maintain so many troops, so many airplanes at such a high level of readiness. The cost is very expensive for NATO. Okay? And there is a little issue with that. For my third point, is that with such a cost for NATO, it's impossible for the Western country to open a second front somewhere else. And if the war continues, it's a guarantee for peace, basically for the rest of the world. I don't think USA is going to make something stupid in Asia until the war in Ukraine ends. So the war in Ukraine protects basically Asia from USA chaos. And I say Asia, but it could be Middle
think about it.
Asia, Middle East, or it could be Africa or any other country.
Like you're saying, I mean, we talked about that before too. The longer it goes on, you know, the safer China is in Taiwan, and you know, because they can't really. And then, like you're saying now, you know, it drains away from screwing around in Africa, or maybe the Middle East is, you know, obviously they're still trying to do stuff in the Middle East, but that's
Do you think
Technically,
USA
those
can
aircraft
start
are close
something in
enough.
Iran with the Ukrainians war going on? No,
Yeah.
it's not going to happen.
No, I'm
Because
just
they need
saying,
the
though, I mean,
AWACS, they need the air tankers, they need the NATO aircraft, they need a lot of things that are near Ukraine today.
Yep.
So basically, the war in Ukraine protect a lot of other countries, and they know that. And the more
maybe
they
that's why
have,
China and
the-
North
this
Korea
war
were
left,
giving
the
them so
less
much
efficient
ammo.
is going to be NATO for the next war, because there is going to be a next war. There is always a next war. So
I guess you could say like North Korea and China are looking for a return on the investment, and that is time. And Iran too, to a lesser
everybody's
extent.
going to wait for the thing to basically for a longer time. They don't care. The South, global South, basically, I think is mostly happy to see NATO in such a situation, and it's the same thing for China, Russia, India, and so on. All of these countries, except maybe Russia, I'm not sure about the economic situation, but I'm sure that China and India make a lot of money in this war.
Well, think
So,
about it too.
what do
Yemen's
they
helping
do?
out a lot by just tying up a lot of Navy assets. Go ahead, Mehdi.
Well-
Sorry.
Well, no. Actually, you led right into what I was going to say. Tying up Navy assets, to be able to project power, you got to be able to get your gear over there. The United States Navy yesterday or today announced that it retired 17 ships because it doesn't have the crew to man them.
Yeah.
Okay, folks, this is the reality of, because people keep on talking of NATO like it's this great force. It is not as big as people think. And that's
The
the
main strain
problem
of
is it's
NATO
very
is the airplane.
Let me finish. It's very segmented. It has to be gathered from point A, B, C, D, E, and F to get over to G. And I don't know how they're going to be able to do it, because if NATO decided to do that, well, Russia would detect that, China would detect that. Why would they let it make it across the sea to have to fight with their men when they can just sink it right in the sea and just call it a day? We got to think bigger when it comes to these things, because just the last point is, I wanted to ask this question to the panel, actually, is that we're waiting for Iran to respond. What are the chances that Iran is waiting for Russia to make a response to Kursk and tying it in together? Therefore, not only is the United or NATO stressed in Ukraine, now you have stress on the United States Navy and other things going on in another country, which even adds more to it. Because maybe we got to start thinking that this battle with Ukraine isn't just Ukraine. Could you please stop that, whatever the hell that is? Anyway, all right.
So, Tired Rope, you need to mute your mic if you're not talking. Yep. I'll mute you.
Yeah, but either way.
No, I think it's to be done.
Eventually, there's going to have to be a negotiated settlement, even if NATO is weak. If they don't accept the settled border, they have, basically just game theory, mutually assured destruction. Like, God forbid, if Ukraine can no longer fight, NATO, the U.S. has methods of escalation of, artillery, bombing, nuclear weapons, aircrafts to show that they don't accept this border. And the likelihood
Russia has those too. Russia will just kill them too.
Nobody's going to make
that's why I
war for
say it's going
Ukraine,
to be a
please.
continually disputed border.
But that's the point. Russia will kill everybody until they accept whatever Russia's terms are. That's the deal.
Up to a
That's
certain
what war is.
And nobody in America is going to green light a nuke on Russia and risk an American city for any country in Europe. Guaranteed. Maybe England would get protection.
It's just a mutual assured destruction game theory, like between Israel, Hezbollah, and Iran. Like, obviously, the U.S. NATO has weapons that could very easily kill hundreds of thousands of people, just as Russia. And so it's just a game theory about this disputed border. Neither side is going to be able to win this militarily. It's going to have to be diplomacy. There's no diplomatic path forward. So you're going to have a continually disputed border. You look like,
So basically, let me ask this question.
David. You forget the unconditional surrendering.
So what
go under the
basically
assumption
is
people
going to
care
be
about
that
Ukraine. Nobody
and that's
cares
what I'm
about
getting at. So basically you're going to have the United States at a perpetual nuclear threat at DEFCON 5 over Ukraine border. I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, I mean, it may not be DEFCON 5, but it'd be DEFCON 3 probably for a decade.
Nah.
I can't. Why would Russia agree to let that exist at all? Why would they allow that?
Because it's a disputed border. That
right. You're saying we're disputing it, but with what are we disputing it? So if we only have nuclear weapons to use and we don't have conventional force, that kind of puts us in a trap, because unless we're willing to use them, we're fucked.
We have a lot more than just nuclear weapons, but like eventually get to that.
What? That's the thing.
I just got a quick point. Okay, this great American military that everybody thinks exists doesn't exist. Okay, the last time that great military was around was Desert Storm. That's when you had the fucking force. That was when you had the military force, the production capability, the ammunition production, all that kind of shit, to where you'd give Russia and China a run for their money. Yeah, every year since Desert Storm ended, the United States military has been reduced in size. And the United States' adventures around the world have been funded and supplied with the Cold War stockpiles. And those stockpiles have run out, and now they're trying to play catch up. And they're years behind catching up to anything near what the Russians, the Chinese, probably even what the North Koreans are putting out as far as munitions per month. And that's only going to change if you get the right political climate, the right people in place, and they come up with a plan and they stick to the plan for more than 4 years or one administration or two administrations. I mean, they're really not going to be in a position to threaten a country like Russia. I mean, it's been stated based on their current buildup. You know, people are estimating, so nothing's 100% set in stone. And they use the term by the end of 2025 on the continent of Europe, the Russian land forces will be monolithic, which means they will have massive amounts of men, artillery, tanks, helicopters, aircraft, and all the munitions they need to support it. Whereas everybody on the western side of Europe been talking a good game, but the production's not going to be there. The army's not going to be there. So the idea that they can threaten Russia, I mean, I guess they can with words, but on paper they can't. And the Russians know it, and the military commanders know it, and the politicians know it. But guys like Lindsey Graham will still talk shit, but don't believe them, dude.
It's probably going to end up like Israel and Hezbollah, where you're going to have a border with artillery facing each other, and it's going to be disputed just like Israel. And
Ukraine isn't going to be Hezbollah. Russia will just invade the rest of Ukraine and wipe them out. They're not going to be like Israel.
What
Israel?
I want to make a distinction about
decades.
No, okay, David.
Like they were supposed to get Iron Dome, and they could set up a deterrent and basically just okay, you come to this car, we're going to start firing projectiles into your populated centers to deter you from doing it. I mean, you're just saying like Russia's not going to win this. It's going to be disputed. It's going to be a disputed border. I don't even know how you guys could think it's not going to be a disputed border.
Because David, again, nobody cares about Ukraine. That's why it won't be disputed. Nobody cares.
I want to bring up,
and now we're done with them.
I want to bring up a point. I just want to bring up a point about what Vaughn just said. In the 1990s, okay, you guys have all seen this. I've posted it so many times. It's in NATO's own freaking documentation that they expected they would only be able to fight 3 to 5 days before they would have to use a demonstration nuke, which is a tactical nuke. It's right there. I have it on my fucking Twitter site. You can see it. It's always been hanging in the background. Even back then, we knew that we could not beat the Russians in that Warsaw Pact then. Even then, we knew we couldn't do a prolonged war. And we're not going to be able to do a prolonged, even if it's a guerrilla war. It requires supplies that we just ain't fucking got.
Okay, so I want to cut in. The whole, any place that Ukraine get annexed by Russia, then expect what kind of a result then. Just look at Crimea. Crimea has been captured by the Russians for 8 years, 10 years now. Nothing happens. You don't have militants, you don't have artillery firing into Crimea in the past. Before the war started, that 8 years. It wouldn't have. And the thing is that the war is so hot right now. Russia will not allow the Ukrainians to have that kind of a Hezbollah situation, because even if the Ukrainians want it, the Polish will not allow them to have it. The Polish will invade Ukraine to eliminate the militancy. We are not going to see this kind of thing. The Lebanon is weak, that's why there's Hezbollah. Though, and then and the Muslims themselves are trapped by their own narrative about the Palestinian issue. That's why they have a Hezbollah, they have a Hamas issue. So it's a totally different kind of thing. Ukraine, no, I don't. Ukraine by the end of the war, they will be so drained out. They will not have the will to fight.
You mentioned Crimea. What about the Donbass?
I mean, look at the Nazis after World War II. Was there a big fight after that?
Well, you just mentioned the example of Crimea, but what about the Donetsk region that they were firing missiles into for a decade?
Yeah, that was never the
civil war. Yeah, it was never the Russian
border. The Donetsk region,
no, it's not.
border
There is a civil war. There is recognized Ukraine. Even in the Minsk agreement, Russia recognized that as part of Ukraine. That is the entire point of the Minsk agreement. The Russians forced the Ukraine to sign this agreement to allow the Russian culture, the language, and to continue, and allow the autonomy within Donetsk and Luhansk, and then they are still within of Ukraine. They are not part of Russia.
It was a disputed border that had a fight.
There's no border. It's the same country. It's both Ukraine. There is no dispute.
Yeah, they just started shelling the Russian population. It's their own country. It'd be like me bombing New Albany across the river. They're still
in the Minsk agreement, the Russians recognized the entire of Donbass as part of Ukraine. That's the whole point of the Minsk agreement, which is why Putin is so pissed off. That's why it's like we gave you this agreement. We wanted you guys to live peacefully. You forced us into invading Ukraine. That's the whole point of the entire invasion, which is the Western world is not wanting to report. They want to say that Russia is the aggressor, but the thing is, the Russians entered into Ukraine because the Minsk agreement is not followed through, and the whole point of the problem with international agreement is that who is going to enforce the agreements? The United Nations is not going to enforce the agreements. It's only the major powers, and if Minsk agreement one side is signed by the Russians, and the Minsk agreement is not followed by the Ukrainians, the Russians is going to militarily force the agreement, or they're going to tear the agreement, and they solve it with their own solution. There is no gray zone in terms of the Civil War. That is a pure Western propaganda. It was never a Russian thing. The Russian, yes, they have volunteers went in, they have the Wagner went in, but there is a reason for that. They want to make sure that the Russians, the acting Russians, do not get wiped out. They want to make sure that they get food, they get ammunition, they can defend themselves, they can live their life. That is the whole point of the Russian, all these elements that went in. But the Russians are not inside. Do you see that when the Russians went in, they conquer thousands and thousands of kilometers, one shot within the first 3 days? That is real Russian entering the war. The Civil War is just a civil war.
And the point that the people of Donbass, the people of DPR make a lot is that they're super pissed at Russia because they didn't intervene during the Civil War. And they were constantly pushing and begging Russia to intervene, like, come save us like you did with Crimea. Come help us like you did with Crimea. And Russia was, no, you have to resolve it diplomatically. We're going to make an agreement. We're going to make Minsk 1. Okay, it didn't work. We're going to make Minsk 2. And a thing about agreements, diplomatic agreements, those aren't the things that finish the war. Diplomatic agreement is what establishes, like, unless it's a stalemate, then a diplomatic agreement ends a war. But when a side wins, the diplomatic agreement, all it does is to establish in paper what was achieved through military means, which is the submission of the opponent. So the war decides how the war ends, and then people get together. It's like when Germany signed the surrender, the unconditional surrender. That didn't end the war. The war ended because the Wehrmacht and the SS and all was utterly crushed. The Third Reich entirely was crushed, and so then they were forced to sign whatever the other side wanted, and that's what ended the war. The war
and the other thing on top of that, think of how fanatical those people were, and they didn't have any kind of big guerrilla warfare after that.
Yeah, and they tried.
The legend of the werewolves that never happened, and all the other crap.
Yeah, it's not like they didn't try.
Yeah, I mean, God forbid, large parts of Eastern Europe still
Yeah,
has the
you're
wreckage
right.
of World
I mean,
War II.
why would you
They
fight
never
the
even
hand that's
rebuilt
paying
up.
you?
Large parts of Eastern Europe are still in ruins from World War II.
Well, it's kind of funny that we're talking about this because in World War II, the Russians had 75,000 partisans working behind Nazi lines in this area in the Ukraine, and that right when Operation Bagration began, and that was part of the thing. Yeah, you can have a guerrilla war, but you can only sustain it for so long. Somebody's probably going to have to help them out, and that's the reason why their guerrilla war is successful, because the Russian army got to them while they were working in the Nazi rear. It's kind of funny that we're talking about.
The other thing too is if you have NATO real
genocide, because like, oh, what do you do? Like, they don't surrender. They're not fitting in. But not all of them are going to unconditionally surrender and accept our new rule. That's why, like, God forbid, you have the right wing in Israel calling for genocide, and like Ukraine. Okay, like you could go back to the Cold War, to the Eastern Bloc, the Iron Curtain. They say, okay, you lost. There's a price to losing war. Now you got to suffer for the next decades.
No, you are projecting. I don't understand why you're so obsessed with insisting that there will be a problem after peace. The peace is too far away. I don't think the Ukraine war will end within a year.
I brought this up because that was my claim on the Russian strategy. The Russians are purposely, strategically doing what they're doing because they recognize that it's going to be a disputed border. Why isn't Russia conquering more territory? Because they know already with what they have, it's going to be a disputed border. Conquering more territory is just going to cause them more problems.
No, because there's a bigger war than the Ukraine war. The military war is not the main focus of Putin. The main focus is to crush the European economy. Geopolitically, Russia is making moves. They're going to move the financial center, the main weight of the global financial system, to the east, into the BRICS-centric China-Russia-led financial system, and it's putting pressure on all the countries, including like Singapore. We are all in the middle, like we are kind of stuck because we trade more with China, and that is the big move right now. And then economically, they are crushing the Europeans because the Europeans are handicapping themselves because China is too efficient. United States is not actually friendly to the Europeans, and the Europeans are buying very expensive energy to do their trade. Germany has deindustrialized so much to the point where it is a major problem within Germany that they are discussing. So that is the main war. Militarily, Russia sure wins the war. They are just dragging it out on purpose.
Right,
and Ukraine also wants to drag it out because
you're claiming that it's going to be a new unipolar world, but it's going to be Russia, China, or are you saying it's going to be it's going to be a multipolar world, and there's going to be the different axes economically and militarily, and it's going to be the center of this new multipolar world is going to be this disputed border with Russia?
No, I'm saying I always say multipolar war is going to be more wars. It's going to be more wars.
We're no longer
and if it's going to be more wars, that means you have a lot of enemies.
A new stock exchange in Moscow and China, and no one's going to continue using London and New York.
The BRICS countries will trade among themselves. That is what I mean. They don't have to trade with the West.
Yeah,
so
at the West will continue to have their thing going, and it will continue to not recognize Russia's land game.
It doesn't matter. They don't care.
I mean, that's the whole point of doing BRICS. I mean, it's like they'll either trade with themselves, or if you want to trade with them, they'll trade with you. But if you want to be mad because you're friends with Russia, then they'll just trade. I mean, that's the whole point of it. They're just trying to do business, and if you don't want to do business, they'll find another way to get around it.
David, you seem to have this opinion that the rest of the world still cares about what the West thinks. And I just don't think that that's the case anymore. Like, if you read any like trade journals, things like that, every single day you're seeing deals being made by Global South. They're moving away from us. So like, we don't have the leverage we used to have. And like, there's not going to be a disputed border for the simple fact that we don't care enough about Ukraine to dispute it. We used them up, and now we'll move on.
At some level, there's going to be a border that's disputed between the multi-poles.
No, there won't. Not on this one. Not on Ukraine.
How can you have multipolarity without a disputed border?
No, because Russia is a nuclear power.
I keep telling you this. We use them. That was it. They were a tool. Now we're done with the tool. We'll move on.
there's nuclear powers on both sides of the multipolarity. That's what you're saying. You have two economic systems.
Yeah, but who dare to?
Yeah, but no one gives a fuck about Ukraine. I mean, when Trump's gonna wipe his hands with that shit.
Yeah, just like Afghanistan.
Well, Harris will too.
Yeah, nobody gives a shit about Afghanistan. Look, they got tons of weapons. They're flying around doing parades. Nobody cares.
That's why that's the buffer zone. That's why.
It doesn't matter whether the
West is going
West
to be an area where no one cares.
No, buffer zone is how to say. Buffer zone is still countries. They are just like what Ukraine used to be. That's just buffer zone. No. And even
NATO
buffer
doesn't
zones
need a
can
buffer
take
zone
sides.
against Russia?
Like North Korea and South Korea is actually a buffer zone. Depends on how you look at buffer zones. Transnistria is a kind of buffer zone as well. Georgia is actually a buffer zone as well. But the thing is, the key point is you are focusing on recognition. Russia don't give a damn about you recognizing them or not. Because ultimately, when we look at the world, we see, Europe have 50 over countries. But the reality is, Russia is also 50 over or more states combining as one country. It's like United States. You have like so many states combining as one. Europe, all the individual countries are just extra names on the list. They don't represent in reality, in Putin's eyes, these are just another, this is just another, this is a cursed region. Maybe like Lithuania is not even a cursed region. They are also small. They are just like names so that they can get more medals in the Olympics and whatnot. But it's not in reality, Europe as a bloc, there's only a few real powers like Germany, France, UK, and then maybe Poland. The rest is like, it's like a mixed bag of useless places, generally speaking.
Aren't they going to
Russia on this? So Mo, my point is,
Russia's not the only one. Russia, the buffer zone.
Russia don't give a damn about any of these small little countries what they think, and there's nothing that all these countries can do about it. If Russia, just like Russia annexed Crimea, what can the world do about it? They only sanction Russia.
We could kill each other. That's what we could do about it.
Yeah, and one thing about.
Nobody would die for the Ukrainians. You don't think
everyone's going to be scared.
We could move on and talk about points on the battlefield.
Mutually assured destruction. At some point, there's going to be a buffer zone and a disputed border between.
Let the Ukrainian tell you. Let the Ukrainian tell you. Bigari. He has his fingers
hello, everyone. I can summarize this discussion as someone who doesn't know what political realism is, doesn't understand it, and tries to talk about the world in his pink glasses and unicorns are running around. That's what David is talking about. There is no disputed border. Who disputes it? Russia tells Ukraine, this is our border. Russia tells Western countries, this is our border. It's done. Okay. Who disputes the border? There will be no Ukraine, first of all, because the country is there was a period in 1560s. It was called ruins in Ukrainian history. There was no Ukraine, but it was like a Cossack state, and it was called ruins. That's what's coming for Ukraine, because country is in ruins. Before the war, there was around 38 million people living here, because the last census was in 2001, and it was 46. But according to estimates, it was 38 millions before the war. Now there is 22 millions living in Ukraine. 2 years minus 15 millions people. Is it who will dispute the border? Who will dispute
it by not legally recognizing it by sanctions?
Who gives a fuck?
Well,
you're missing the point, David. Nobody cares about what the West
does. We're going to recognize legally the border. We're going to relieve sanctions.
Боже мой, who gives a fuck? Are you maybe you will UN will give a fuck? Who gives a fuck about UN?
Who
gives a fuck about International Criminal Court? No one cares, man. No one cares. International border is a word on the paper.
David, you still think that the West matters. They don't. Stop it.
I didn't say they.
I just want to say real quick, I think there's a lot of countries out there that are waiting to see how it plays out. I mean, I think it's pretty clear Russia's going to win. They probably just don't know how they're going to win and what the final, deal is going to be and how they can, weasel their way into it to benefit or, buddy up to whoever the prevailing party is. But I mean, never mind. I'll fucking remember in a minute.
Separate the military from.
Can we end this pointless discussion? Can we end this?
Okay, I remember real quick.
If you guys are all military based, you're saying like that Russia might declare a border, and then there'll be all the other 200 nations around the world that they'll either choose to legally recognize it or not. They'll either continue.
It doesn't matter.
The point is, I remember my point real quick. Like I was going to say, a lot of countries are waiting to see how this goes to see how they're going to, side, who they're going to side with. And I think, when Russia wins and has a deal that is beneficial to Russia, there's going to be a lot of countries that side with Russia. So obviously whatever Russia says, they'll go along with. And I think another issue you have to take into account is the things that Ukraine does that play into that Russia getting more favoritism in the world. Like they're obsessed with attacking the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. They're the only country in the world that gets to bomb nuclear power plants and attack it, potentially creating an environmental disaster. Then you rotate up to Kursk, same thing. Supposedly, they might have been going for this nuclear power plant. Again, creating an environmental disaster if they were to, let's say, attack it and do something where 90% of the world is going to side with Russia because they're not going to fucking put up with any excuse or justification for why Ukraine did that. And I think when the war pans out, you're going to see a lot of countries side with Russia. And like Bulgari's saying, Russia's not going to give a fuck what the West thinks. And a lot of countries are going to side with Russia and say, hey, look, they went through the process. They petitioned the UN and went through all the fake hoops. As far as we're concerned, it's legit. If the UK doesn't like it, oh, well, I guess they'll send storm shadows to dispute.
They don't like it, what are they going to do about it? But just say the basic, are they going to legally
They
recognize
don't even
the
have
new
storm
border or
shadows
not?
left.
So you can say, who cares if they don't legally recognize the new border, but eventually there'll be a new border and all the nations will have to make a decision. Do they legally recognize it or not? And then after, if they don't recognize it, say, well, what are you going to do about it?
Okay,
Well, I mean,
okay.
have a weekend rest because
Can I make one point? Can I make one point? Crimea is not legally recognized. Does it change anything?
Yeah, changes a lot. That's why we have international tension.
No,
That's
it
why you
doesn't
have
change
sanctions.
anything.
That's why you have economic sanctions. That's why you have a Cold War. That's why you've had for decades a call to create a missile defense shield against Russia.
And that's why
it
nobody
changes
cares
nothing,
about
right?
the West anymore, David. We've sanctioned everybody into moving away from us. That's the point now, is none of it matters anymore whether the West, i.e. the United States, recognizes anything. Nobody cares about it anymore. Nobody cares.
Let me share how you
a
will.
winner and a loser, not continue
Yes, yes.
conflict.
Well,
So
it's
let
not
me- let
going to
me- let me
continue
share
the
how it will
conflict.
unfold.
That's the thing. You,
So
you keep missing the point that nobody cares about this backward country. Never
So
have.
let me share how it will unfold. The Ukraine war will end with a Russian victory. I don't know how much they will want to capture. Then, of course, there will be the dispute which you are talking about, where the West, the European countries, refuse to admit defeat, but then they were unwilling to give more, so they will not recognize the annexations that the Russians would do. And then, of course, certain border regions, maybe there will be some more tension. But the problem is, I believe that the Ukrainians will go into some kind of civil war, because they will be fighting for power. Nobody will recognize Zelensky anymore and whatnot. So they will have their own anarchy. Eventually, everybody will have to recognize the annexation, because if you want Russian gas, you want Russian oil, you want Russian grain, you want Russian fertilizer. In fact, it could be also, if you want to trade within the BRICS bloc, if you want to buy Chinese goods, you better recognize whatever Russia have annexed. And then under that pressure, when you have India, Brazil, Saudi Arabia, Iran, Pakistan, China, basically more than half, maybe perhaps even 65% of the population of the world recognizes, because generally all these countries, India, they are too big, all these countries are huge, recognizes all this annexation. The rest of this so-called the world which is actually just the Europeans and the Americans, Canadian, maybe Japan, South Korea, Australia, New Zealand. They have no choice. They will have to eventually recognize. For example, Singapore will recognize. Japan will 100% recognize because Japan needs Russian gas. Singapore will recognize eventually because we cannot afford to offend China. So then you're going to have left with the Europeans. Eventually, Germany will cannot take it anymore. And then there will be some big chaos, revolutions and whatnot. Then one by one, they'll recognize. That's whatever happens. Just like nobody recognized North Korea. Eventually, North Korea, everybody recognizes it's a country. Nobody recognized Vietnam. Vietnam is a country now. Eventually, people will recognize.
Same thing happened in China, right?
The Modi doctrine. You had that.
Yeah.
You know, mention the Modi doctrine and say no, they're not going to recognize the new border legally. They're going to do business. So if India say, well, they're neutral on it. India's neutral, and they're going to continue doing business. But you know, unless Russia requires them to legally recognize the border in order to do, you know, like Japan, China, any of these nations, they're just going to continue on doing unilateral business deals, and they're going to remain neutral on the question of the border. And then they're also going to want to do business with the Western powers, and it's going to create this complicated multipolar world.
I think the thing is with like Russia, like you're talking about, they might require this or that. That might be the case. But Russia's probably a lot more amicable to compromises. Like, you know, we'll do business with you as long as you don't do this, this, and this. You can state publicly that you're neutral because we understand that you have to deal with America and the West. Whereas the West is completely the opposite. Like, no, you're either 100% all in with us or you can fuck off. So, I mean, I think the Russians are smarter in that way where, you know, they understand the nuances of the geopolitical system for the most part because they have professional diplomats like Lavrov. So it wouldn't be, they wouldn't take offense if behind the scenes it's like, hey, we're going to say we're neutral, but obviously we're not because we're buying, 10 billion cubic feet of natural gas from you a year, and we're not calling out anything. We're not disputing the annexation and we're not supporting it. But, we support it. But right now we can't. I mean, that's the point with Russia. And probably even China. They're probably way more capable of playing that game. Like, yeah, go ahead and say what you got to say publicly. We know how you really feel. And that's why they get along and work, even if people can't understand why India is still able to play this game or Turkey. They might have backdoor channels where they understand they got to bullshit the West, but they know that they're not really enemies. Like Saudi Arabia, maybe they've got an understanding now where, yeah, we got to say some shit. Sometimes we got to let planes land here, but we're not going to fuck with you.
Yeah, well, I just want to add, maybe David, wait, let me add. So because David don't seem to understand why we keep saying that it doesn't matter whether the world recognizes it or not. If you look at the kind of sanction that is thrown on Russia right now, it's complete sanction. This sanction will kill any country, including China. They will not survive it. Even China cannot survive this kind of sanction. But Russia's economy has grown. They now have manpower problems. And it's not because the manpower problem for fighting the war. Their industry, their economy has grown so quickly to the point where they don't have enough workers. Then the private sector is now have to compete with the military. Both sides are competing with each other for manpower and talents. That is the kind of Russia sanction that is happening. So what kind of recognition do the Russians need? They don't care. They can annex whatever they want. There's nothing the rest of the world can do, because if NATO enters the war, Russia goes nuclear. They already warned NATO that they will go nuclear war against the NATO forces if NATO enters officially. But of course, NATO don't enter officially, then that's another story altogether. But so it's not so straightforward. And who wants to die for the Ukrainians? No one wants to die for the Ukrainians. So yeah, okay, bro. Oh, sorry, Bigari.
Please, go first.
Yeah, I will just say the analogy, like how will disputed borders in quotation marks will resolve. Have you ever been in the argument with a family member or loved one when you said some shit that you regretted, and next day you just pretend it didn't happen? Like that's how it will resolve. They will just pretend it didn't ever happen and move on. That's how it works.
Done before.
Yeah, I mean, we've done so many times before. We got to pivot back to the rules-based order. because there's different.
There is no
aspects
rule
of-
based order, man.
I mean,
My
maybe
life.
you don't. Yeah, for you, maybe there's not a rules-based order, but other people.
You are living in a fucking
That's all. That's all bullshit. That's just talking
The
points. I
rules-based
mean, that's
order,
the
God
rules-based
forbid.
order is whatever the rules are that day of the week.
The rules-based order
Everybody
is
knows
that
act
there is no
according to an
rule.
agreed upon
The
rules-based
rules-based order is that there is no rules and we do whatever the fuck we want.
almost
But people aren't playing game. People aren't playing games. with
David, can you explain the rules?
I mean, that's kind of why the whole situation's gotten out of control because
No,
everybody
seriously,
knows
I
that
want
rules-based order is
to hear this
bullshit.
because I've never had anybody explain it to me. Explain to me what the rules-based order is.
There's different aspects. I mean, you're just talking theoretically, a rules-based order is just an agreed-upon rule set that people interact by. I mean, if you're talking to international law and diplomacy specifically, there's a rules-based order, but any system, so you can say like, well, banking has a rules-based order, and historically, you've never had one system that dominated everybody. So you have like Napoleonic law, you have British common law, you have different banking sectors, you have different clearing systems, and that's why you have BRICS versus the West. They have different banking systems, and you have bilateral systems that don't interact because they have different rules that they agree upon, and they don't agree to each other's rules, and therefore they can't interact. So you can still buy someone's oil, even that requires somewhat of a rules-based order. But where things like banking, ownership, it's like like China, different countries,
Yeah.
like how do you make a corporation? How do you have ownership? How do you pay taxes? All this operates according to rules-based orders, and countries that don't have
Correct.
agreements.
So this joins with what I just told you just now. The future rules will be decided by the Russians and the Chinese, by the BRICS countries.
You're saying that the West is going to all of a sudden subscribe to Russia's rules?
No, the West will stick to their own system, and then they will start to struggle more and more and more and more and more because their market size gets smaller and smaller and smaller. Then one day they will have no choice but to subscribe to whatever the Russians and Chinese have decided with the Indians. That is the problem. Now they are small. Now they are just starting. The West still have the main system. We are still using the main Western system, the American-led system. But the Chinese and the Russians right now, they are developing the system right now because of these complete sanctions on China, on Russia. And China is worried because China is in this. It doesn't matter what you think they have or don't have.
China and Russia don't have a competitive rules.
Yes, now they don't have. They're developing it. They're developing it.
Like a new corporate order of corporation, stock exchange, joint ownership.
Yeah, and
there's no Google 20 years ago, dude.
It's
Why
it's
would
not that
you're never going to have the Shanghai Stock Exchange. You're saying U.S. companies are all of a sudden going to list their companies on the Shanghai or the Moscow
Nobody
Stock
give a damn
Exchange?
about Shanghai Stock Exchange 20 years ago. Now Shanghai Stock Exchange is one of the biggest stock exchange in the world. I'm trying to tell you, they are developing it now. In 20 years' time, they're going to be the leaders. 20 years ago, nobody give about Shanghai. Nobody give a damn about China.
Russia.
I mean, look at it this way. They win the war in Ukraine, and then they have a chance to add an appendium to the fucking rules-based order. They're working their way in. They're getting their piece of the pie. And like Wyatt's saying, over time, they plan on increasing their influence. And like he said also, there'll be a lot of wars as these poles develop and they bring the smaller countries in their regions under their control, whether that be willingly or not.
Like a few hours ago, we talked about the social
Hey,
credit
can I say
system.
something?
Yeah, when we bring it back to the social credit system too, and saying,
Can I say something?
you might be a bully, you beat the land, and you can't take it back. What are you going to do about it? But there's still the social credit system and a recognition of some sort of global order and some sort of even India, most countries in the UN said they weren't happy with what Russia did, and just because they won and there's nothing anyone could do about it, and a lot of these Asian countries are going to do business with Russia, it doesn't mean they're happy about it, and it doesn't mean it didn't affect Russia's social credit score.
Do you think so? See, I take the opposite view in that I think the rest of the world has been waiting decades for this moment when Xi and Putin met in February of 2023, and Xi said that to Putin that they were going to change the world for the next 100 years. They meant it. And what we're seeing now is the rest of the world they can't get away from us quick enough. So I think we're seeing a massive economic, social shift away from the West, and there's nothing we can do about it now. So, David, I think you're getting this one completely wrong. I think that you still believe that in the West we have this reputation that everybody wants to emulate. That's long gone, man. That's long gone.
Yeah, and can I just say that like this rules-based order can be summarized in one word. Like there's only one rule, and it's obey. That's the rules-based order. And it's not the same thing as the international law, which is a UN charter and all that, which some countries try to uphold, but nobody gives a fuck about. It was like even Putin said that when they invaded Serbia in the end of the 90s, Yeltsin was asking like, what the fuck, what are you doing? And this is against the international law. And they told him, what international law? Like that's an old paradigm. That doesn't apply anymore. And that was the birth of the rules-based order, which is we command and you obey. So that's why like the only rules are don't disobey the USA. And whenever someone's on the side of the USA, they can do whatever they want, like in Israel with Gaza. Like any conflict in the world, 10 people die and it's a genocide. You know? That's why people say that the Gaza situation is a genocide, because they've been the past 20 years, every time 10 people die in any protest or march or whatever, and oh my God, it's a genocide. They're exterminating. Russia entered Ukraine, like 3 or 4 civilians died, and oh my God, it's a genocide. Russia's exterminating Ukraine. So no wonder people see like hundreds of thousands of people displaced and mutilated and dead, and it seems like a genocide, because that's what they've been calling wolf all this time on that. And
I just
like
rules are procedures
share-
and protocols. That's it. Rules are just procedures and protocols.
Yeah, and people can decide not to follow it. So I want to add on to, just how David said about India, made certain statements. Everybody is still living under the Western system. Everybody have to play ball to a certain extent. Everybody will have to control what they say. India is a very, very close ally actually with Russia. Everything, the most high tech is actually mostly coming from Russia. Most of this military, most advanced weapons are also Russian. Their ramjet technology is also from Russia. They are trying to build a 5th generation with Russia, which didn't work out, but it's also with Russians. India is super close with Russia, because Russia is the only one that is siding India with no conditions to help them deal with the Chinese threat. Because China and India is a strategic rival. So Russia helps India without conditions. Every country is really, that is not part of the West, is really not that, is all quietly hoping that there is something else to come out. Like, for example, the rise of China, how they rise is because Singapore helped them. Singapore invested. We are the biggest foreign investor in China for a long, long time. All their systems, all their economic policies is learned from Singapore. We built China into the monster that they are today, so that there is a counter to the United States, because we are afraid of the United States.
And you guys were all educated in the West.
And we are part of the West. So I'm trying to tell you that whatever you think that the West is, or what the world is viewing the West or viewing United States, is not true. There's a lot of people, including in Singapore, we are all looking for a safer system. It doesn't mean that it's a China or Russian system. Even Russia, China, they are in BRICS. BRICS is not a perfect system. It's not a perfect organization, because they are all rivals. India and China is not actually friends. They don't even talk, even though they are both in the same organization, because they are creating an alternate system that is fairer, so-called, or at least what is the plan now. Of course, how it evolves later is. How it evolved later, of course, is another story altogether, because someone will try to dominate it.
System of procedures and protocols to deal with each other, even if they don't like each other.
Correct. They will create a new rule-based order based on what they think is more just and more fair. That now is American-centric. America say no, everybody dies. There is a different system. So so like I said, even for Singapore that is so pro-West, all our military weapons, most of it is American or German. We have secretly, propping up China as well, and we kowtow to China as well. Bigari.
Yeah, and most of the world. Oh, please, go ahead.
Yeah, Gabriel, if you want to add to this, you can do that, because I wanted to pivot to the previous discussion when I was listening.
Pivot away.
Please, for God's sake.
Just pivot.
Yeah. I wanted to talk about Pokrovsk and what White said about communications. The problem with when White was saying that it was like fabs on command centers, what gossip and post from people soldiers on the ground are saying, and it's kind of confirmed by people like our people's deputy Bezugla. She's clinically autistic, but allowed to say every shit that he wants. Oh, there is super chats.
So about World Order, very well said, Commander. There's also a previous super chat I missed. International sanctions equal West are self-sanctioning. This is this is actually an unfortunate thing for the West, because they overestimated their economic power. Yeah. But it does bring back to how economy is all foundational on actual resource production, like food production, minerals, mining, and whatnot. It's easy to forget about it because we are all service-based now, right, in the first world. So, sometimes we forget that all economy starts from the ground up. So, yeah.
Real economy is material, not fictional, not derivative. There's a derivative economy, and then there's an actual economy. And in the actual economy, the BRICS have actually surpassed the G7. They're already on a higher level than the G7. And so, the world is pivoting away from the West. They still have to play ball because it's still a strong part of the market, and you still have to play with them. But eventually, they're gonna die out as a major player in the economy, and they're not going to be able to dictate and that's what the BRICS is for. BRICS was created so that countries that are sanctioned under or that don't want to be sanctioned under the Western financial system can keep on doing trade and survive as a state. And it's working towards that. And so that's why the third world, or the global south, or the global majority, is pivoting towards the BRICS center of gravity, because that way you can avoid, because the Western financial system is pretty simple. It's like you have to give away your sovereignty and your resources to be a viable state. And so it's a very unflattering and disadvantageous position for any country to be in. And you can see that even in the major allies of the West that are trying to survive in spite of the rules-based order, and they can't. Like Germany, Japan, South Korea, Britain, France, all those countries are falling apart, even though they're allies to the greatest financial system in the world. Why? Because it's not the greatest financial system in the world, and the orders it's giving out to its allies are ever more irrational and counterproductive. Okay, sorry, Bugatti, go on with the Pokrovsk issue.
Yeah. Can I finish my point? So there is a culture in Ukrainian military where, you probably know, the picture is everything, the PR, everything. So you are not allowed to fall back, basically. So commanders on the ground do not report when they leave positions, not even to the battalions and brigades that are working on the same front. So they leave positions, Russians overtake it, and people that are a couple kilometers away don't know about that, because it's not allowed, because it's bad PR and it's bad for your career in the military. So that's why bad communications happen, because people are thinking for career trajectory, and not about like people on the ground. And it's happening across front, and it's happened in New York. Like when New York offensive happened, like Syrskyi rotated brigades from Chasiv Yar back to New York, and from New York to Chasiv Yar to rotate. Russians struck at that moment. Brigades from Chasiv Yar were really exhausted, and they could not take the fight. Because as Wyatt was saying every time, like New York is that front. No one will attack there. So like Ukrainian forces were using New York front as like the recovery front. So brigades can recover. But Russians took the opportunity and they struck. Like right now, just 2 hours ago, I saw the report, like Wyatt always saying that there is no Ukrainians there in that gray zone. Like 2 battalions were encircled in New York and surrendered to Russians today. So, and in Pokrovsk, like it's mostly manned by newly conscripts. And from what people on the ground say, they don't even fire when Russians advance. They just, the first shots that are like in the vicinity, they run away. They don't want to fight. They just abandon positions. They don't even fire back. So that's what's happening. And like 47th Mechanized Brigade was, do you remember, like in Berdichi, in Sokil, all those Abrams destroyed. Now that was the only brigade that had Abrams tanks. Now you see Abrams tanks destroyed in Kursk. So what's your conclusion? That to make the invasion in Kursk, Ukraine took away reserves from Donetsk, and they are talking about PR. So Kursk is a great PR, but they don't care about Donetsk. It will fall. And what was Nanya saying before? It was Nanya, if I remember correctly, that from like you see, the Russia is taking villages, and there is no destruction. Like buildings are like mostly complete, like intact. So it only like can signal about that Ukraine, the position, the defenders on the ground are just abandoning them. Like Russia doesn't need to destroy. Like look at the Chasiv Yar. Why Russia cannot invest in Chasiv Yar? Because it's fucking flat ground right now. It's only like you can hide underground from the shelling because there is nowhere to hide. But in Pokrovsk, like right now, Russia took already from latest reports about more than 50% of Novogradivka, and the town is like completely intact.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, with what he's talking about, the communications, I mean, there was a story a couple months back about how the Russians were specifically starting to target small unit command posts, commanders of specific units, you know, prior to, you know, to attacks or during attacks. So that might be another reason to go with the communication problem. And then also, you know, he lives there and he knows what he knows and hears what he hears. I mean, if it's full of conscripts that run away at the first few shots, how hard is it going to be to take that area?
Well,
I mean,
it's just to follow up on that, it's actually in the Western media being reported exactly what he just said about troops running away. There are articles now coming out in the Washington Post, New York Times, all the big ones, right? Talking about how the quality of the Ukrainian soldier is really poor. I've read several of those in the last few days talking exactly to what Bagari was just saying about troops running away. So, you know, I can only believe that the reason why these articles are being written and posted is they want to start preparing people for the eventual withdrawal from Ukraine. So,
also,
yeah, go ahead.
Oh, just on Bagari's point too about the like the Abrams. I haven't seen a picture of any of them up in Kursk, but there were there's at least 18 to 19, probably 19 for sure, destroyed Abrams. So I think that leaves 13. So basically they have a company left. And some of the stories I saw where they had already broken that remaining 13 up into smaller units. So if that's true, that would make sense. If you see some Abrams up there, they might have sent.
There was a geolocated Abrams in Kursk destroyed.
Okay, yeah. So then that might be true. Then they might have broken them up into smaller units and, you know, piecemeal them out to wherever.
Yeah, but remember
there is only 11 Abrams left from 31. 20
even
destroyed.
less than the last report.
So there was 31. So I think 19 are for sure.
I have 10 left.
So 12.
The last
13.
message I saw today was 10.
Please.
What?
Oh yeah, go on, Lambo. Sorry.
Yeah, there is also something I want to point out. I just came in, so I don't know really exactly what I'm talking about. They did some Tupolev 22 strikings today, and they did it in a very different tactic. Normally, if they're doing big airstrikes with the cruise missiles, they're going to start with the drones, ground drones, and they're going to launch some Tupolev 95s, launching these the KH 55-69s, 101s, and then they're going to launch Tupolev 22s combined with MiG-31. So the Tupolev 22s are going to launch the KH-22s, and normally the MiG-31s are going to launch a Kinzhal. Today it was different. It was no reports of Tupolev's 95s. It was directly a message about takeoff of Tupolev 22s, and they did some striking directly with the KH-22 cruise missiles. So the KH-22 cruise missiles, for people that don't know what it is, these are the very fast ones. These are the ones that they actually not able to intercept and destroy. So normal conventional cruise missiles.
Lambo, to your point,
my point is
Russia right now, right now is striking only like border regions, like
Sumy regions.
So they don't need drones to like, because for drones are used to detect air defense and to strike deep in Ukraine. Right now they're striking the Sumy region. Like people in Sumy on the ground, like they say, like Zelensky was saying, we are creating buffer zone for Sumy. People in Sumy are fucking pissed as fuck because the bombing in Sumy region like is all-time high right now. So it's a good buffer zone.
Yeah,
it's a good buffer zone.
Like for the last 3 weeks, they are very busy, heavily. But it's just I want to say that they're changing tactics. So the way that I am saying like they're changing tactics is like you say, they are lacking air defense, because the order I said before is with air defense. So they first need to fuck up the air defense as much as possible, that they don't even have the time to reload, that they can come with the big cruise missiles and they can fuck up everything. Now you just see reports, Tupolev 22s directly. I'm like, wow, they don't have air defense where they need to strike. So that's just saying, like, the reports was semi-region, they are in big shit about air defense. So it's a very, I think Ukraine has a big problem for the moment. I don't know what's first, Vaughn or Vaughn.
I think it was me, but I
think it was Boyan, and then me.
Then Vaughn.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Loud and clear, sir.
First, I'd like to comment what Nuno said about this article about the Ukrainians being quite bad. Meanwhile, I don't agree. The Ukrainians are quite good. They have a lot of bad soldiers, but still they have a lot of good soldiers as well. You know, what they're doing in Kursk is on the one side maybe not the smartest thing to do, but it's still impressive. Compared to what the Russians achieved in the Kharkov area, and they are not so much focusing anymore on the defense. They are much less trying to hold ground. Which is interesting to me. Obviously, they would have the manpower to try to to slow it down, but they're using it in a different way. Maybe it's not the smartest way because these troops are visible, and the troops sitting in trenches are much less visible and harder targets. So I just wanted to point out the occurrence is definitely not bad, and this is not a fight that is over yet, you know, by any means.
I didn't say the fighting was over. I was just telling you what the newspapers are reporting. So
Yeah.
that's what's being written.
Yeah, not only the
I just wanted to
newspapers,
say,
also-
like on the like if you look at like the Provros front, you know, they're like, you know, somebody was talking about the Fabs and these bombers and stuff moving up. You know, you can already tell they don't have air defense or shit coverage in like that whole Provros front now, because that's, you know, they've been fabbing those fortifications and stuff, and you know, I don't know exactly how it breaks down, but you know, I guess depending on the size of the fab glide kit, up to 70 kilometers based on conditions, you know, when you drop and all that. You know, I don't know if you can get 70 out of a 3,000-pound bomb, but you know, let's just average it out and say they're dropping 50 kilometers from the target. That means they're dropping around Bach. You know, let's say they come straight east-west towards, you know, that Pavros front. They're probably dropping around Soledar and Bakhmut, you know, and then turning around and going back. So that kind of gives you an idea of how close they can get to the front and what the air defense situation might be. Because if they're hitting targets out that way, you know, between the current front line and Provos, then that's probably the general area where they're dropping. You know, I'm sure they drop farther out if they have to or if they can, but I'm just saying if you average it out based on conditions and altitude and all that, you know, I think 50 kilometers from the target's a fair average. So, I mean, that's you know, that's just another indication of how bad it is down there. And you know how much they wasted up in the Kursk incursion. You know, they lost at least half a dozen systems up there that would have probably been better suited to protecting those retreating troops.
Yeah, to strike at a salient, you have to get perilously close to a front line, especially a salient as long as the Pokrovs. And so, yeah, definitely there has to be a huge shortage. Also, I think I had never seen a S-125, I think it was, that was destroyed in the Sumy area near Kursk. When there was like this massive amount of air defenses destroyed, an IRST, a couple of Patriot batteries. There was also a S-125, I think, which
yeah,
is
isn't that
pretty
supposed to be like a rare system, the S-125?
Yeah, really old, like much older
Yeah.
than the S-300s, and they were using that there. So, situation with air defense got to be like really dire. Those are very hard to
Yeah, and that's the
replace.
thing. They lost those half dozen systems up there, and they obviously don't have shit down south. And that's the other point we'll get to eventually. I mean, you know, we all know that salient in Kursk is eventually going to disappear. You know, it's just up to the Ukrainians if they want to spend another 10 or 50,000 guys in it. But when it's done, what's going to be in front of the Russians to keep them from going back south? Because they're going to have attrited everything the Ukrainians could feed into there, plus all the reinforcements coming up, plus all the air defense or artillery that was supporting that salient, you know, while they're attriting everything else, everywhere else on the battlefield. It's like, you know, you're pretty much getting ready to set up a perfect jump off point for another incursion into Ukrainian territory. And it's right next to basically right next to Kharkov and right between that and Sumy. So, you know, why not? I mean, I just think it's another indication of how bad the Ukrainians really overextended themselves. And I mean, you know, they're hanging on by their teeth right now, I think, in a lot of places.
Yeah, I can't really begin to describe how irrational it seems to me to send like your best troops to an undefended, you know, like open field, running around in armored vehicles to catch a couple of villages.
They said one thing, some of the reports I've seen, the reason why the Kursk thing got shut down pretty quick overall, even though there wasn't a lot of like Russian troops in there, is because, you know, the lightness of the forces, You know, the guys only need to have RPGs, maybe heavy machine guns. But, you know, they were able to move down in there, and they said because of the open terrain, the Russian snipers and ATGM teams were really having a devastating effect on these, you know, movements forward, because they were having the ability to take such long, wide open shots through the terrain. And if you look at it, you can see how many open fields there are. And, you know, you're driving down a tree-lined road. I mean, it's nothing for a guy to hide behind a tree and jump out with an RPG. So you can see just how bad it was down there. And I mean, that probably helped the Russians, the fact that the terrain was so open like that, that small units were able to do a lot of damage.
Well, I think that's go ahead, Gabriel.
No, yeah, that's why we have so much like footage of destruction and such a weird front line. You know, like a bunch of people are talking about like how the Ukrainians were spotted over here, so these Russian forces are encircled, and it's like, how is a squad or a platoon gonna encircle like all this area of territory? Like, if you want to encircle like 10 kilometers of 10 square kilometers of an area, you need at least a couple companies. You can't be there with just like a DoD squad.
If you look at Patrick Lancaster, just did a video earlier, I think today, where he's talking to an Akhmat commander, and he talks about how their overall impression is the Ukrainians infiltrate in groups of like 6 to 8, and that's what they were running into. And then, like you said, if you look at the videos, what are you seeing? Like 1, 2, 3 armored cars, so maybe a platoon or a squad, or you see a fire team. And then when you look at the prisoners, it's 5 guys, 12, you know, a squad, you know, or a fire team, or it's 12 guys like a squad. You know, there's 2 or 3 vehicles shot up. You'll see the vehicles destroyed and some dead guys around it. And then maybe down the road, you'll see the other 15 guys scattered along the tree line as they were, you know, targeted and killed or captured. So, I mean, like you were saying, you know, you see these 3 vehicles in a village roundabout, and then they say, oh, they're in the village, it's under control. But then there's a video the next day of the same 3 vehicles somewhere else, and they're all destroyed, and there's dead guys laying around, and they all got smoked. So it's like, obviously that village isn't under control. And like I said before, I think there's a lot of times in the beginning where you had Russians going down a road one side of a terrain feature, and Ukrainians probably coming down the other side. They couldn't see each other. They're both saying it's secured and they own it, and neither one does. And then maybe going back and forth, they run into each other and shoot the shit out of each other. And sometimes the Ukrainians come out on top, and sometimes the Russians do. And whoever gets the video out first claims they've captured this crossroads or this village. But I bet you that's a lot of what's going on. And I mean, at this point, I bet you it's a lot of hide and seek, just trying not to get hunted down and killed. I mean, yeah, they might be able to drive down random roads. I mean, look at the place. Go look at it on a map. It's covered with dirt roads, gravel roads, paved roads. Like I said, I mean, literally, you could be, you know, the Russians could be in a settlement and think it's secure and go down the road to the next one, and then 5 guys that got lost from Ukraine drive into the village, and now you think it's under Ukrainian control. And then the Russians come back because they think it's safe because they were there yesterday, and they get hit by the 5 guys that were waiting, you know, that happened to be fucking off in the town. And then everyone's like, oh, look, there's a big battle here. I mean, I bet you that's a lot of what's going on. It's just random encounters and dudes just playing hide and seek and getting chased around and playing grab ass, but it's deadly.
Yeah, I can imagine like the Ukrainian guys doing a selfie, you know, like filming themselves in a village, and then you have a Russian guy filming himself in the village, and then they crash against each other and, well, what the fuck, and start shooting at each other.
Well,
I mean, look at that encounter the other day with the BMP and the armored car and the BMP3. I mean, they obviously didn't know each other was there and all ran into each other, and it ended badly for some.
Well,
so, like, oh, please go ahead.
Oh, just to follow up on Vaughn's point, yes, I agree with him 100%. I think what happened was I think the power plant was the initial kind of target for them, because, you know, I think I said this last week, that was their Hail Mary pass. If they could get the power plant, they could in their minds, negotiate something and it'd be more favorable in negotiation. So I do think that that was the end goal. But ever since that got torn up, you basically have these little groups who are blasted all over the area, and they're just trying to figure out how the hell do we get out of here? Because I mean, this is a really heavy forested area too, right? So I agree with Vaughn 100%. I think that whatever's left, they're just figuring out how the hell can we get home at all, and try not to get killed while we're doing so. And then on the Russian side, they're just hunting them down where they can find them. So I think that's what we're seeing now. But the power plant was definitely the goal, I think. Go ahead, Gabriel.
Yeah, I wanted to say, like, I have to go in a moment, but I wanted to say that, like, definitely they're well-trained troops, because they're going, you know, like they're actually dashing into enemy lines like madmen. So you can't have random troops do that at all. It would be impossible. But then again, I'm not sure how sound the tactics actually are, because as Wyatt said at some point, you know, like the only way to do an effective offensive that way is by like taking a lot of losses. You know, you can't really advance fast without taking a bunch of losses. And of course, it makes sense to take a bunch of losses when you have an objective. You sacrifice the losses for the objective. But if you're going on a mad dash through empty terrain, there's not really any strategic positions there to take or whatever. Then it's an ill-conceived task from the start, and like you don't really need that good tactics. You know, you just need motivated men that are willing to go on a mad dash and die, and leave their dead comrades behind. And so I'm not sure actually like how well prepared a force it is. Like definitely they can drive some armored vehicles and maneuver and stuff, but like on offensive tactics and the efficiency, like I need to see a shit ton of more Russian destroyed equipment and personnel to consider it like actually an elite force. But we'll see that eventually, I guess. But at the present time, it does seem like it was a really bad idea from the start, and it's really going really bad. You know, like there's a bunch of people dying, and they're probably the best troops they had. And so yeah, they're so stretched out throughout all the front that I'm not so sure that they can muster up a fist like that again. And
Well, I
against
mean,
what
think
could
about
they
it. Like
go?
you're saying, it's the best troops, and then they're all gone, and then you're going to flood the zone with conscripts, like you were hearing Bagari talk around Povrovsk, and those guys run away. So I mean, it's like you're just basically creating another opportunity for the Russians to roll in and potentially pick up a lot of territory, or at least making it look like it, just because they're going to drive down through these settlements and there's not going to be anybody there, or the guys there are conscripts, and they're going to run away. I mean that it's crazy to think that they're just going to piss away the troops that could actually hold up and defend and stiffen the lines and maybe stiffen the resolve of some of these conscripts. But you know, they're just going to be blocking troops and I guess cannon fodder. Because I mean, I'm assuming most of the guys that went into Kursk are ideological.
Well, Vaughn, I go back to, I'm wondering if this is not the Hail Mary, and they don't have anything left after this. So I think that.
Well, you got to remember, there's still a big force on the Belarus border with Ukrainian. There's a lot of. They specifically talked about them having a lot of Western equipment, MRLSs, but that was probably a month or two ago. And who knows how much crap they stripped out of there to send over to Kursk or support Kursk, or you know, since it could have been before Kursk, maybe they stripped stuff out of there to send down to, you know, Avdiivka or Pokrovsk or something like that. So, but there's supposedly still a sizable Western equipped force over there, at least, you know, but that was at least a month ago, and I've never heard anything else about it. So, I mean, I would assume there's still a lot of stuff there because they got to deter, but I would assume they've also picked through it too.
Okay, can I talk? My hand hurts already. Like,
sorry.
Objective
if fun, yeah, keep an eye on Crimea. Yeah, not so sure about that. Like it's all fun to talk about like XSOs, like what tactics use. It doesn't really matter. What matters is a frontline change. Like who uses like soldiers like in the Z group with that weapon. It doesn't really matter. But what I disagree with is that Ukraine achieved its political goal, because war is, first of all, is like behind all wars is a political goal. Because the goal, because the goal for Ukraine was to stop the peace negotiation talks at all cost. Right now, Russia will not negotiate with Ukraine. Zelensky doesn't want like negotiation at all cost. And after this incursion, there is no negotiations. Putin and like Russian foreign ministry said we will not talk with them like at all. So Zelensky stays in power indefinitely until like West is sick of him and will displace him. So he achieved his goal. That's like really easy explanation for like power plants. All that shit is like it's aimed at escalation, but the main goal was to stop the negotiations. So and they achieved it.
Can I ask the panel a question? I heard a rumor today that the famous YouTuber Sivdiv was killed in Ukraine. Do anyone have some more information on that?
I don't know who that is.
Who is that?
Sivdiv was a guy that did interviews with.
He's an American Navy SEAL. He's an American soldier, which is open about fighting for Ukraine. He makes a lot of. I think he has 1 million viewers.
I saw a thing posted on Track America.
Just go to Track America.
He said he was dead, and he was known for doing TikToks. That's all I saw.
Because there were some pictures of some dead soldiers, but I couldn't really identify him for sure. But he was a really cool guy. I saw many of his videos, so I was really anxious to know if
maybe
he was
not the
really
smart
dead
one.
or not.
Well, he's a dead guy now, so.
But he's been a warrior in Afghanistan. He's been fighting for 10 years, so he's definitely not a stupid guy.
Well, he's definitely
Well, I'd
a dead
say
one.
fighting in Afghanistan is pretty stupid. Was pretty stupid.
Was he in Kursk when
if
this
it's the guy
supposedly
I'm thinking
happened?
of, it looks like he was either killed in an artillery strike, maybe died from the concussion or shrapnel, or he took a shot to the chest that penetrated his plate carrier, and that's what killed him. But if it's the guy I'm thinking of, they had a picture of him laying on the ground, dead.
Yeah, that's a hell of a shot to pierce an armor. Probably.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, it could have been a chunk of body part on his chest laying there. I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying. He wasn't like blown apart or all shot up. He just had some blood coming out of his mouth. So I don't know if he got shot or killed by a concussion. But he was dead, and they showed his before and after.
Was he in Kursk when this happened, or what was?
What a hell of a way to die.
What are they saying about that?
You know what? I'll have to go check, but I don't want to say Kursk. I think it was Pavrovsk.
Okay. Because, like, I wanted to go back to talking about the Kursk offensive. Like, I haven't been on in a couple of weeks, but I was just thinking, like, I think it's a really good move from Ukraine to have done this, because what they basically done is, you know, just forgetting about everything else for a moment, they've taken something like 800 square kilometers of territory in Russia already, and that's like almost as much territory that Russia's taken since the start of this year. So just that alone, I think, is really going to give them a, you know, sort of a bargaining chip in future negotiations if they manage to hold on to it. And even in the short term, it's definitely going to, you know, increase morale both among the Ukrainian population, and it's going to demonstrate to NATO countries that, you know, Ukraine is still capable of making territorial gains, you know, if it gets the right equipment and uses the right tactics. Like, if you look at, you know, you've already seen countries like Germany and the United States say that Ukraine can use, you know, their weapons inside Kursk. And plus, if you look at polls, you know, for the first time in like a year, you know, more Americans think Ukraine is winning the war compared to Russia. So I think just with that in mind, you know, this has been definitely more of a success for Ukraine. I don't know if it's as much as they would have wanted, because I'm guessing what they were trying to do to some extent is to also draw Russia into, you know, I guess overreacting in a way, obviously to draw troops away from the rest of the front line, but also to do things like send conscripts into the Ukraine conflict, and at the same time maybe launch another mobilization wave, which is going to make the war more unpopular in the long term. But now that they haven't done that, I think what and of course, you know, of course, Russia didn't do that, and so now it's really the only benefit Ukraine got was that territorial gain. But that, again, that does do quite a bit for them, I think. But you know, right at the start of it, I was guessing that you know, so like what basically allowed this to happen in the first place is that basically Russia has complete, you know, air superiority. They have complete drone superiority, artillery superiority, you know, better intelligence, you know, and you got to wonder, like, with how slow the front lines are progressing, like how this would have even happened in the first place. And I think it's pretty obvious that there was, you know, an intelligence lapse where basically the Russians, the Ukrainians were planning this offensive, and Russians for some reason just didn't do anything about it. You know, you had something similar happen in the 1991 Gulf War with the Battle of Khafji, which happened a couple weeks after the Operation Desert Storm started, and obviously the coalition had complete air superiority. They had, you know, complete superiority of the Iraqis, just like almost like the Russians have over Ukraine now. But, you know, still the Iraqis managed to send about, you know, 2,000 troops into Saudi Arabia, and they captured the town of Khafji, which is like 10 kilometers from the border of Kuwait there. And so, you know, the fact that they managed to do that, you know, again, it was a result of an intelligence failure by the coalition. Of course, they ended up having to withdraw from Khafji after a couple of days. But I think you could make some comparison here where, you know, Ukraine, they did this offensive. They started off with a very small force, something like 1,000 or 2,000 troops. They managed to get pretty far into Russia, and they basically just doubled down on that and continued sending more and more troops into Kursk in order to gain as much territory as possible. But just like in Khafji, you know, they've taken, you know, far more losses than the Russians have. You know, they're not really in a position to do any sort of offensive operation, all things considered. But again, with the amount of territory they gained, and with the way this makes, you know, sort of the balance of power in the conflict look to international observers, I think it has been more of a success for them, and it definitely will be more of a success if they manage to hold on to that territory. But of course, you know, it's been, you know, almost 3 weeks now, and Russia's brought in quite a few more troops into Kursk in order to compensate for their intelligence failure, and, you know, in order to contain the Ukrainian breakthrough, which they've more or less done so far. So I definitely think in the next week or so we're going to see the Russians launch a pretty big counteroffensive in the Kursk region and try and recapture a lot of the territory that they lost. So that's just what I think is going on with that. Toby,
Just to note,
Yeah, if I can push back on that.
what is that? What is in that territory? What is in that captured territory that makes it valuable? Because the territory on its own isn't quite valuable.
Yeah, but well, I'd say it is actually, because, you know, by making, you know, like, you know, these are obviously
Well,
these are just
can I
mostly just small
respond to what you're
villages and
saying?
whatnot.
Gabriel just kind of jumped in there.
Yeah, go ahead, Toby.
So here's the thing, right? Like, there's a difference between maneuver warfare and running around until you get shot, right? It's like, unless you're actually doing something that is going to contribute to winning a war, you're running around until you get shot. The way you've described the Ukrainians' advance into Kursk is exactly how I imagine the NATO theorists, you know, the captains, majors, colonels, they're all talking about it with reference to their textbooks at War College, and they're all talking about how they did this maneuver and they did that maneuver, and they did fire and movement here, and they had really good comms here. But let's not be deceived. At the same time as the Ukrainian army is failing on multiple fronts, as Wyatt records every day, right? At the same time as they are losing, they are being pushed back because of lack of men and equipment, they decided to open up a new front as far away from their own supply lines as they could find. They're not holding any territory. They're not doing maneuver warfare. They're running around across the border in Russia until they get shot. There is no possibility that that project had any strategic outcome on the war. And the Russians, see, the thing is, brother, the Russian military is a very big operation. It's a very slow-moving ship. You can't turn it on a dime. But therein lies the nature of a strategic war. Russia would look at the incursion in Kursk and think, no biggie, who cares, right? We'll just shoot them. It's not going to affect the outcome. You didn't see Russians pull everybody back from their lines. They're still advancing across the front lines. This idea that is a win in Kursk, this is exactly the problem that has crucified Ukraine as a nation. You've got a bunch of NATO theorists who think they can play war, and all it's doing is killing all the young men in Ukraine. That's the only outcome in this. The NATO theorists will get to postulate about how they did this and they did that, you know, as if these tiny little maneuvers are worth something because they were well executed. But all that's being executed is the young men of Ukraine. They're just running around in Russia until they get shot. It is an absolutely colossal failure of strategy. And it's all done for the media and for the narrative. And once again, they're sacrificing their men, something that they don't have an endless supply of. And like Wyatt made a point in one of his earlier sit reps about a week ago, I think, and I think it was I thought it was a very, very good point. So I'm going to repeat it here, and maybe he can talk about it. Think about the morale in the Ukrainian military. Think about the soldiers who are being pushed back, who don't have equipment, who don't have reinforcements, who are losing the ground and getting smashed to pieces. What do you think they think of the Kursk offensive? They're being denied material. They're being denied support. They're being told to just suck it and see as they get hammered and smashed. And meanwhile, they're seeing all of this fancy equipment and all of these well-trained troops running around in Russia until they get shot. I think that was an important point, because this is the kind of thing that can break the morale in the army. I think that, you know, that is a good point from Wyatt, and I think that it might be one of the more telling blows to the Ukrainian military. I'm not sure that the Ukrainian military is going to be as enthusiastic about the Kursk adventure as you are, or that the NATO theorists are, because what they're seeing is the support that they could have had going somewhere else. Why? Because it looks good for the media. I mean, how many of them are going to die so that Zelensky can look good for the media? At the moment, it's looking like all of them. So, you know, this is my take on the Kursk offensive. It's an incursion. It's utterly pointless. It spends war materials that I don't think Ukraine has. But anyway, that's my 2 cents on that.
Well, that's all true, but I think that, you know, just, I mean, you know, you talk about how Ukraine had to pull troops away from, you know, the Pokrovsk front and all that to do the Kursk offensive. But at the same time, you know, Russia's captured something like, you know, 200 square kilometers of territory on the Donetsk front since Ukraine launched its Kursk offensive, compared to 800 square kilometers of territory that Ukraine has captured in Kursk. So I think just that alone sort of tells you that, at least in the short term, that Ukraine is getting more out of it than they're not.
The difference is the Russians can hold that ground with ease and pretty much no resistance at this point. Everywhere they've controlled, there's no resistance. They control it completely. There's no real threat of a counterattack of any real magnitude. I mean, that's the difference. I mean, Ukraine can drive through territory and get its picture taken. Russia can go and take the territory, defend it, and get its picture taken.
Well, yeah, I think that until Russia actually can launch a counterattack and drive Ukraine out of the territory,
they don't need to. That's
really
something you need
make,
to
draw those kind of conclusions.
Right.
What's behind Kursk?
Wait, my finger.
Yeah, go ahead.
I had finger before.
Respect the finger.
Careful, Jesus. I'm watching you.
I had finger before.
I don't see it. You need to
The direct munitions depot hit by Ukraine finally bland the operational pace of RAF and is that major retaliation for Kursk.
Yeah.
PS, trigger warning.
Yeah. But the thing is, you need to understand, Ryler, and I think it was Gabriel that said that last week. What happened with Kursk is actually that Ukraine entered to a chess game. And a good chess player is going to let himself lose a little bit to plan his tactics. And then he can send off the queen if he needs to put actually the checkmate when he wants to. A good chess player can pretend he's starting to lose, but actually he's already a few steps forward. And if we look at the mapping, and it's not, we see like a very big blue space is like, yeah, Ukraine took all that. You said 800 square kilometers. Actually, it isn't. It's actually like they said here. They just say that here, Ukrainians are constantly moving. But can we confirm they are holding positions? No. Are they holding positions? No. Why? They can't. The area is too big, and they are not numbered enough. Russia is. We said that last week. Russia is just waiting, and they just tracking and destroying, and that's what we are seeing. They are just waiting, tracking, and seeing. And the good point that Nunya said before about the press, how the press is communicate. Yes, big press papers are talking bad about the Kursk offensive, but like if you look into the press here in Belgium, it's something else. They're only talking about the Kursk region. They don't even say one word, one letter about the whole fucking front line. What's happening? Yes, they're going to put a message. Yeah, they blew up a ship with some railway fuel tanks. Oh, something happened there. Oh, Sevastopol been attacked. That's it. But the whole front line, for the moment, with the Kursk offensive, they don't say shit. You know why? First of all, Belgium is fantastic and copy-pasting with what CNN is saying. What is CNN? Biggest bullshit media ever. That's a translation of CNN. Biggest bullshit media ever. So the whole Kursk thing, actually, Russia is now taking their time, planning to know what they do. Okay, they lost some bridges, but even these bridges they lost on that river, these 3 bridges, is actually pain in the ass of Ukraine. What are they doing now? They're going to the left direction of that area with these bridges, but they can't go north anymore because they fucking blew up their own bridges that they maybe can use to conquer more of terrain. It's just a fucking PR stunt. They knew in the beginning what they were doing. Now they're trying to push. The more they're going to push to the Kursk power plant, they're going to fuck up themselves even more. Because why? Kursk power plant is fucking fortified. Not only at the power plant itself, but around the power plant, perimeters around the power plant. Do you really think that Russia is going to let the Ukrainians take that fucking power plant? Never going to happen. Never, ever going to happen. The whole Kursk thing is actually, and we say it also, even imagine if they have 30,000 troops, Ukraine, a total of 30,000 troops inside the Kursk, that's 30,000 people you can't use, and machinery you can't use in the front line. That's disgusting for the frontline people. I don't know how many Ukrainian soldiers on the front line knows what's really happening, but if they see these messages about what's happening in Kursk, you're like, what the fuck? Abrams are there, Challenger are there, Patriot missile systems are in the Sumy region. Why not in our region? We've been fapped to shit here. So it's, I don't know, the whole Kursk thing doesn't make sense. And a good tactic way of warfare, what Ukraine is doing now is the biggest shit ever. And that's going to make them losing the war even faster. What's just happening now? Who was first? Bigari maybe first? Because I think he's going to have very big cramps in his fingers. And then
Bagari, then me, then either Biotech or Nunya.
Couple of points. Anyone in the panel knows how much square kilometers Russia has, like on the map? I know.
In total,
17
I think
million.
it's like
17 million. 17 million square kilometers. Ukraine occupied 800. Okay. Ooh, yeah. Boo, 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 boo. We need to the fucking retire the like. I hear it like when I like drink my coffee after I watch Wyatt. Then during the day, our good old friend from Australia posts his video, and he always talks about the fucking Ukraine will exchange the territory from Kursk for the Zaporizhia or maybe Kherson, like 800 kilometers. Like, you are fucking retarded if you think that Russia will ever fucking agree to exchange territory shit. Like, you are stupid as fuck. Like, dumb as a brick. Like, Russia will never go for that. Like, stop
Yeah, but
talking
about
shit.
really very fast. About really very fast. The guy is actually pro-Russian, but he's playing neutral on YouTube.
Who gives a fuck?
Yeah. And anyway, Russia will never go for the territorial exchange because Russia can conquer it back and conquer more. Who the fuck's like? You are absolutely fucking amoeba, like brain, like two. I don't know, two IQ.
Hey,
Yeah, two
I
cells.
just want to make another point about something else Wyatt said. And he was talking about in relation to like if people know this, they'll know this if you play strategy games or games where you're running like units. And he was talking about how this is in a game where you've lost, but you still have some decent units around. So you cobble together your last comp group and just go on a wild ride through the enemy territory while until they hunt you down and kill you. And that's kind of basically what the Kursk incursion is, or could be looked at as in a way. It's like one last ride north. You know what's going to happen to him. You know what's already going on as far as being, stopped, fixed, and then hunted down. So
yeah,
it's kind of like that. They did this last hurrah with their best troops on, on
to the point. Yeah.
Do you
go
know
on.
that?
And to the point that Toby was raising. Yeah. Challenger 2 is the best tank in the world. That's why it was never fucking used because it's useless.
But I just want to throw in the point.
You never say that it's best in what kind of thing. It's the best tank, but best in what we're not sure. So,
well, I just
my last point, and I give the word because Toby was talking about morale of the units on the other fronts, and it's fucking shit because like what people are posting, like soldiers, like on social media, they are fucking confused. What the fuck is happening? We are in the fucking struggle here, and we are doing like TikTok parades in Kursk. Like what's going on? Like morale is going to shit on the other fronts. Like it's great for the population because everyone is like we have two words, zrada and peremoga. Peremoga means victory, zrada means betrayal. So it's right now it's victory. Everyone in chats like salutes. Yeah, what's going on in Kursk? When we are capturing Kursk? Blah blah blah. No one talks about it. Like you just to track the like popular like opinion. Just you don't need to know Ukrainian. Just go to Deep State channel in Telegram, and then look at the reactions under the post. How many angry faces? How many angry faces? How many salutes? How many all that shit? And
Yeah. I want to table the idea. I don't think we should call it the Kursk offensive because they're fucking miles away from Kursk. I mean, like it's so ambitious.
It's an incursion at best.
That's right. This is what I mean. They're actually closer to their starting point than they are to Kursk. So can we not call it the Kursk offensive till they like get there? Because at the moment they cross the border and they're running around in some fields getting shot at. That's what this is. This is not a Kursk offensive.
Well,
it
they're
might
in
have wanted
Kursk
to be a
region.
Kursk. Well,
super chat for
Ukraine is in
Toby.
the Kursk region.
I'm disappointed Toby didn't take the bait.
This was making trouble.
Always. Well, I think we just need to come to grips, guys, that we're just being led by a bunch of really stupid people. And I mean, just think about it for a second. Doesn't matter how old you are. Just think for a second. Since you've been born, Think of all the various geopolitical decisions that have been made or mistakes that have been made. Think about what your government has done. Have they ever been on the right side? Never, because they just make stupid decisions. And this is just another perfect example. This whole adventure up into the woods was nothing more than yet another Hail Mary pass by whoever's planning this, who clearly don't know what they're doing. So the sanctions were going to take Russia down. That didn't happen. This big offensive last year, that was, oh my God, we're going to be on the beach in a week. That didn't happen. This didn't happen. It goes on and on and on and on. We don't know what we're doing. End of story. Go ahead.
Okay. Biotech.
So, Mr. Lambo, I think he pretty much summed it all up. And Toby as well, that they're actually just running around creating some noise. And I mean, from my perspective, I'm more interested in the psychological strategies as I see it from NATO, from behind the curtain, so to speak. And as I said last time, my impression is that this was an attempt to actually trigger a divide and conquer process within Russia. And but what I don't really understand is what goes through the Ukrainian soldiers' heads. I mean, for us, it seems pretty obvious by now. It seems pretty obvious for us by now, but my impression is that the Ukrainian soldiers are kind of isolated or something, because now there are 6,000 killed Ukrainian soldiers in this Kursk offensive. I mean, what are they doing, sacrificing their lives for this shit? And I just want to mention, no, for example, I just want to mention one. And I just want to mention one last thing I just learned this couple of hours ago, was that offensive towards the nuclear power plant, that Elon Musk intervened and shut down their internet during the offensive. That's a pretty interesting.
The Cyberlink.
Yeah, I was just going to say, with what Bulgari was talking about, like, I follow some of those units on Facebook, and you know, I've said something about it before, but you know, there are comments that get through, like, you know, why don't you go get the boys? You know, you left them out there. You know where they're at. You know, we want, you know, closure. You know, what happened to the boys? Where's the battalion? You know, there's obviously stuff going on. I mean, there's always like Slava Ukraine and glory to the heroes and defenders of the homeland and shit. But there are more and more comments that come through about people asking questions or making accusatory statements, which kind of surprises me. But, you know, I guess they can't monitor everything. So Facebook is a place where it'll slip through. But I've noticed that getting progressively worse and worse. Even though it's not, you know, it's anecdotal, but it's, you know, more and more comments about people missing and the shitty benefits or the way people are treated.
If I could just again have 10 more seconds on my speech. And isn't it about time the Ukrainian soldiers themselves might start to think, oh, maybe NATO want to kill us? I mean, it's about time. That's been my theory a long time now, that actually one of the purposes behind this war is from NATO, the globalist elitists, just to kill male risk takers, because male risk takers create chaos, and that's a threat to their power. Just that's how they think.
Yeah, I can add to that. I'm going to say they just used, I say they used Ukraine. They used a stupid blonde to say, yeah, we're going to hurt Russia, we're going to do it via Ukraine. That's what I'm thinking. But the NATO forgot one big detail is that Russia is actually suffering from very bad disease, a very bad disease since the 70s. And the disease is calling hoarding disorder. What is a hoarder? A hoarder is a person that's going to collect things in his apartment until you can't even walk anymore in his apartment. I mean by that, And that's a disease that NATO forgot about that Russia had. A very famous disease, actually, hoarding disorder. A lot of people doing that, collecting most useless stuff like journal papers, and then they have stackings of 20 years old journal papers. But Russia did that with ammunition, weaponry, tanks. They said, yeah, we have tanks, maybe going to work one day, we're going to keep it. So they have a lot of shit from the 70s, a stockpile, a huge stockpile. And then they're going to try to attack Russia with the hoarding disease, with the hoarding syndrome. And they're going to try to say, yeah, we're going to burn them all that weaponry. They forgot that detail, that Russia has had that very big disease of hoarding. They have a stockpile still usable of bombs. You can be sure, like, not saying about the Fab 3000s, but like the bombs, the even maybe the 1500s, the 500s, the 250s. These are all fucking old bombs. All these artillery shells. These are old artillery shells. Much of them are not new. Of course, you're going to replace it, because what you are throwing away, you need to replace it. But that's the thing that they forgot about. Russia, the day they don't going to have some shelling anymore, you're going to wait very long for that one. And that's going to kill Ukraine also. A very big problem, a very big tactical issue, that problem that NATO did, actually. They started to attack a bear that is collecting his honey for years and years and years and years. And that bear is never going to die from lack of food, you know. That's for me, it's a thing that just can continue Russia going without spending a lot of money, in the way of speaking. Bigari?
Yeah, I forgot my point. To the statement that Russia took, that Ukraine took 800 square kilometers and Russia took only like 600 or something like that. It's actually intellectually dishonest, or on the other hand, you don't understand how war works, because Ukraine took undefended territory. Russia is taking territory that is on the front line, that is fortifications, that is front line is manned. Ukraine took unmanned territory. Like, when people make this point, like, my brain, like my eyes bleed, like brain hurts. Like, you are so like actually dishonest when you're talking like that. That it's like unbelievable.
Yeah, I just want to add one more point. All the biggest victories the Ukrainians had, like be it the Northern Front, the Balaklia offensive in the Kharkiv front, the Kherson, the entire northern bank of Dnieper, where the Ukrainians took back, it's all no Russian troops there, or they only have minimal militia troops. Like, it's all Russian mass withdrawals. So, and yeah, that's the big contrast. Mehdi.
I just popped back in. I'm sorry. What were you guys talking about?
Oh, the incursion towards the general vicinity of Kursk.
Oh, that historic blunder. Operation Citadel 2.0. Ending the same way as the original Nazis did, engulfed in Russian defenses and eventually absorbed. Their momentum stopped. Their vehicles destroyed. All this little shit is PR. It's just recon units running out, getting into a village, snapping a picture, coming back. It has no momentum. It ain't going nowhere. The only place it can go is backwards, retreat the way it came, or die. You know, somebody said their eyeballs bleed. I'm with them. It's like, it's not as big a deal as fucking people make it out to be. It's a
As I understand it, if they turn left, they get to Moscow, Mehdi. They just turn left and hook up a bit.
Oh yeah, you know, it's just kind of funny that I don't know. What do you think, Toby? Because do you think they took into account the historical significance of Kursk?
Well, I'll tell you what this is, right? This is like, there's a whole bunch of NATO dudes, and they've got a lot of ISR. They've got a lot of information. They've got some pretty fancy weapons, and they've got a whole bunch of Ukrainian soldiers in training, and they've been trained at war college. and they've been trained to do things at War College, doing those things. And right now, they're talking about the shenanigans in the region towards Kursk as great examples of excellent leadership and practical implementation of warfighting strategies. But what is being missed is that none of it is going to actually win the war for Ukraine. In fact, it's probably going to lose it for them a whole lot quicker. You see, the NATO guys don't have to worry about a strategic defeat because they get to go home, right? So they're just passing the time and they're just implementing their stuff. They're like musicians riffing, they're jamming. The NATO guys are jamming. And the Ukrainians are getting like used in all of these interesting ways. And it's super interesting for the NATO guys, right? They're getting to play with toys, real live fire exercises. If you're an army officer, this is a big deal. This is like, oh yeah, you're going to be dining out on this for the rest of your life. You'll be telling guys at the military college about how the real operation you did, you went into Russia and you killed a whole bunch of guys. You'll be a big hero. The fact that, you know, the war was ultimately lost and the casualty rates amongst the Ukrainian units, well, you just gloss over that because who cares, right? So this is NATO officers playing war because they're getting bored with getting shelled. That's all this is.
I mean, if you want to, I mean, maybe this isn't a good example, but look at the Su-34 that dodged the Patriots. You know, there's the tactics, you know, you dive down to make the missile bleed energy, you continually change course to make it bleed energy, you know, you drop countermeasures and all this other stuff, you try to notch the missile. And, you know, think about, like you're saying, Toby, like in War College, you know, you follow the tactics that you've been taught on paper and they work, you know, and you play DCS. You know, they shoot an R-37M at you. But, you know, if you do this, and this, and notch the missile, you beat it. You know, but then that Su-34 audio shows you, yeah, that guy did everything like he was supposed to. He still took some damage. And you can hear in real life, when you're in the real situation, just how stressful and painful that is. You know, you can hear him grunting. You can hear him getting irritated with the controllers because they're talking to him while he's trying to do stuff. He's getting shouted at commands. I mean, you know, it kind of shows the difference between doing it, you know, simulation than doing it in real life. It's way different. I mean, you know, totally different.
To this point, like I want to add, like the biggest mistake I think that like NATO countries are making, that they are training Russians to all the weapons they have. Like the biggest power is the power of surprise. Like, and when there is no surprise, when your enemy is prepared, what do you have? Like Russians like what was the statistics of JDAMs? If I remember correctly, like the accuracy of JDAMs dropped to like 4%. Nice guided bomb. 4% of the time it hits target. Like, so I don't know. Like it seems like maybe they have something in their sleeve, but as usual, it's like it's only on paper. Like I think that the most of the shit that NATO can pour into battle are already used in Ukraine, and it's just preparing Russia for countermeasures.
This is why NATO at the beginning do not want to give everything, because they were also afraid of this. But no, as they talk to their mouth so itchy, they keep talking. The more they talk, the worse the more they have to give. Maddie.
Well, I think it's a good point about you know what the generals and the commanders learn at War College. Andrei Martynov discusses it a lot, of course, in his books and such. Is that generally we don't really have. I don't know, when was the last time that we actually put a division of tanks together and actually had them operate in one unit going in one direction that was on attack, and you know, things like that. I don't know. But I know that basically our equipment is designed and built for coin. And there's the problem. I mean, they came out with this, I don't know what the hell this thing is called, but the thing must stand at least 14 feet tall. It is got to be at least 10 feet wide, and this goddamn thing is on wheels, and it's built concave, forcing up to avoid mines. Well, look at this type of warfare. You're more likely to die from above than from a mine. You know, and those are simple lessons that we refuse to learn. It goes all the way back to our doctrine. It's as if we learn the enemy's way they fight a war, we somehow contaminate ourselves in our own structure. It is so goddamn dumb to me, because there are so many things we could be learning from the Russians right now to be able to rebuild our force, but yet we don't hear, like, you know, anybody admitting that maybe our doctrine needs to change. Although I think it is starting to come out a little bit. But, you know, if we think of projection of power and stuff, you know, we're getting more and more to the point where, even though it seems like we're more free, we're getting more geographically located to where we can influence, because, you know, if this gets to a larger scale, do we think the transatlantic shipping is going to remain safe for NATO to get all its equipment and supplies back and forth? It's not. You know, we haven't even taken the next step in the war yet. And we're already at this point. And as to, you know, the Kursk, when you talk about maneuver warfare, usually maneuver warfare has a point that it ends, an objective that is attained, and that's why you're maneuvering to get to that point, maintain that objective, whether it is to deny the terrain to the enemy or to make use of it for yourself or whatever. The Kursk offensive, I guess maybe the nuclear power plant, but really, what kind of objective is that? I mean, it's not going to change the war, as Toby said. You know, it's not going to do anything but drain the resources that you need and stick them into enemy territory. You know, you gave them to the Russians to destroy when you put them going towards Kursk. I don't know what else to say. How you make sense of this operationally, I don't know. What the generals are thinking, I have no clue. I mean, yeah, I could see you sticking to forest lines and going town to town. Yeah. That's all basic shit. But if you want to win a war, you got to move large forces in a mass, going somewhere where it can really threaten the shit out of something. And they have, you know, they don't have it. And they're acting, I don't understand these actions, because these commanders should know better. And that's the whole thing, is they're committing soldiers to certain death, and they should know better. There's no training that's going to get you out of this. You know, you're stuck in a tactical situation that anybody will fail in. Doesn't matter how highly trained special forces you are. Artillery round doesn't care what your specialty is. All it knows is to kill. You know, and once you're outside of your specialty, you're boxed in and you cannot move, then you're just a target now waiting for destruction. I'm sorry, I'm going on.
You don't need to, Mehdi, because I'm going to say one thing. We have an awesome panel for the moment. Vaughn left, Vaughn, come back. But
he's in backstage. Because he turned off his camera, so I put him back to the backstage.
No problem. But dude, Mehdi, I'm so happy if you have good internet connection, because hearing you talking is so cool. Hearing Toby talking is so cool. Hearing Bigari talking is so cool. Yeah, why at YouTube it's so cool. Hearing everybody, people that have knowledge and understand what's happening and understand the mappings. I learn a lot from you guys. I have my little basic risk gameplay knowledge of Command and Conquer knowledge. It is so cool to have this good experienced man with knowledge. And Bigari, sadly for him, he is in big shit. He is in the big shit. So thank you for that. And Mehdi, I'm happy you have a good connection, because we need guys like you on that panel. And please, there are guys in the chat that can talk like they do. Please join in and give your experience, because that is fucking good information. That's fucking good warfare tactical information and questioning also. I also did a little bit, I spoke a little bit too fast a few hours ago when I was speaking about these Tupolev 22s because Russia changing tactics. I have good news. Not good news. I have big news. Tupolev 95s are for the moment in the air. So the Russians are busy with new cruise missile strikings at that point I am speaking, or they are still flying because you're taking off from a big distance. So the Tupolev 95s are also in the air for the moment. Just to let you know. Diggory!
Yeah, Mehdi was talking about like military objectives. Like you need to understand that there is no military objective. There is political objectives, like in war. And political objective was number one, destroy any negotiation talks achieved. And second one is to reinvigorate the support from the West and to escalate the war. Like there is no like you need to understand, like they are running around. Yeah, of course they are running around, but it's not the generals or commanders on the ground that are telling them to run around and get killed. It's who is the supreme commander of forces of Ukraine? Товарищ Zelensky. And he makes all decisions. Like I want to talk, I want to tell you about our like people's deputy, Mariana Bezugla, because she is like sometimes in the news. She has clinically diagnosed autism. She's a people's deputy. She can talk whatever the fuck she wants, and she's on a leash of Zelensky and Yermak, and she always talks shit about military. She was on the forefront to displace Zaluzhny when he was in the commander-in-chief of the military. She had a great media campaign that Zaluzhny is a failure, and now the same is going with Syrsky. Syrsky completely executes the orders of Zelensky, but Zelensky doesn't want the blame, so the blame goes to Syrsky, and that's what's going on. Like Zelensky gives orders, Syrsky, like a lapdog, follows them to the dot, but Zelensky doesn't want the blame for the failures. That's why the media campaign against Syrsky in Ukraine is huge. Syrsky is not loved in Ukraine.
I think that's right, Bagari, but I also don't think Zelensky would be allowed to. I think you are right that the political objective was to destroy negotiations. That makes total sense to me. I think you're right. But I also think that not just Zelensky, but also the NATO leadership wanted that. Zelensky wouldn't be able to pull off something like this without the full cooperation of the NATO leadership. But I think you're right about the motive. I think the idea was to destroy any negotiations. So that's kind of interesting because it means that the Democrat regime in America has no interest in ending this conflict anytime soon.
America doesn't know what they want right now because they're in election period. Britain knows what they want.
There's different Americas. There's different Americas, and I think that a large part of the Republican Party would try and seek a negotiation so they can get the economy back on rails. But the Democrats clearly, I think, were behind this.
But you need to understand that it's not only America that is pulling the strings in Ukraine. The Britain, UK is more is on maybe even more powerful than America in Ukraine because they control all the shit in the government.
Yeah, but they don't control the ISR. They haven't got the satellites, man. If you don't have the satellites, you're not really in the game.
You know, and if I may just break in right here, I think that's a good point because the UK plays a portion of this that goes overlooked, and it's hard to grasp. And I'll admit I don't have it, but they, it's almost as if the UK uses us to do their bidding. It's through the United States that the UK will do its bidding and determine its policy, because it's using our nuclear weapons and our force and our threat to get what it wants, because it doesn't have it itself. I mean, for fuck's sake. I mean, literally, they don't have it at all. What is it? They couldn't even fill Wimbledon Stadium with all their forces, which is amazing to me. But
Trump's not
you
going to
guys
go to
see it
Moscow
too,
and
because
say the
can you
British
explain
made
it?
me do it. Well,
Sorry to
I mean,
cut you guys
I
off.
like the
I
idea. I like the idea of
I
blaming
said
the
something
British.
before. I said something before. I think you guys have to realize what I said before years ago, right? When I tell you that America don't make decision. If British say it, it's always right. Whatever British say in America is always right. They control everything. In fact, they don't need to. They control America. Period. America don't make any decision. They only follow the decision. The one they call CIA in America. They are not even American. They are just like how would I put it, third party agent. The America they was higher, because everything in America is like how will I put it, contract. They contract everything out. Okay, the agency thing, the secret agent was contract out. Okay, then it's not the American people that are doing it anymore. It's contract out. So the one that was called just like a figured name on them. That's one thing. And secondly, I said that before. This war is just start. We haven't seen nothing yet. And the way I'm looking at it right now, right? United States is going to be the first to use a nuclear weapon in this war. Everybody think this is going to be over. They just don't know what's about to happen yet. Shit is about to go down soon. The thing is that most Americans that are watching this video, because I live in the United States myself, right? Most Americans that are watching this video right now don't know what might come next, because most parents, they don't know how they're going to lose their child. When they see other people losing their child, they was laughing. They don't know that this, whatever hit other people, it can also hit them too. Okay? I watched the Ukrainian or the Russian, whenever they hit each other, they was laughing. Like, they were screaming. When they hit them back, they were like, oh, what did it happen? That is happening. You have to, whatever can hit other people can hit you too. Okay? And let me say something about Ukraine. I don't understand why they keep fighting. I know they're already locked into this. It's more better for them to go with Russians than to go with the West, because there are more benefit for Ukrainian with Russian. Russia have the reason why they are fighting this war is not because of they set Russia up for this war. They want to destroy Russia. And most Ukrainians know that. The goal is to destroy. Let me ask you one thing. Every guy, all the guys in this thing, what is the most component that's more value in electric car today? If anybody know it here, the most component that more value in electric car, what would they call it? Everybody will say, oh, lithium. No, it's not lithium. The most value component in electric car is what do you call it? The magnet. Okay, the magnet is the
Magnesium.
most
Magnesium.
No, not magnesium. Is oh Jesus, sorry, I'm having a headache. So I'll remember. When I remember, I tell you the name. Is the most value in the entire car, value than the battery, value than anything. They cannot do without it. Okay, and I believe right now Russia have a large resources for this. I'm trying to remember Jesus. Okay, Russia have the largest resources for this. Besides that, Russia have the largest gas in the world. In fact, largest. Guess what? The population is so little, so even less than United States. The reason why United States be able to get to where they are today because of their resources. Okay, and Russia have the largest resources. If we couldn't go with 40 million, go with the Russian, they're still gonna be like around almost less than 200 million, and they're gonna be Ukraine gonna be more richer. In my own view, why are they fighting? I don't understand. I know they cannot stop themselves anymore, because once anger comes, it's more difficult to stop. People cannot, because now I lost one of my cousins, I lost my father. That anger will go to people's mind. They cannot stop anymore. They know how to set them up, because the anger, when it goes to people's mind, you cannot stop. Even they want to stop, the anger is there. Ukraine, they cannot stop. Even they and Russia are brothers, but they set them up. When you set people up, when they start killing each other, they cannot stop anymore. The mortar armor they try to stop, they will not be able to, because the anger go to their mind. So that is how people behave in life. Don't start in the beginning.
The magnet material you talk about, is it neodymium?
Neodymium, thank you. Neodymium.
Yeah, I was searching about it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's the most
It's a
valuable.
rare earth.
And the other thing is right now, Russia is developing their own technology, right? Because I know you guys are more military. I'm not a military. I've never been in military in my life. Matter of fact, I never hold a gun. I never touched a gun. So let me put it that way. So you guys know more about weapons too, right? But one thing I could tell you right now is that this war is not only fighting with weapons, it's fighting with a lot with technologies, which I have a little bit idea on. Okay, so right now, Russia are far behind West in technology, right? And they are improving every day. But how long will their system ready? If their system is ready by the end of the year, things is going to dramatically change completely. Because the most common thing that's more value in this war right now, right, is your RCO sensor, the camera sensor. Okay, is most value in this war. Because you see all these drones, everything you see, they all have the same sensors, right? Then second thing that which Russia don't produce, or neither Ukraine. Okay, none of them produce any of those weapons. And technology, sorry, weapon. Let me put it that way. It's technology which is supplied by China. West is to provide. Now the British have been providing Ukraine with their own technology, with their new drones that was built. They deliberately designed a factory in the UK to supply Ukraine with drones.
Can I break in real quick? I gotta go. But I wanted to say, I wanted to back up what you said is that a story just came out. Actually, it was Jimmy Dore did it, where John Deere just laid off hundreds of people. Now, if we're talking about wartime production, you would think a company like John Deere, with the manufacturing production line that it has to make tractors, would be something that you would want to keep around in case you needed to make military vehicles, because their production lines are already set up, at least for making a type of vehicle, although it'll radically change. But anyway, but see, those are the things. We're losing those things too while this is all going on. You would think John Deere would keep keep facilities in the United States. Now it's not. It's sending facilities to Mexico now. So I gotta go. I want to thank you, Wyatt, and you guys. Great one. Have a good one.
Please try to stay longer.
Thanks,
Do less
Maddie.
of your free time. Come on.
So Plumber Pete said, Mike, where's the Civil War you said was coming?
What Civil War? Never talk about Civil War. When did I say Civil War?
No coping. Don't worry.
Should be quite long ago.
Oh no! Are we talking about the I told you you're talking about the mutiny in the Ukraine?
Yeah, I
we're
think
talking about
that's
Ukraine,
what he's
right?
referring to.
Oh, that's one other thing I'm about to say right now. All the video the Russian are fake. Okay, all those the one that you see them I mean it's not fake, right? But this is how I'm gonna say it's like a trick they used to trick Russians, right? Like, oh wow, what happened is that the people are really fighting in Ukraine, fighting those TCC in Ukraine. You don't see them, okay? The one they are burning, they are not like a real. They want Russians to see that to make them think they're about to fall. But the one that are really fighting, they will not allow them to post their video. Okay, believe me. Let me ask you a question right now. As a Ukrainian, big what? Bigari, let me ask you this question. You live in Ukraine. You know about Ukraine than I do, right? How many times have you heard the TCC guy been beaten down in Ukraine? Everybody will say, no, you don't see that video on TV. Okay, you don't see it on Telegram. You know why? Because it was censored. The video that showed the reality was censored. The video that showed the one that they fake to make people look like they're gonna go down on a TCC. The one they are seeing. Those are not like a real. the guy that really do the real thing, that really, how will I put it, go against TCC, you don't see them on TV because they are taking them down. They are looking for them. And the Ukrainians are using that videos, the one you guys are seeing on the Telegram, to make that guy try to post that video. Once they post that video, they find them, they target them, they use the IP address to pin them down, to find them. Okay? But the real thing, you guys don't see it. So, and those guys, as time go by, they will revoke against all this. And I believe the West are targeting all those guys badly right now. In fact, they deliberately devote entire server to pin them out. As you can see, recently they arrest the guy, they arrest the Telegram founder. Those one of the things they want access to those guys. So that way they don't want anything to go wrong with their project. And I don't understand why Ukraine let them use themselves. I don't get it. I still can't wrap my head around this. I still can't wrap. How do they allow them to be used? Because this war is not Ukrainian war. It's not their war at all. It's not their war. I don't understand how they allow them to be used, in my own view, because I would say, why? Why do they fight? I would say Russia cannot take a little bit. If you want to take, you have to take the whole Ukraine. That's what I would say. You can't just say you want to cut a little bit land. You want to take everything. Believe me, Ukraine will be more benefit from that than be there on their own. Since when I look at the Ukrainian, I see so many industrial manufacturing industrial in Ukraine. I was shocked. Like how? And all those things was everything from the Soviet Union. Ukraine has never designed anything after the Soviet Union. Can anybody point me to one thing that Ukraine developed after Soviet Union? Everything was inherited from Soviet Union. It's same go with Russia. And in Belarus is a little bit. I think they have one of the biggest biggest tractors in the world. That's the only one thing that I see about them. Dump truck. But Ukraine, nothing. Russia, they only rely on gas. They never develop anything. They never come up with something unique since the fall of the Soviet Union. Can anybody tell me one thing that the Ukraine have come up with since the fall of Soviet Union?
Oh, we can let Bigari speak about that to you, Mike.
Yeah, Ukraine was really good in aircraft industry, so that's after the Soviet Union. But
which aircraft did Ukraine come up with? Which plane? After Soviet Union. After Soviet Union.
Dude, they made the biggest plane in the world. They made the fucking biggest plane in the world.
Anyway, it's not the point. Like Ukraine inherited the seventh biggest economy in the Europe after the fall of Soviet Union. It was the seventh biggest economy in Europe. Seventh. Right now, it's in partial default, according to the agencies. So you make of it like what you want. I forgot what I wanted to say. Fuck my life.
You have caught the open mic disease.
Yeah. You've been affected by
what?
Yeah. Has the same
Mike told about TCC and like his theory about like that it's not published and it's censored. No, it's not, because the occurrences of like people really like opposing like conscriptions officers on the streets are really sparse. Like Ukrainians like to talk like they are the most like freedom, the most free nation in the world, but in reality they are slaves to Zelensky. So, and there was like two big opposition to what like TCC did. One was in Kovel, in my native region, so I'm proud of those guys. And one was recently in one of Frankivsk. And what's funny, it's in the western Ukraine. So the most nationalistic parts of Ukraine, people don't want to go and fight. So, but that's besides the point. There is not a lot of examples of those opposition to TCC to warrant the something is brewing. Everything is under control. It's like fucking Soviet Union with we have the saying "ежовые рукавицы," because there was under Stalin was Yezhov, and he was taking control of everything with fist. So that's where saying is going. There is no I don't see where his mic is coming from. Maybe he watches some other reality, but there is nothing happening in reality on the ground here. That people are protesting. No, people are suppressed to the shit. And I remember when Red was coming on the open mic about Bangladeshi revolt, and he was saying that it's all students did it. He forgot to mention that army was behind the students. Small detail, but if you don't have the forces behind you, like armed forces, you don't achieve anything. So that's the point. People can protest all they want. If the army, police, everything is standing with the guy up top, you don't achieve anything.
Guns is everything. Firepower.
Yeah.
Left for three of us, we can geek it out. We can talk anything we want.
Yeah.
And these people
also
have no choice. They have to listen to us.
About Bangladesh, I wanted to talk about it. By the way, people are saying that it was pro-Western shit and all that stuff. It's not, because Bangladeshi, the military that is behind the coup, they are really in deep ties with China. So how can it be pro-Western coup when Bangladeshi military is completely supporting the ties with China, and also Russia is building the nuclear power plant for
This is
Bangladesh?
why I always. That's the problem with some of these YouTube channels. They are misinforming people because the entire worldview is US is the behind everything. As if people in Asia do not have their own minds and their own motivations. Color revolution don't happen in East Asia or the eastern half of Asia. There is no such thing as color revolution around here. All the protests, all the military coup and whatnot is purely local politics. For example, in Thailand, the entire country is divided between it's just like United States, the city folks and the rural folks. The rurals are the farmers and whatnot. And then because there is more rural people, which is the red side, because if you look at Thai politics, they have the red shirt and the yellow shirts. The yellow shirts are the urban city folks. The red shirts are the farmers or countryside people. But there's more of the red shirts. So every election, the red shirt candidate will win all the time. Every election they will win. And then the yellow shirt will protest in the city, and then they will overthrow somehow the government. and then they go into power, and then after that there will be a coup, and then the military will take over, and then they will have election again. The red shirt will win again. Then the yellow shirt protest to the point where the military will coup, give the yellow shirt, and then the military coup again. Because the red shirt will come and protest. So Thailand is in this non-stop cycle of disrespect for democracy. Let's put it that way. So, but it has nothing to do with the United States. It's just it's a divide, social divide that is causing the political problem. But the thing is, if you watch certain channels, they may like make it like as if this is a US backed overthrowing of governments. They're trying to manipulate, just like the Bangladeshi thing. It is a dictatorship, and there is a lot of authoritarianism. The people eventually have enough. They try to overthrow the government. Then suddenly it becomes a US thing. It's like everybody want to attribute credits to the CIA. CIA is not that great. They don't control everything. Just like in Georgia,
they couldn't even kill Trump, man.
Yeah, within United States they have a lot of power. When it's outside, it's not so straightforward. Like they can't even stop the Russian law from getting passed. In Georgia, it's not. I saw Deus abscondis. Yeah, I'm actually partly referring to Brian Belletti. Like I totally disagree with every single shit that's something to do with the United States. For example, in Philippines, United States is not the leader in terms of the conflict with China. It's Philippines that is leading the way and asking United States for help. It's not the other way around. It's not the United States asking Philippines to go and clash with the Chinese. It's the Philippines believe those are their land and their military is too weak to deal with the Chinese, and then they ask for more US military to be deployed into Philippines to help to balance the firepower. In Taiwan, it's the same thing. Taiwan is very independent, generally speaking. They go their own way to do their own things, but firepower, they can't win against China, so they needed United States. They need to buy United States, get United States support. That is natural. Every single smaller country need a big brother. It's nothing to do with United States come in and try to manipulate things. It's not. They manipulate probably a lot more in Japan, but not in Taiwan, because Taiwan is their own thing, generally speaking. So they can try, but it doesn't always work. You see, not every country is no.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that like Russia is one of the leading powers in nuclear technology in the world, and they are building the nuclear power plant in Bangladesh, and they are building on future debt. Bangladesh have to pay Russia for this, so Bangladesh is not in the position to cut ties with Russia or China just for the sake of it, because they really need energy.
The reality is most of Asia don't trust United States. So it's if you even you look at the maybe Israeli issue or Ukraine war issue, which Asian country actually supports Ukraine or Israel? Not much. You maybe have Philippines, Singapore, at most. Then you don't have. There's no more. No one is actually that pro USA. Everybody is making use of USA just as USA is making use of them. They just have aligned interests. They are not puppeted to the point like Germany or Japan, the kind of level where, or in most of Europe, where the United States basically call the shots, make a decision, everybody have to follow. In Asia is not that much. It's not that easy. Even Pakistan, you see United States invested so much in Pakistan. They try to control, manipulate. It doesn't work. Eventually, it still fails. So
yeah.
I
wanted also to talk about the man you put on the top thumbnail, like Pavel Durov, and because I catch the start of the show when Shadowy was talking about some fucking crazy shit theories about illegal streaming. It was it's
one,
not
right?
that deep, man. It's not that deep. Telegram has the best encryption, from messengers, and people just want to control it. Like, what do you want to like? WhatsApp is under like intelligence agencies already. They can read everything. Like, what was the rumor? Like, maybe it was not even the rumor. Like that guy from Hamas that got killed in Tehran. They tracked him via WhatsApp messages. So that's like a good advertisement for WhatsApp.
True. Previously people thought
they
that,
just want to control it, and in the war, Ukrainian war, Russian war, like point of view, Telegram is used on the front line as a main messaging source because it's so encrypted
on both sides. I believe it's on both sides.
Is it not the way for NATO to destroy some information space? Because we're showing too much reality on Telegram.
For sure.
The reason why they,
for sure.
yeah,
100%.
For sure. Yeah.
100% for sure.
And
Because
it will lead to only more fragmentation in informational space. We talk about fragmentation in politics, like multipolar world. It will only lead to more fragmentation in informational space too. For example, I will example. Maybe it will not be like that, but for example, like BRICS countries will have their own messaging. Western countries will have their own messaging. It will all lead to that.
So the thing is, Telegram today is super important. It is not like it wasn't that important, 2 years ago when the war just started. During those days, Telegram was still this very fringe app where a lot of people.
I was hearing a little bit about Telegram. I learned to use Telegram from one friend, so I had just one contact because he didn't use WhatsApp. And then when I came on DPA, I started to learn about Telegram. That's how fresh Telegram is for me, and I still not even properly use it. I just use it to find a few.
Can I correct Wyatt?
Yes.
It was not fringe in our parts of the world. Like in Ukraine, Russia, it was mostly the main source of communication.
Yeah.
It replaced like in Ukraine and Russia, Viber was the main one, not WhatsApp. Viber. And it slowly replaced Viber, and it became the main source of information. And then when channels came through, it became main source of like information. No one is reading like news sites because why would you? Like you just read it on Telegram.
Yeah. So
the other thing.
Also,
the
Prata,
other
just
thing-
go ahead, Prata.
Oh no, sorry. I
It's okay,
was
it's
just
okay.
going to add that Wade is right as well. But there is also another thing that happened with Telegram. I have been using Telegram since it appeared, and the thing is that since the war started and so many people start using Telegram, Telegram improved a lot. It didn't used to be so with all these functions and so on. Everything is more or less new. Before it was really just a copy of WhatsApp, and now it's something much more than WhatsApp ever could wish to be for. Sorry, go on, Wade.
Yeah, it's correct. So, because during the beginning of the Ukraine war, everybody tried Telegram somewhere or another. Within Singapore as well. Like I also had Telegram. I created the account, and then it's like no friends is using it, and then it's like it just looked like a clone of the WhatsApp, and then everybody go back to WhatsApp. So it's because of the Ukraine war that I started to use Telegram more. Then and realized that the information is more concentrated. It's a totally different way of presenting information than Twitter. Is more concentrated because you go to the channel, it's just purely from that channel. Like if you go to Twitter, it's very distracting. it's very seldom you go to the profile and just read through only from that profile. It's quite rare that you use Twitter in that way. And also during at the beginning of the Ukraine war, Twitter is still not under Elon Musk. So the censorship regime was still there, and then a lot of channels disappeared. So Telegram become the main thing. So now the information space is better because we have Twitter, we have Telegram, we have at least two, and then we have Rumble for the video ones. So it's a little bit better for open information and transmission of like not that censored information. But no, it's definitely under threat. No, Elon Musk is under threat. No, then now this Telegram founder, overplayed his hands. Yeah, I mean, of course, I do feel like the Telegram should do a bit more in terms of like, eliminating illegal activities. I'm quite sure, they could have.
They are doing that, but
yeah, but no.
But if you guys listen to the interview with Carson, he says it just has 30 people. It's an enterprise, it's a very small enterprise. There is no real hierarchy. It's just he and the engineers. There are 30 people. So it's a very tiny company. And if we take into account that it's not just Telegram, there is still the cryptocurrency that it was his new project. It's a very small company, so they obviously can't control everything.
yeah, but the most funny shit that who celebrates the arrest of Durov the most? Pro-Ukrainian people.
No, yeah. Ukraine was pressuring a lot in the last weeks. Telegram, and was saying things like they have ways to pressure Durov to eliminate certain information into the country.
Our like in the parliament, the like speaker he is responsible for the freedom of speech. He immediately like put a crackdown on Telegram right now. Freedom of speech, by the way. Anyway, and all the Ukrainians and all the like I don't know, people that don't understand shit about Durov and his life story, they talk that he's a Russian agent when he fled from Russia because Russian intelligence agencies were cracking down on VK to try to monitor people, and he was saying like, no, I will not stand for that. So he basically give up VK, which is like huge in this part of the world, and he went to create another enterprise like Telegram.
For the guys that don't know, VK is the Facebook on Eastern Europe. It's the most popular social media in Russia and all other ex-Soviet countries. Sorry, Bigari.
Yeah, and for the people that say that like Telegram doesn't follow some laws, people like encryption is very good. Like for example, like if you want to like do some child trafficking, you can use Telegram encryption, and no one can track you. But they follow the laws from European Union, from Ukraine. Because, for example, I cannot read from Ukraine. For example, Rybar, I cannot read his channel because it's blocked by our laws.
So that was one of the things the Ukrainians were kind of showing off, saying that Rybar was blocked in Ukraine, so people couldn't listen, and so to present in the way that they were able to block Telegram. But VKontakte is.
But you need to understand that. Sorry, Prata. You need to understand that like every app developer is a slave to like Google and Apple, because you cannot distribute your app like without cooperation from Google and Apple. So you need to follow their rules.
Mm-hmm. So he
And
tells
if they
that in
and
the
you
interview.
and Apple and Google, like if they talk with government, they want like the channel banned. And if you want your app to appear in the store, you need to follow the rules. Like you cannot like be, oh, I'm pro free speech, I will not ban everything. Then Apple will just say your app is not available in App Store, and your whole like company collapses.
Correct.
Okay.
It's true. Is
Yeah, it's very sad.
a lot of
They
companies they try
already
to create their own phones, but it is not so easy. Like even Microsoft tried. Then I was really supportive and I really liked the Windows phone, but no, even then, even Microsoft gave up. So it's very difficult. Gap, I'm not sure if people know Gap, gab.com. Gap also tried to create their own phone. Until today, I haven't seen it yet. So it's really, really not easy. The latest we have is Elon Musk thinking about it, creating his own Twitter X phone or something like this. So yeah, because if you don't have all this an alternative, then no, everybody is like getting strangled by like Google. Android is supposed to be open source, but in the end, they still have a huge control over the Play Store. Yeah.
I have like
And then the thing is as well, you can't expect everybody to.
I
Sorry,
have
go
just
on,
a
Mr. Wan.
Samsung S20 Plus, and I need to replace it. And I'm afraid to replace it because I don't know what to buy. And my thing, I am a guy. I watching reviews, and I watching a lot of reviews. If I need to buy a new car, I'm going to be busy for weeks to make my decision. So
that's how I make decisions for purchase. I take a long time to research and think.
Oh yeah, and I'm going to start because I have my phone is already 4 years old, so I can replace a new screen. But I don't going to do it. I'm going to buy a new phone, but I just don't know if I need to keep to use Samsung or not because they're fucking expensive also. And I was also always a Sony guy. I'm like special, you know. My television is Sony. I am a PlayStation guy, and I try to use a Sony a cell phone also, but they lost all quality because the competition. Samsung took everything over. Apple took everything over. They destroyed actually everybody. Nokia tries.
Well, no,
and then now
really.
you have Google
Samsung
that came
will.
in.
No, Samsung was impressed everybody because the system was more stable.
Yeah.
Well, not
exactly.
Wherever I had on LG mobiles and from other parts, and the Android system was not stable. And one must say that in Samsung, the Android is perfect, works very well, but the camera is not the best, but still very good.
It's very good.
The monitor is not the best, but it's still very good. So it's like you pay a little bit more, but you have a very good system that will work also for a long time, which is important.
Yeah, that's the thing. I have it for 4 years, and you don't want to know how many data I made with that phone. It's crazy, and the thing is still running normally, you know. So I think I'm going to stay at Samsung.
Before I go,
I'm afraid to change.
But Vikari, I wanted to make some comments about Durakov. I think he's a narcissist. He's a very intelligent man, but he's completely narcissist.
Yes,
And
of
he
course.
takes himself a bit more better than everybody else, and that's also his problem. So very intelligent people are also idiots, and he made many mistakes in his life, pretending to be the star, like the what was that? The topless competition with Putin, where he was showing himself with a lot of muscles and 3-packs. The finger to Russia, saying like how he against Russia, but it's impressive that now the biggest support is actually coming from Russia, which is paradoxical. Sorry, there.
It's
Gary.
not. It's not paradoxical at all. Because if you like, I'm half Russian. I have Russian identity in myself, and we always stand for ourselves, like for our people. So, like, even if they did some shit, like what's it called, like блуждающая овца. I cannot translate it in English right now, but they lost their way. They lost the way. They lost the way. But we know that at heart they are Russian, so we will
Ukraine,
welcome
right?
them.
It's a country.
Yeah.
It's a bit like
I'm
Ukraine
living.
situation, Ukraine and Russia situation. So this is just one person, but it's like they are all Russians. It's just like your wayward brother or wayward son, went off, but they are still your son forever. Vaughn wanted to say something.
Yeah, I came back a little late. I was just curious, since there's only a few people here, are you all doing closing?
We are geeking out.
Okay, I was just making sure. I was.
You're chilling. I'm watching planes for the moment. I don't know if you noticed.
You know what? You're talking about
Lambo was talking for like 20 minutes, so I figured he was closing.
I didn't. No, not even. How dare you? No, but I have news for you, Vaughn. Ukrainian channels report that 2 Ukrainian battalions have been surrounded between New York and Torresk. At the same time, it's reported that there is no communication.
I mean, somebody said something about that earlier. I think it was Bagari who said it, so I would assume it's probably true because he's there. And
I said that
if it was scuttlebutt, that'd probably get around, I guess, through people and word of mouth. So if he's hearing something about it, maybe there's something to it. I mean, you saw the map like Wyatt did. I mean, he was talking about how it was ridiculous that there was that encirclement still holding out, and then you look at what happened in New York. So maybe a bunch of dudes did get captured.
Yeah,
but they got encircled in not New York itself, but to the south, like where fortifications between New York and what is Pivnichne or what?
Here they say between New York and Torresk, so in the north.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, he's there
near the lakes. Near the lakes.
Probably something to it.
Near the lakes, if you can picture the map in your head, near the lakes, like where some lakes are, like north of fortifications, the 2 battalions are encircled.
So what will be?
Yeah, there's like if it's where he's talking about, it's like on the kind of the northeast side of New York, and there's a couple reservoirs.
Yeah.
Where they got. Yeah, so I mean, if he's hearing about it, there's probably something to it. They just haven't released pictures yet or videos.
So that's why it's not filled up on the map.
And they are not encircled. According to the information, they just went into the captivity of Russians. So.
Okay.
So they already gave up.
Do they know how many roughly? Like how many roughly were taken besides 2 battalions?
It's 2 battalions, but we don't know about the strength of battalions. So, like, because it can be at 20% or 30% strength.
But that's a lot of people, nevertheless. Well, we expect a lot of people to be. That makes the Ukraine in a really bad situation. Anyways, it's very interesting you say that, because Zelensky, when he met with yesterday with Duda, he looked like crazy. Again,
I just want to say this lady, and she has an amazing ass. Wow.
Who has an amazing ass? Duda.
This lady that just came in. Sorry, I mean, I had to make that comment.
Boys stay boys.
Hey guys, good night. Have to run, by the way.
See you, man.
Okay.
Thank you, Gary. Bye, Gary.
Yeah,
stay safe.
I have my doubts, whether there is indeed this many troops encircled. Like I mentioned, the front has been followed is like clearly falling for some time, and then why would they be still there? That kind of thing. like a few guys,
Mm.
maybe 100.
Yeah.
I would, you talk about like 2 battalions. I have my doubts. If they talking about if they are in the forest at Torex, because now the Russians are doing the pincer, right? If they are inside the pincer,
Is that one?
then I can believe. But then
It's
they're
that
not.
one. No, it's that one. It's that one. It's between
yeah.
New York and Torres, and that is where you see that pincer. The battalion, yes, 1,000 people. So between 1,000 and 2,000 people are trapped.
Yeah, but I mean, realistically, it could only, all those battalions are under strength. And like Wyatt said, it's been pretty obvious that it's collapsing. So maybe these, maybe it's the remnants of 2 battalions that did make it out, like the rear guard.
It will be that.
Or it's a plot. It's a plot for them to let's go to Russia. It's like, hey, I don't want to withdraw. I want to join Russia. But don't worry, because curse offensive. Victory! Slava Ukraine.
Yeah, they're going to do
No,
the
no need
game.
to
I
talk
wonder if we'll ever learn how many guys just hid out and waited till the Russians came so they could surrender.
Well,
You have to
I
hide very
think we
well,
are. If this is true, if this is true, what you guys are telling, then we see also Russia trying to bring to to imprison as many Ukrainian soldiers as possible, like in the reaction to what happened in Kursk, where they also did the same. So yeah, and they were even picking up civilians in order to exchange them. So yeah.
So not sure. This one though, definitely I haven't seen it in my trusted channels yet. So the trusted sources yet. So
Yeah,
let's wait
those
and
are
see.
very-
Because the problem with Ukrainian information, the pro-Ukrainian side, is that there a lot of their stuff is not real. It doesn't exist. They talk a lot of different things which can never be corroborated or it never happens. A lot. That's the problem with the pro-Ukrainian side's information. Like there is only a few there's really actually only Deep State UA you can trust. Everyone else in the Ukrainian space is like, you have to take a massive bucket of salt, when you read their stuff, because they sometimes make things up. So that they can, for example, now they say that, we have 2 battalions getting encircled. Then so that a few days later they can say the 2 battalions has fought valiantly and heroically, broke through the encirclement, and then suddenly the fall of Torex has become a non-news because they are heroes. They broke through the encirclement. So that could be the case. So it's very, I don't really trust that much. So yeah.
So, something that, because we were talking about exchange of soldiers, of prisoners of war, something that was surprised me a lot was that in this last exchange, the Ukrainians got around 100 or 15 soldiers still from the Azovstal. How long has that been? It's amazing.
Maybe the Russians don't want to give them up, like, because these are the Nazis.
2022.
I thought the 115 were taken from Kursk area. Like, I figured they were mostly
the Ukrainians that were given. Yeah, but
the ones that
Russians.
were captured
Those
by
are
the Ukrainians.
Russians.
Yeah, the Russians were conscripts, I thought, mostly.
Yeah, exactly. And the Ukrainians they gave back, according to RIA Novosti and RT, were actually fighters that were captured in the Azovstal. Still of that time.
Yeah.
And I think RT was even making. Oh yes, I am. Yeah.
Wasn't there a video also of some POWs requesting to be traded for Azovites, like last week or in the first week? Okay.
Not sure.
They have a huge the Azov battalion has a huge lobby inside of Ukraine. They are really active everywhere. They have these strange wives that go everywhere trying to pressure that they free the Azov soldiers still in
it seems like they always get first pick like they're always the first on top of the list to get released almost every time. Or at least there's Azov guys mixed in. And you see how the Russian people get pissy about that because it's like, oh, you're going to release this Azov guy, we'll see him back out here next week. And they usually do. But, I mean, that's one thing I've noticed. The Azov people always seem to be at the top of the list to switch, to get swapped back.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if we should do closing, or do we have another topic to talk about?
I had maybe a little bit to say about the F-16. I post some things on the Top Gun launch, on the main launch on Telegram. So actually there is a woman, I don't know her name anymore. It's blah, 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 blah. The commander of the Air Force, the Armed Forces of Ukraine, Nikolai Oshlenkuk, published a video on his Telegram channel dedicated to American F-16 fighters. And from this footage, war correspondents were able to determine the location of the combat vehicles. As expected, the fighters are stationed in the Kolomia military airfield and the Ivano-Frankovsk region, writes Military Chronicle, published still frames from the video, which indicate the sign by which geolocation can be established. However, it's not a fact that these shots were included in the video by accident, the channel admits. There is a version that the video appears to provide a legend about the use of F-16s only for territory of Ukraine. In reality, they could very well fly from airfields in neighborhood NATO countries. The war correspondents conclude. So actually what happened, so they geolocated these planes and their overshelled Soviet-era bunkers made by the Russians during the Soviet war, because why? Ukraine was a very important strategic place for the Russians in case there was escalations with the Russians. People need to understand these airfields in Ukraine are fortified as fuck to protect planes that they don't really have in Russia. Ukraine was always a very strategic place. So, of course, they can hide F-16s in these bunkers. They are made to substance very hard bombing. And the reason maybe why that Russia is not bombing them is just to give the chance to Ukraine to hide them there. And if they are 100% sure they are there, they can still bomb it. If you already bomb something, it's gone, so you can't use it anymore. That's why everybody say, why don't they fucking destroy the whole places in Ukraine? That's the reason why. But they're using that, no, the Ukraine channels using that for their propaganda videos, and okay. So it can be also, in my understanding, Russia is tracking them. Russia is following everything via the satellites. One day, maybe we're going to see something happen. But the thing is, we didn't saw any footage about active F-16s until now. Maybe it's going to be the joke like with the Challengers or Abrams, or we're going to wait for months and months and months and months when they're finally going to use them. Vaughn?
Yeah, I was just going to push back on a little bit of what you said, because they were talking about this a few weeks ago. This is before however many F-16s they have got issued. But they were saying that the Ukrainians were down to probably about 24 operational airframes. And I don't know if that includes aircraft or aircraft and helicopters. But they stated specifically that they move those aircraft around every 2 or 3 hours to hide them continuously from the Russians and prevent them from being targeted. So, I mean, they're probably not storing anything anywhere. It's just they're flying them around if they're even in the country and hiding them every couple hours. They're moving them around. So I would imagine that's what they're doing if they're even in Ukraine. Because I feel like if they knew where they were at and they could take a shot at them, they would.
I think they're going to bring them in Ukraine when they plan to use them to attack. The 24 plane, the airframes you said, or helicopters, I think the numbers are still less at the moment. If you are speaking about it 1 month, 2 months ago, about 24, I think they can be happy with a big dozen, 12, between 12 and 20 max, because we saw footages of Sukhoi 27s being destroyed, MiG-29s also. I don't even know are they still having Sukhoi 27s now operational. If they keep destroying them,
Well, they are getting them from other countries.
Many also. Huh?
They are getting them from other countries.
Which country?
These are not original Ukrainian airplanes
Well, I
anymore.
mean, think about it too,
They
Lambo.
were.
Look
No,
at,
no, no. They
look,
were.
look at,
They were.
look at, go look at Google Maps and go look at the Ukrainian airfields and stuff that are probably still pre-war pictures. I mean, you've got airfields in some parts of Ukraine with dozens of Su-27s on them. You know, they could easily hide an operational one in the middle of a bunch of broke dick ones, and maybe the Russians figure it out, maybe they don't. But I mean, if they're moving them around every couple hours, you know, whatever they got left, and they're stat, you know, I mean, they could be hiding them in static displays at a museum. I mean, there's little museum parks at all those airfields in some of the cities. So, you know, park an Su-27 there, hope they don't notice it. You know, maybe they do, maybe don't. I mean, I bet you they do that with a lot of stuff that, you know, like you see the Russians when we were looking for the Su-57s. You know, you see tons of Su-27s, and then all of a sudden there's one or two Su-57s tucked in there. So it's probably the same thing. You know, they're just trying to hide them. I mean, even the Russian airfields, there's lots of, you know, unused aircraft sitting around, and I'm sure they've moved what they can and stripped out what they can for parts, and then maybe they use the ones they can't fix for decoys and move them around or park operational aircraft next to them.
Just to give you an explanation about the Sukhoi 27 Prata and theory. So if you look at the naval countries that has still Soviet era planes, these are actually the MiG-29s, the biggest used one. 27s, yes, they've been exported a lot, very popular planes, but these are not NATO countries who possess them. Ukraine is not a NATO country. It was a Soviet ally of Russia. That's the reason why they have them. Also because Russia used manufacturer like Antonov to also buy planes from Ukraine to use them as transportation planes for Russia. That's why the Antonov 124 was designed. That's why the Antonov Mriya, the 225 was designed. It's because the Soviets, so Russia, asked Antonov to build them. It was a very strategic country in the Soviet era, and that's why they had the better planes than other countries. Europe doesn't have Sukhoi 27s, never have. So if they need to have parts of it from another country than their own country, it's going to be from an actually ally of Russia. Or they need, maybe they can find some parts on AliExpress because the Chinese copy them. So that's the thing. What I'm saying, for me, the Sukhoi 27 is more superior than the MiG-29. It's also a longer range, heavier attack aircraft compared to the MiG-29. The thing is, if they don't have anything left anymore for that plane, it's game over. You don't going to see any Sukhoi 27s anymore in Ukraine. So for the moment, they destroyed a few of them, and I still don't know. The numbers are so messed up. It's like Vaughn said. The best example is Sukhoi 25. In the beginning of the conflict, take 2014, Ukraine maybe had a handful or 2 dozens of Sukhoi 25s in active service. In the start of the SMO, Ukraine tripled the numbers. They tripled the numbers by refurbish old planes. That's what they did. And actually they did that also with the Sukhoi 27s. Sukhoi 27s were I saw it on air shows. I saw Ukrainian Sukhoi 27s before the conflict of 2022 and the Belgium air show. The pilot, there was one senior pilot. It was his last the last air shows year he did, because he went stopping for retirement, and he started to refly in 2022, and he was shot down also. There was their best pilot that the Ukrainian army had, the Air Force had, and he died in 2022. And that plane that I saw during the air show in Belgium was destroyed because it was his plane. He flew back with his old plane, and he died, sadly. It was actually a very cool thing to witness, what I saw during that air show, because it came on the news, of course, and they said also, so these planes were It was one Sukhoi 27 normal, and it was one Sukhoi 27 UB. UB as a two-seater training version. So Ukraine possessed these also. And they were escorted, these two planes were escorted by Ilyushin 76. Why? Crew maintenance, spare parts, and also these are planes that can launch parachutes when they're landing, so they need to have somebody to follow them up. So they have that support plane with them. And that support plane, you had a translator because nobody was able to speak English. Nobody. From the 3 planes, nobody was able to speak English. And the translator of the Sukhoi that was inside of the Sukhoi, the Ilyushin 76 was flying with them to translate everything and was in direct contact with the control tower. So also imagine, and the warfare now, all these fighter pilots need to need to learn English before they learn to fly the F-16 also. That was something I knew already before. They say on the news, actually, no Ukrainian pilots was able to speak English. Otherwise, if they took another pilot of one of the other Sukhoi 27s to do the demo air shows around the world, around Europe. No, they weren't capable to do that because there was no Ukrainian pilot able to speak English. It's just nice information I can give you.
No, taking
CIA got him again.
Yeah.
He's a prime target by CIA right now. Hi, Toby. You're back.
Yeah.
I can see that the sun is out on your side. Mine is still dark.
How late is it? Fuck, dude. It's like 1 a.m. for me.
It's coming to 7 a.m. for me.
It's nearly 9 a.m. here. I was just
You see, Vaughn is also got CIA aided. Okay, he moved down.
Yeah, Prata needs to refresh his YouTube.
You said you were going to do closing and wrap it up at a mere 5 hours.
Because we are running out of things to talk about. So RFK endorsed Trump. That's one of the other big news. Although if I feel like it's a bit late. It's a bit late. Vaughn?
You can speak a little bit about it.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, it's good news for Trump. It'll probably, across the board, be a couple percentage points bump for him against Kamala Harris. And it might actually come into play, percentage-wise in places like Michigan and Pennsylvania, because there's a lot of people that like RFK, I mean, and it could be a bigger amount if he really actively campaigns for Trump, which we won't know until we see what he does over the next few weeks. But just the endorsement and the dropping out is probably worth at least a couple points in the end for Trump. So it just adds to his potential lead, and it makes it harder for them to cheat. But that's all I really got on that. I mean, it's a good thing. I mean, I don't really think he should waste his time as some kind of health guy with food. I mean, if he wants to have input, that's great. The assassination thing's fine, but really he needs to figure out if he wants to be the head of the CIA or the attorney general. But that's conditional on the fact that he has to go after these people without any mercy, like they've gone after him and other political entities. So, I mean, that's the only guarantee. If he's willing to be Trump's pit bull in whatever position he's given, then that's fine. But that's remains to be seen. But it's obviously a positive for Trump. Another win in his category or his column for the week.
Yeah, for sure. Because, go ahead.
No, I just thought that you need to sack a lot of people to make CIA a proper CIA again. I think it has become a bit like MI6, and like they have their own monster, or the Mossad. They are their own monster because everything is so classified. So most of the government, most of the leaders, the political leaders, don't actually know what the hell is in these units and what they are doing, what assets they have, what they have done. And I think this is a scary thing. Like, I don't think in Singapore we have this problem. I think the prime minister, whatnot, they still have a lot of control over our, this kind of secret units. But like, in UK, Israel, US, I think it's like I'm not sure. You need to sack a lot of people to get to whatever they are doing, I think. Prata is back from CIA.
I think, you know, the fact that there's no limit on the money is one of the reasons that the security agencies are out of control, because usually just the cost of their shenanigans, you know, is enough to have senators, like, you know, cut them a tight leash. But when you've got unlimited money, like we've had for the last 30 years, just running these massive deficits, and, you know, what's another $10 billion on the CIA? The security agencies go crazy. They bloat and get massive and start, like, finding things to do. But on the Trump and JFK thing, I think that's quite remarkable. And I think it might be really powerful for Trump, because it's a bipartisan action. You know, RFK is a Democrat. And if you listen to what he actually said about why he's not with the Democrat Party, there's going to be a lot of Democrats who agree with him. There's going to be a lot of Trump voters that would agree with him too, but that's not the point. The point is that RFK is speaking to a lot of Democrats about really important issues. And he's also, like, he's basically made a bipartisan position with Trump, which makes it very difficult for the Democrats to paint Trump as some kind of extremist. If anything, they're going to have to try and match that bipartisan aspect, and I can't see how they do it. Not with Communist Kamala and that Patriot that she calls LVP. So I think that's a really powerful endorsement for Trump. I think RFK's done him a huge favor, and good on Trump for accepting it as well. I don't think anyone's ever going to fix the CIA, but that's just me. I think the CIA is just one of those things that makes America free.
There was something during the convention for the Democrats that I saw that on the Jimmy Dore show. They rented a Texas sheriff that was speaking good about the border situation, that they did some stuff. And actually 2 years ago, he had an interview with the news channel that he was crying after help, after people that needs to watch, to come here to see the situation. And suddenly you see that guy in his cowboy hats, completely in white, with his sheriff badge, saying that they did all the thing good and all these years. I'm like, what the fuck? Are they busy hiring people to endorse Kamala? Wow. How can you be democratic if you're lying so democratically? It's fucking nuts.
Well, she will have to go to debates. She will have eventually to make interviews, something they're actually trying to delay and pretend they are doing. And at the moment she goes do that, people will remember again how intelligent she is and gifted.
But it's so scary, right? You know, imagine how dumb is the American public in general. Like, how can anyone still think that she is a proper candidate? It's like,
but come on, if you look just at YouTube channels that interviewing people on the street and say, for you going to vote, and say Kamala Harris, and then they say, can you give me one reason why, one thing that she did good during the 3 years and a half until now? And they can't even answer it. They just can't.
Orlando, you're such a misogynist.
yeah, because because you have to be unburdened by the past, you see. You must be unburdened by the past.
Right.
So they can
and that way,
move to the future.
and through the present, right? No, it's Kamala's time. I think it's a great thing.
For laughing or for crying?
Huh?
Yeah.
I don't live in America, but, you know, like, whatever. You know, it's just the DNC. You know, it's just the same as it's been for the last 4 years.
But the reality is, Kamala Harris would do better in the election if she continues to not participate in debates and interviews all the way to the election. She will have a better result. As long as she don't go on it.
That's how Biden did it.
Yeah,
Biden
it's same as Biden.
Gave interviews and more votes than in history. It's
The
remarkable.
debate killed his chance.
But
He
come
could
on,
have
I
continued to
ordered,
be president, but the debate, no, he went on the debate. No, that's what it kills him. So
I-
same thing for Kamala Harris.
Wyatt, I ordered a truck full of popcorn to watch a debate against Trump. Come on, that one is going to be so good. I can't. I have like a calendar, and then like 4 September is the first one, so a few more days to go. That one, oh man, I'm going to be fat of popcorn. Don't know.
Do you see the video I shared? The troll video, the Hitler made a phone call to Kamala Harris. Oh my god, I feel exactly like Hitler. I can't stand it. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yes, it's one worse than the other. It's incredible.
No,
but
well,
nevertheless,
I think
it's
to a certain audience.
Vance. A debate with Vance will be even more interesting than Kamala Harris with Trump. I think that man is a Terminator.
Yeah, but he's going to debate normal. I think he's going to debate the vice candidate of, I forgot his name, the Democratic candidates. So that's going to be a hot one also. Wallace, yeah. Vance versus Wallace, that's going to be a hot one also.
Yeah, that will be great because Vance is really Terminator. The guy knows how to demolish the person in front of you. It's not that he is always prepared.
Come on.
And
Please,
still appear like a good guy. So Vance can destroy someone, but still appears like a good guy. A bit different from me. I will become an evil guy. When I start to unleash my fury. I was like, fuck you, man.
Finish him.
I will have like no chills. Okay, anyway, I feel like we should do closing because I think the conversation is running out of energy, and I personally also running out of energy. I feel like sleeping soon. So let's start with Lambo.
Yeah, it was a cool open mic. Again, a lot about Ukraine, so it was very good about that one. It was a good one, and I was trying to I'm going to finish it with something a big problem I think happening in Europe, actually in Germany, or like more and more people are trying to kill people with knives on streets, and it became very concerned. So it happened last night. They find the guy. He surrendered himself. But this Al Qaeda that claims everything, or ISIS, I don't know which of the two, but it's terrorism. It became very concerning for the moment in Germany. It's not something that happened one time in a year. It happens more and more and faster and faster. So it's becoming very concerning for the moment. So that's actually a topic I didn't really want to speak about, but I want to speak about it now. But it's not.
I'm containing my concern. The Europeans being stabbed is a big concern, but I've managed to contain myself well. I'm dealing with it okay.
Yeah.
It's a closing. No interruption. It's closing.
Sorry.
It's no problem. Toby has the chance to do it always one time with me. But no, I am a little bit worried for Germany especially. I know that the migration is very high there from Afghanis and people from Afghanistan. So yeah, it's something that's very concerning. So we're going to watch the future is going to happen with that, but it's going to start to be a concerning issue. It's going to continue. So I hope not, of course, but I'm concerned like that. I'm concerned. Ukraine, yes, Ukraine. I love your mapping, Wyatt, and I am very happy you did that interview with that ex-general, that guy. I forgot his name.
Daniel Davis.
Yeah, it was you did it very well, and you did it passionated, with a lot of passion. You explained your job, your work that you're doing, and the comment section after the YouTube video is so positive, and it's so.
Yeah.
I hope you're going to do more. That you're going to help these YouTubers also to give you your knowledge and your way of thinking of what's happening by showing your own mapping. That was awesome to see that you are able to use your own mapping. I hope it's going to make the channel grow more and more because you only deserves that. I love you, Wyatt. That's why. And thank you to draw my Vivi on your video last week. But
yeah.
You did
I forgot to leave.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot to leave more time at the rear. Then after that, I put the links to job there.
Yeah,
It just blocks everything.
You still can redo it tonight. No. Thank you very much. It was a very good open. I don't have a lot to add. So so people, you need to like, subscribe, make publicity on all the social media about the channel, and please, guys, on the comment section, learn to join us. You're a big group. It's a bit sad that the not all the 10 screens are full. I hope older speakers are going to come online. I was happy with Mehdi. He has good connection. Wow, what a difference. And he needs to stay longer also. Normally he has time to do that because he's such an awesome speaker. I love his way of thinking about the front line. I love that about everybody. I already said it today. I love when Toby is speaking, Yvonne is speaking, Prata also. Your knowledge is awesome about certain points. Like I maybe have good knowledge also about certain points. But no, thank you very much for everything. And we had again a good panel, and not too much stupid info, but really good information. That's very important, So yeah, thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, Lambo. So just some quick reaction. So yeah, the Daniel Davis asked me to to use my mapping to because he said that so that he can ask me question and I can explain through my maps. This did not happen when I was on the Duran, so I think that makes a huge difference. So because on the Duran, I just talk, and then a lot of people do not know who I am, so they got pissed off, and I say, I think Zelensky is doing a good job, and it's like everybody got pissed. But it's true, he do a good job. No, given if you cannot surrender, you must fight on. Zelensky is doing a fantastic job. Then what else do you want him to do? He's going all out. If for me, I would just sleep at home. I don't even bother to do so much. So yeah, and okay. Vaughn, closing.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, everybody out there, like, subscribe, and share, and join the open mic so we can hang out in the voice chat and talk. And all you douchebags out there in the DPA chat forum that aren't in the open mic forum, when we go over there and hang out and tag you to come in and then sit there for 4 hours, and the only people that come in are open mic speakers, because I guess all you forum slugs are just chicken shits. So I don't know, maybe next time we show up in your part of town, Warriors, come out and play. We miss you guys. I mean, you talk a lot of shit in the comments, so let's do it in the voice chat. Anyway, obviously keep an eye on the Pavros front. I think it's going to start going faster and faster. I wouldn't be surprised, in the next week to 2 weeks, if they're around it or on it. Technically they could already be shelling it. And then, Kursk, I think that's just going to continue to kind of be a cat and mouse game as it's getting compressed down. Maybe the Ukrainians will commit more troops to it stupidly, or maybe they'll try to get out of there before it's a complete failure, but that remains to be seen. And then, maybe keep an eye on something around Sumy. Either side might go across the border. And then I kind of think an outlier is maybe you're down there around Staromayorsky and Eurohazy. Maybe something start pushing out there north, and then maybe watch around Volodar north of that and see if maybe they hook around there. But that's all I really got. Like I said, if you want to know what's going on and you want the best, I think, realistic analysis, you got to go to DPA every time. Everybody else just likes to make big stories and tag clickbait crap. White's the only one that really gives you a pretty realistic outlay of what's going on. And I appreciate it, and I appreciate the forum. Y'all have a good week, except for you chicken shits in the other chats.
Thank you, Vaughn. Prata. Prata, why are you so late? You come in so late.
I think
today.
this week. Well, not really. just 1 o'clock here. So this week I think it were very important. The visit of Modi to Ukraine. After what happened in Kursk, I didn't really realize what was Modi going to do there, since the idea was to kind of start any type of mediation in order to start negotiations, and this is more or less clear that is over. But one of the things I noticed when Wade was saying that Zelensky is doing a great job, one of the things I noticed is that Zelensky is becoming a more and more disturbed man. So he was giving the press conference, and all the time he was touching himself, like he was not feeling inside of his own body. There was something very troubling and heavy with him. And the other event as well was, more or less like that. It was really strange. And then he would turn the way and just gesticulate a lot. So it looks more like an immature politician that doesn't know what he's doing. It's like improvising, very strange. And also the moment when, for a long time, Modi hold his shoulder, and it was like, this is a person that lost control over himself and needs an old patriarchal figure to calm him down. This is humiliating, but also disturbing. And then he received Duda yesterday, and he also made very aggressive comments. They are completely out of space in a way, against Putin, of course. But it shows that he's a man that can't control anymore his anger or even his situation. Well, he might be under drugs, like many people say. I think it's more he's a man on the limits of its own body. That's one thing. The other thing I would like to more or less touch is the fact that we have had nuclear weapons for 60 years as a deterrence, where countries that have these nuclear weapons creates a kind of a military doctrine where they present to the other ones, their enemies, their competitors, that they have nuclear weapons and they will use in this situation. One thing is the military doctrine. The other thing is actually how legally can actually nuclear weapons be used at all. And their limitations are very, very short. Nevertheless, for the good sake of deterrence, each country that has nuclear weapons needs to have a deterrence that looks plausible. And what the Russians did is that the Ukrainians invaded, and the Russians did not use anything special, like a nuclear weapon. Okay, by international law, it would be very difficult to use them and legitimate, but the Ukrainians did attack the nuclear central power station in Kursk. And one of the reasons that international scholars say that could be legitimate to use a nuclear weapon is to prevent a greater harm. Well, destroying a nuclear power plant is a very evil harm. Let's say it like this. So it would be actually a movement, a reason, a legitimate motive to actually use a nuclear weapon. But Russia is not going to do it. And this is probably all these strategists, military strategists around the world must be really nervous at the moment. Well, if Russia doesn't use their nuclear weapons, then it becomes clear to everybody that nobody can use nuclear weapons. It would go, the consequences, the political consequences are too great and than the benefits that you could get by using them. And that's where I think that some nuclear powers now are really hoping that Russia use a nuclear weapon, because the deterrence needs to continue. What would be a world without this deterrence? Imagine this: everybody would be attacking each other because they knew, oh, you have nuclear weapon, but you cannot use it. So what the fuck? Now, so this is complex. It's a very, very dangerous situation. And we saw many countries last week making warnings for their citizens to abandon Ukraine. And they were like really expecting Russia to use a nuclear weapon. Of course, it is also true that the fact that Russia didn't use a nuclear weapon, it also placed them in a stronger position in a way, because they cannot do it. They can decide not to use it. But nevertheless, I think all countries with nuclear weapons now are not feeling at ease. So this was more or less my closing. Hope that it didn't take too long, like usually.
It's okay. It's okay. So next is Toby. Closing.
So thanks, Wyatt. I've been watching the updates, and I think they're really good. The thing is, because you've been doing it for so long, I don't watch every update, but I watch a few a week, and it just keeps me up to date with what's actually happening. And then when I see what's being reported in the mainstream media, I'm pretty thankful for that, because they're different worlds. On what Prada was saying, I think he's got a point there. Like, one of the things that Putin talked about was Russia's right to be powerful and China's right to be powerful. Well, America's right to be powerful meant that they could drop nuclear weapons on Japan in the Second World War. So in a way, using the nuclear deterrent is actually how you establish your right to be powerful. So I also wonder whether or not Russia could use a tactical nuclear weapon and just the rest of the world could suck that and see what it thought of it. Because everybody's nuclear doctrine is they'll use nukes when they get attacked. So what that kind of means is if you're a nuclear power, you can actually nuke a non-nuclear power and everyone will just watch. They might say terrible things and they'll say that you're a bad person and Hitler 2.0 and blah, 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 blah. But if they're saying that anyway, who cares? So in a way, I think Prada's right. And I wonder if this this right to be powerful actually will eventuate in a nuclear strike. But anyway, it's spring down here in the Southern Hemisphere and I'm going fishing. So yeah, I'm sure that you all in the Northern Hemisphere deserve what you're getting. It's surely the Lord's judgment and I don't question it. But good luck. All right,
I go to the beach tomorrow.
Thank you, Toby. So now we know Toby encourages Russia to use nuke. So yeah, sad news. So the Virgin.
Yeah, I don't think that it would be a smart move by Russia. Everybody knows that Russia has nukes. They don't need to prove it. And obviously, a lot of this military proxy war and the Ukrainian incursion in Kursk is not just for military targets, but also to provoke political things in Russia. I think they know that they can't create a rebellion against Putin, but I'm convinced that the West is still in the long game. They still believe that they can grind Russia down economically. This is the main thrust vector that they have. And it's a marathon. Russia has to prove it, not just for these 2 years that they're in war, that they had growing economics, but they need to prove it over a decade or more. Yeah. So there was some chit chat in the live chat about the production of military stuff, about drones and stuff. I believe that Ukraine gets almost everything delivered by the West. Little is being produced because they have rolling energy cutouts and stuff. They can't dependably produce anything, especially also even for the cheap drones, FPV drones. They can print with 3D printers the frames, but this is the easy stuff. They need the motors, the electrical motors, the electronics, and the RF components for steering and stuff. And almost all of it is produced in China. So they get something from China, but probably Russia can easily get more from China than the West and Ukraine can. So still the big picture, one has to look at the industrial output and the economic toughness of both sides. The West is still gambling on Russia crumbling under the pressure. So they have to prove that they can do it for years, not just for this sprint, but a real marathon. Regarding the Kursk incursion, I also believe that this is also just a distraction, even from the Ukrainian side. They wanted maybe to pull some of the troops, the Russian troops, out of the Donbass, but Russia didn't react this way, and it's very interesting to follow that both sides are playing kind of chess, not just the fighting on the field, but all these chess moves, and it's hard to look through all of it. And Wyatt does a good job to explain a lot of it and to collect all of the information, but still it's a lot of fog of war, and we can speculate a lot, so it's fun. Thanks, guys. Was an interesting discussion. I was not a lot on, but I have been following. Nice to see you. Hope to see you again next week. Goodbye.
Thank you, Virgin. Thank you, Prata. Thank you, Lambo. Bye, guys. See you guys in the lounge and next week.
Bye-bye.
Bye, guys. So my turn to do closing. So yeah, so, pretty interesting DPA Open Mic. A bit lower energy than usual, I would say, because maybe it's a Sunday. Like this is why I prefer to do Saturday, but no choice because I need to play football in the morning, like on on Sunday morning. So yeah, so it is what it is. And yeah, what else? It feels like a very eventful week, yet also like a not a very interesting week. Also, like RFK endorsing Trump is like it's a matter of time. He can't win the election. It's a waste of time, waste of resources, splitting of the votes away from Trump. So his endorsement of Trump is like a long time coming. Modi shaking the hands with Zelensky, bad move. Yeah, then of course the Ukraine war. I talk about it every day. I do at least 2 videos a day. So, and of course the big thing on the DPA side is of course the interview with Daniel Davis. So a lot of people like it. So yeah, it is. I think it's just mainly because he's also asked very good questions. It's very, very well produced. So yeah, so I think that's why it works, and particularly because he wanted me to show the map and to talk about it through the map. So I think that helps a lot. And although the reality is that whatever, I think I would say that my presentation on the interview is not very different, generally speaking, from the usual DPA video. It's basically the same thing. Like all the things that all the arrows that I drawn, all the things that I've talked about, I talked about it in the SIP reps before. So for those that didn't watch the SIP rep, probably they will find it very new. But for those that are always watching the SIP rep, they follow closely, they will probably hear me say basically everything that I've said. So yeah, so I think that helps because I just say whatever I've always been saying. Yeah, and what else? And yeah, the Telegram founder getting arrested is a bit of a surprise. So that's not sure how it will affect the Telegrams running. I would definitely encourage people to at least follow all the different at least press a follow or press a subscribe to all the different platforms, even if you don't use them, and see how this goes. I think Telegram has become a very, very important platform, and to the point where WhatsApp is trying to copy Telegram, and they also started their own channel stuff. But I feel like Telegram have its own special taste to it. So yeah, let's hope free speech and free expression will prevail. But the world is definitely getting worse. In like going down this authoritarianism and curtailing of free speech and free expression, and miscarriage of justice. the lack of fair justice systems to protect people's rights is really becoming a very common thing in the West, and that's a very disappointing thing, particularly for Singaporean. We were a colony of the British, and then we look up to the Europeans, we look up to the West, we look up to the Americans, and we try to learn things from the West, from Europe, try to get there. And as we gotten there, suddenly Europe and America start to go downhill, and everything is looking terrible. And I think the Europeans and the Americans, you guys really need to vote wisely, and because the politics will decide everything. So if you guys didn't vote or encourage people to vote the right way or better way or good candidates, then I think things will continue to go downhill for the West, and it's going to be bad for me, because Singapore is generally part of the West, and yeah, I'm that's why I always tell people I'm actually pro-West. So I'm not sure why people keep saying I'm pro-Russia, but I'm of course more pro-logic and pro-common sense. So anyway, that's it. I'm very sleepy now. But I want to record the Frontline Changes report first. So thank you for watching. And for those that are wondering, open mic is Saturday or Sunday. It's either Saturday or Sunday. My preference is Saturday, but sometimes I have things going on or I have not enough energy, then I will do Sunday. So yeah, so that's it. So of course, continue to share the gospel of DPA Open Mic, to promote DPA Open Mic to more people, and press the like button, subscribe if you are not subscribed, and yeah, that's it. And I'll see you guys in the next update. Have a great week ahead.
Join the discussion, share your voice, share your opinion, swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech so. DPA Open Mic, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. Let's go, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. We are live. We are live.
From every corner of a spinning globe, gathered voices, the stories they probe. Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, let's yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice is signed, debating the future unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring might, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, lovers yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice is signed, debating the future unconfined. In the clash of ideas we see the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table the world convenes, every culture, every scene. In the marketplace of dreams, we chart the course of unseen streams. Together we stand, lovers yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice is signed, debating the future unconfined. So let us gather from far and near to share stay pro. Ideas